Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft is here, and we've got 4 more rounds to get to. We're going to break it all down during our live coverage for the NFL Draft. Make sure you subscribe if you have not below. Help us continue to grow as a channel. We are currently live on 3 different chat sports accounts at the moment. Our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons account. So greatly appreciate everyone for hanging out with us, calling us home for this year's draft. We're going to get you guys ready for day 3 of the draft, which kicks off in just under 30 minutes. We'll talk about all the picks that have been made for Cleveland, Denver, and Atlanta, some of the best players available, and we're just going to have to talk about Shedeur Sanders because at this point, I know that everyone's got a bunch of strong opinions and feelings about how he did not go in rounds 1 through 3. It's definitely surprising, and no one's going to try and sell you on it being anything else, but you can just keep the name tag on. But what I will say is when you get to this portion of the draft, you're talking backup quarterback. And when you're talking backup quarterback, you probably don't want a backup that comes with a little bit of an entourage, which isn't necessarily Shedeur's fault, but there's just going to be a big spotlight on him, and a team may just prefer to not have that circus for their backup quarterback, which I don't think Shedeur signed up for the circus, but he has a circus because of his last name, his dad, and I mean, there's definitely some things that he played a role in when it came to kind of having this big entourage and big following. So I feel that that's probably why a good amount of teams are going, hey, for a backup, we'd really just rather not have all that extracurricular activities for QB2. So that's kind of where I'm at right now with how Shedeur has fallen all the way to round 4. I think some team in round 4 is going to take him. He's going to get drafted. I don't believe there is collusion against him. I do love seeing the tweets of like, the NFL is racist. They're so racist they took Jalen Milroe at 92, Cam Ward first overall. So those dots aren't connecting to me right there. But will Shedeur get drafted? It's the number 1 storyline of the NFL. You know, you got to feel for Mel Kiper. I think he's hurting more than Shedeur right now because he's having a tough time just handling this since he had Sanders as his number 1 quarterback in this class. So let me know in the comment section. We're going to get some super chats on screen. It's going to be a little bit of a more laid-back live coverage today because it's day 3, and once we get to round 6 and 7, I'm not going to pretend that I got an encyclopedia for all these guys. I did my absolute best to know everything there was to know about like the top 100 prospects, but at this point in the draft, we definitely start learning some new names and faces. All right, I see a super chat coming in from NC Show. What position does Atlanta go for in round 4? I think the Falcons could trade back from round 4. They've got this pick and then round 7. So keep an eye on Atlanta to move back and get into rounds 5 and 6 and have 3 picks instead of just 2 for day 3. If they do stay put, I'm thinking defensive tackle. They took 3 defensive linemen in last year's draft. But if they want to continue with this defensive trend, that'd be the next place to go after going linebacker, outside linebacker, and now safety. So I would suspect interior D-line, possibly a wide receiver, if there's someone they like that just fell way too far. But I would think if all players are equal and it's just what biggest need are they going to go after, give me a defensive tackle because you got, David Onyemata on the wrong side of 30 and Grady Jarrett gone. Maybe just replenish a little bit at that spot. But they've already got some good depth as is on the defensive line. NC Show, thank you so much for your super chat. With that super chat, I do want to share our super chat menu for day 3 of the NFL draft as it can get a little bit dry with a bunch of no-name round 6 guys going. So I thought to keep things a little bit more entertaining, we could come up with a fun super chat menu. So we'll throw that on screen for you guys here. We'll talk about what we're going to do. So $2 super chat, as you just saw, you get a shout out. $5 super chat, you get entered into a rookie jersey raffle entry. So we're going to do a total of 3 raffles. As long as all 3 channels get to $100 in super chats, that's just what my boss told me. So once we cross the $100 marker, every single channel will do a raffle for, and you can pick whatever rookie you'd like to get a jersey for from this year's draft. $10 super chat. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Bean Boozled. It's very fun. It's like, what are the beans called? Yeah, what are they nicknamed? No, but they're like, candy beans. Jelly beans. That's what I was looking for. I was having a little brain fart. One of them is tasty. Let me give you an example. One of them is strawberry. The other one is dead fish. But they look the same. You don't know which one you're going to get. So $10 super chat, and it's a roulette of, do I get strawberry or do I get dead fish? So that's what you got going for $10 super chat. $20 super chat, I'll write you a personalized letter. Just email me your address, and then tomorrow night when I go home after all 3 rounds of the draft are complete, I'll write you a letter with all my thoughts on your team's draft picks. $100 super chat if you want to be the MVP, the biggest baller, right? I'm talking bottle service. If you want to help your channel win our super chat battle for day 3, $100 will go a super long way. Obviously, a big investment, so greatly appreciate those of you that go above and beyond to show us some love here for our work. We've got Ray Bidding with a $5 super chat. Do you see an area where the Browns should pick up some extra talent? Let's look at what the Browns have done so far in the NFL draft. And Ray, that $5 super chat, you're the first one entered into the rookie jersey raffle with that $5 super. No matter the amount of $5 or greater, you get entered, but we're not going to prorate it based on the amount you send, just to keep things simple, as Reed is doing a bazillion things right now. All right, so let's talk about what the Browns could be looking at in day 3 of the draft after all of their day 1 and 2 selections. They opened things up with Mason Graham at defensive tackle, so maybe just kind of cross off defensive line-ish. Then they go with Carson Schwesinger, Quinshon, Judkins, and Harold Fannin. They were doing a good job. Really, they were. Go back one more time, Reed, sorry. I mean, like, this is like a bit ambitious, but, 10-year starter. Quality starting linebacker for 2 contracts, right? New running back to be your workhorse. Awesome tight end pick. These are really good picks, and they're all at different spots, right? You're covering all your bases here. You're helping out the interior. You're helping out the middle of the defense. You're helping your run game. You're helping your passing game. And then this pick in round 3. It's 94. So I know that it's not a guarantee to get a great player anyway, but it's still round 3. You just flush this pick down the toilet. It's Anthony Schwartz and Siaki Ika all over again. You just wasted a 3rd rounder. I want to be wrong, but Dillon Gabriel is not a 3rd round pick. He would have been there at least in round 4 where the Browns pick again. I wish they did not go Dillon Gabriel at 94. I wish they did not. I think it's a bad pick by Cleveland. They had a great draft going up to that point. And this is going to be kind of like the thing people talk about the most when talking about the draft is, but Dillon Gabriel. They're going to ignore all the other picks, and they're going to highlight the 94th overall pick. A 5'10", 5'11", small hand quarterback from Hawaii playing in Cleveland in December. That's not going to go well. Nope, that's not going to go well at all. I do have to give a quick shout out to our friends over at Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off or first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, and views from your seat, along with their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying tickets. Save up to 60% off buying last-minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Download the Game Time app today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Also, shout out to our friends over at House of Atlas. It's a new shaving company that gifted us some of their razors, and I am blown away. It's insanely sleek looking and feel in my hand as well, and gives me an incredibly close shave. The blade head has 5 U.S.-made stainless steel blades. And for now, they're giving a limited time offer of 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you're going to love it as much as I did. I see a couple other super chats flying in here, so we'll recap those. And then I just want to look at what Atlanta has done so far in the draft, what Denver has done so far in the draft, and some of the top players available going into round 4 of the NFL draft. So Atlanta, I think, pound for pound, like their top 3 picks against any other team's top 3 picks, it may be some of the best picks so far. You got 3 starters. Really. Jalen Walker is, I think, going to be the face of this defense in 3 years or less. James Pierce is one of the fastest athletic edge rushers in this draft. He is going to be, fingers crossed, the solution to Atlanta's dire need of a pass rush. And then Xavier Watts was an All-American safety for Notre Dame last year. He had 13 interceptions over the last 2 years combined. No other player in FBS had more than 10. Atlanta got 3 incredible picks. I don't really care what they do for the rest of the draft. This right here is the bread and butter of the draft. And then the Broncos, I want to be optimistic. No one likes an a-hole during the draft about your team's picks. I'm just not seeing the logic behind a lot of these picks. Like, Jahdae Barron was a best player available type pick. I have said numerous times on the show, put best player available on my tombstone, so I can't back off that now. I thought running back with like need and BPA would have been a better combo with Omari and Hampton, right? Still a very good player and a team need. But they go with the Jim Thorpe Award winner. Okay, that's not something to get worked up over. You got a good player. Let's not lose sight of that. However, I think there were better running backs available. I think there were better receivers available. I like the Savion Jones pick, the second most of the draft. It goes 1, 2, and then tied for 4th. I don't even want to give one of these 3rd. And I know that Sean and George Payton know more than me, yada, yada, yada. I get that. But does Sean and George Payton have a 1,000 batting record average? No, they don't. Not every GM and coach nails every pick. And I think these are going to be ones we look back at and go, it misses. I want to be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm not here to say that I bat 1,000. But if you want my honest opinion, I don't like these picks. M&K, what's going on, buddy? Petey Fontenot is the best compliment. Also, thank you for your hard work. Thank you. That really means a lot. Before we went live today, Reed and I were just kind of like, talking shop a little bit about the draft so far. And I don't think any other channel has pumped out more content than we have since Monday. We've gotten a minimum of 2 videos every single day. And it's draft season. So how do you not go balls to the wall? Thank you. Really appreciate this. Next one coming in. Do you think we could get more picks if we trade Tyler Algier? Yeah. I think Algier could get you a 5th. The question is, does a team want to give you a 5th for Algier, who's got 2 years left on his rookie contract, when they could take a running back in round 5 themselves? Unless they don't like any of the running backs. I think Atlanta would want to keep Algier, but I do feel like they are bracing for more on Bijan's plate. So at some point, you just got to ask yourself, hey, does it make sense to have a guy on a roster if he doesn't get a lot of usage when we could flip him for a pick for someone that would get more usage? I think Algier's a good back. I think teams would like to have Algier on their roster. I don't think Atlanta wants to live in a world where they voluntarily just ship him away for just a bag of peanuts. But if a good offer comes in, yeah, I could see them doing that. At this point, though, it doesn't seem very likely. But this is usually when we start to see a couple of trades go down for players. Appreciate your super chat, William. We've got a few more to catch up on here, and then we're going to look at the best players available. Ray Bidding. Do you see an area where the Browns should pick up some? Oh, we got this one already. Yeah. Mark Roberts, a $20 super chat over on our Browns channel. I don't think I ever actually answered Ray Bidding's super chat. I think I just bitched about Dillon Gabriel. So, Ray, let me give you an actual answer. I'm sorry, Ray. Let's say, yeah, because we went with the Browns draft picks, and then I just started complaining about Dillon. So, Ray's like, what the hell? I would go with wide receiver. Appreciate it, Ray. Next super chat coming in from Mark. Mark, thank you so much for your super chat. $20 super chat. We're going to throw my email is matthew@chatsports.com. It's not a very complicated email. It's just the name Matthew with 2 T's at chats. Yeah, this is my name, by the way, at chatsports.com. So email me your address, Mark, and I'll shoot you a letter with all my thoughts, kind of breakdown of every single pick. We've got JMO Jelly. You sent a $10 super chat. We'll do Bean Boozled. I go to Bowling Green University, so I love that we drafted a great tight end to give the draft a B so far with the trade value and holes being fixed. Well, one, there's no better feeling than when your pro team takes a guy from your college team, so happy for you. Secondly, I don't disagree with a B assessment for the Browns. I go B+, but that's kind of splitting hairs. I will say, when you pick 5, 33, and 36, you should be getting an A. You have more to work with than any other team. So it's a little disappointing if everyone's in between B to B+ when you have that much to work with. And I think that Dillon Gabriel pick just brings you down a little bit. And I just think that there's a little bit of Travis Hunter letdown where the whole fan base was all in on him and we, mapped out how it's going to work, and all of a sudden you pull the rug out from beneath us and go, how about Mason Graham, who called Jack Sawyer a pussy? That's not going to go over well with Browns and Ohio State fans. Now I really want the Browns to take Jack Sawyer, though, and get him and Mason Graham back together. Which, by the way, I watched a clip of Mason Graham, that's the Browns' first-round pick, going to meet the Browns equipment manager and talk about what jersey number he could get. He asked for 55, and they're like, bad news, that's taken. Our starting center, Ethan Posick, wears that. And he's like, do you think he'd give it to me? And he's like, I don't know. He's a veteran. Probably not. He's like, all right, I'll try to buy it off him. It's like, good luck with that. And then he was like, can I have 95? And they're like, who's going to tell you about Myles Garrett? I think he was kind of being sarcastic about that one, though. And he's like, I guess I'll take 94. So that's the jersey update for Graham. But he's going to wait, I think, and see if Posick will give it to him. All right, moving on to our next super chat here. We've got Dean, thank you. Any take the top off receiver available for the Browns? Let's look at the best receivers available, and then we'll catch up on the other super chats before we get to the beginning of round 4, which is 10 minutes away. So let's check out the top receivers available for Dean. Dean, thank you for your super chat. Yep, top wide receivers. Take the top off. Who are the burners out there? It's not him. It's not him. It could be him. He got injured that last year, but I don't think he's a take the top off. Moving on here. Oh, now our tight ends. I'd go back to probably Tej Johnson, but it's not him. I don't think it's him. And so I'm left with him. Tej Johnson. But he's not, because he was saying a horrible 40 at the combine. The short answer is not that I know of. There could be someone that goes round 6. I'm not going to pretend to know the round 6 receiver core. So that may not be the most in-depth answer, but the short answer is not really. All right, moving on. Oh, I'm watching Tennessee-Ohio State highlights. That was a nice game to be at. Moving on here to another super chat. I think it's our first $10 super chat of the day. So it is time for Bean Boozled. Oh, we have 2. Pineapple Breeze from our Broncos channel. Matt, you opened my eyes to the committee backfield and Sean Payton putting draft picks in competitive spots. It's going to be an exciting season, but I love the maturity of the players, the future looks. This is definitely Sean Payton building a roster that complements what he wants to do. So that does not always mean getting guys that were viewed as the top players. Those players may not have been good fits for what Denver wanted to do, right? What's a bad Colin Cowherd analogy? If this is a bad one, but how about this? Ready? Oh, my God. Frank with a $100 super chat on our Broncos channel. Everyone spam Frank in the chat below. You know that scene from The Office when Michael says they had an exchange student from Yugoslavia and he stole all of his blue jeans? Imagine if you had an exchange student from Yugoslavia and you're like, hey, I want to show you the best America has to offer when it comes to fast food, fine dining, all that. And the Yugoslavian was like, all I came to here was to try Tex-Mex. And it's like, all right, well, we're going to go to Tex-Mex places, and that may not be the best restaurants, but it's going to fit our needs. It's a very bad Colin Cowherd analogy, but I feel like Sean Payton is going with, hey, who are guys that fit what I'm looking for, right? They may not be great all around, but I don't need them to be. I just need to be good at this one thing because that's what I'm lacking right now on my roster. So that's what RJ Harvey and Pat Bryant could bring. Frank, ladies and gentlemen, a $100 super chat. Love what you do. Tell me what dream scenario do the Broncos have left in this draft. I love our draft so far. Go Broncos. What about Shedeur Sanders? How would Colorado fans feel about that? I'm not a Colorado fan. I went to Tennessee, but they have been very upset with Shedeur not being drafted yet. So on one hand, he would be drafted, but on the other hand, probably not to the team you want him to be drafted to because he would not be able to start unless you want Bo Nix to flame out. So that's probably not a dream scenario. But other than that, I would say for Denver, they've got defensive end taken care of now. I still wouldn't mind an interior guy. They went safety. They went running back. How about a wide receiver? Oh, they went wide receiver. It's not a very good linebacker class. I wouldn't mind an offensive lineman. You're right. You never really think about how important O-line is, until you need one. And you don't want an injury to derail your efforts in the season. So whether it's finding a new swing tackle or finding some depth on the interior, get a guard, someone that could maybe step in at center if needed to. Or if Ben Powers or, God forbid, Quinn Miners has had some injuries in his career, go down, you feel a little bit more comfortable with those guys stepping in here. This guard doesn't have to be like the next best guard on the team, but I like the idea of just always bringing in a little bit more competition at those cornerstone spots. And so reinforce the trenches. So I'd go offensive line, which may not be a sexy dream, but I think it's a dream you wake up and you're happy with. Frank, thank you so much for your $100 super chat. I want everyone watching to spam Frank in the chat. Make sure you show the guy some love for going above and beyond. He gets Denver north of $100 in super chats, and so now the Broncos are in the driver's seat for day 3 super chat battle, and we're going to have a Broncos rookie jersey raffle since we have crossed the $100 threshold to do a jersey raffle for that channel. Frank, shout out to you, my man. Thank you so much. Okay, we have another super chat coming in from Falcons today. It is Mr. 707 Rockstar. Appreciate your super chat. Let's do not one but 2 Bean Boozled. I'll do one and you do one. Yeah, that's only fair. It comes with a little wheel, by the way. I'm going to spin the wheel. All right, you ready? Bean Boozled. God, get my fingers out of the way. This is a horrible spinner. I got toasted marshmallow or stink bug. I'll go first. All right, let me just find the right one because it's like a hole. It looks like the moon. That would be this one. All right, this is either toasted marshmallow or stink bug, and you're going to know pretty quickly. Toasted marshmallow.
Damn it! That means I'm definitely not getting it.
All right, ready? Spin for you. Yeah. All right, throw the other $10 super chat on. Mr. 707 Rockstar, thank you so much. I can't really flick it. Just got to spin it. Not the best. Reed got licorice or burnt rubber.
Okay. Either one is, I'm okay with either one of those.
You ready? Let me just hand it over to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to toss it. You ready? There we go. I think it's licorice. You'll know immediately. Oh, it's burnt rubber. Oh, you took it like a champ. What does burnt rubber taste like?
It tastes exactly like when you go to get your car worked on and you walk inside and you're like, that's
you smell, yeah.
It smells like a tire shop. It tastes like how a tire shop smells.
Thanks.
It's not terrible.
Mm-hmm. Pineapple Breeze, thank you for your super. We've got a 20 from Cliff from Falcons today. By the way, for anyone that just tuned in recently, 2 quick things, some housekeeping notes. 1, do me a big favor, like the stream. 2nd, we are live on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons YouTube channels here at Chat Sports, so I'm going to be covering all 3 teams for day 3 of the NFL Draft. Keep up the great work and the passion, Petey. Who knows? Being known as a Fontenot might end up being a groovy legacy. You know, unless Terry wants to get me on the payroll as like a little. I would not be mad if next year you're watching me because I'm in the Falcons war room as like Terry's little, bitch boy. But I don't think so. My very lone interaction with Terry Fontenot, I wouldn't even call it an interaction, was at the NFL Combine. I was the first one to the podium. I got there like 30 minutes early because I thought everyone did that. Turns out not the case. So I was just standing there by myself for a while. He walks up, but I have my phone ready for, to be a good, big J journalist and get my, video of his response to my question. First thing he says is, "Oh, we got Tennessee in the house," and I was like, "I don't really know if are we gonna have a conversation? Is that bad? Is that good? We have some banter? I don't really know how to give an adequate response here." All right, Cliff. Thank you for your super chat. By the way, Cliff, $20 super chat. I'm writing personalized letters to every $20 super chat we get about your team's draft. So if you would like to get a personalized letter, email me your address. It is Matthew with 2 T's at chatsports.com. It's very simple, very difficult to screw up. That's my email. Under a minute to go. If you are ready for the draft to get underway, spam go in the chat. Day 3, round 4. Let's look at the first couple of picks of round 4. Who is selecting right off the top here? It's going to go from noon Eastern till about 6:37 p.m. Eastern. It's going to take about 6.5, 7 hours, FYI. Spam go if you are ready. We've got 33 likes from our Broncos channel. Can we get to 50 in the next 26 seconds? On our Falcons channel, we're at 50 likes. Can we get up to 100 in the next 21 seconds? Our Browns channel is at 60 likes. Can we get up to 100 in the next 16 seconds? Who can get to 100 likes first between these 3 channels? We've got pick 103 coming up for the Tennessee Titans. Yep. And then the Jags, who have the Browns draft pick after the Travis Hunter trade. Then the Giants, the Patriots, followed by the Jags and the Raiders, the Bears, the Jets. Then the Eagles, Saints, 49ers, Panthers. Let's recap what Cleveland, Denver, and Atlanta has done in the draft and their remaining draft picks as well. There's been a lot of trades, so there is a good chance I probably make a mistake or say the wrong pick number at some point. But I probably will be eventually proven wrong again when they trade that wrong pick I said initially away anywho. So here's what Denver's done so far. Rounds 1, 2, and 3. And then Reed, let's peek at the remaining picks the Broncos have for day 3 of the NFL draft. While I look, Reed's going to get the other picks up. All of them. Remaining picks.
We got...
Okay. So, yeah. Here are the remaining picks for Cleveland. They have 3 picks. And then do we look at Atlanta and Denver's remaining picks? Yep. They've got 2 picks left. That's Denver, obviously. And then the Falcons have a round 4 selection. I think they're going to trade back from round 4 to get more picks in day 3. Go from round 4 to rounds 5 and 6. And go from 3 picks instead of 2 picks. But maybe they don't get an offer. Who knows? Okay. So my boss, who is not the most party crazy boss ever, so it's a little peculiar, a little unusual when he makes these kind of offers. At 11:01, he just slacked in our company Slack. Next 2 channels that get a $100 super chat, I'll come in and do a beer bat. So right now, pressure's on. Wait a minute. One's already been taken. The Giants channel's got a $100 super chat. So, if we can get a $100 super chat, hey, someone's typing. Race is on here to get our boss to get in here. Wait, maybe he extends to 3. That one seems like an asterisk 1 anyway. Crockett, it is going to be a long day. Has anyone noticed I'm sitting? I feel like the Prince of Egypt right now. I'm in a director's chair on top of a little table, like a little coffee table. I could not stand for another 5 to 7 hours for a third straight day. Is it taken? Damn. Did you get that would have been exciting. There's one more. The Giants one, I guess, didn't count. That was I don't know. There's one beer back going to Bears. There's one more out there. If we can get $100 super chat again. Oh. Allie's also available for beer bongs too. Come on. Get my boss in here who never does stuff like this to do a beer bat. $100 super chat. All right. Day 3 of the NFL draft about to kick off. We could look at the best players available here. It's tough to go and say who should this team get when a lot of these teams that we're covering are not picking for a little while, at least not the Broncos or the Browns. But here are the best players. All right, take Shedeur and put him in his own kind of category. Iowa Manor is a good possession receiver, good size. Also for day 3, teams are going to value his run blocking. I wouldn't be shocked if he's the first pick by the Titans. Marcus Bowe, interior lineman from Purdue. If you just want some quality depth and competition, that's a solid pick right there. I love the Jack Sawyer selection for any team in day 3. They're going to get a guy who's going to work his tail off, who's got a great motor, who may not be the fastest or most gifted athlete on the field, but is going to bust his tail for whatever team he's on. I would like a Jack Sawyer selection. Then you've got Jalen Royals, who is a little bit under the radar because he played at Utah State. He got injured at Utah State, but he's a silky smooth receiver. Dillon Sampson, I thought, could have gone day 2 of the draft in round 3. He scored 20 touchdowns last year for Tennessee, and he is not just a goal line guy. He can also rip off a long run. You've got Billy Bowman, who's a good playmaking safety with nice instincts. Braden Swinson is one of my favorite players available, a very good pass rusher from LSU. Then you've got Torrey Horton, who is excellent in 2023 for Colorado State. Last year, he got injured, but he's going to fall as a result, and he's going to be a nice pick for some team. Kyle Kennard and Gunnar Helm, 2 players to watch for. How about Cam Scadaboo? If you just want a eye-popping name for day 3 of the draft, he's your man, and he could be an awesome player if his play style carries over. But the, top-end speed is going to be a concern for a lot of teams when going up against NFL defenders. So those are some of the best players available. Still some good names out there. Some players that I feel can make an impact for a team. And round 4 is not a round to sleep on. Round 4, you're still finding like potential starters. Round 5, you're finding quality backups. Round 6 and 7, you're finding special teams and fill out the roster guys. Corey Dotz, Jack Sawyer, Jimmy Horn Jr., Seth McLaughlin, A+ draft. See a lot of Buckeyes here from Corey, but no surprise. Corey, thank you so much for your super chat. Time and the Buckeye. We need Jeremy. Did another 100 get sent in? All right. If you are ready for day 3 of the NFL draft to really get cooking, click that subscribe button down below. Do we have the updated sub numbers after day 2? All right, when you get a chance, yeah. I did see Matthew Petey fan Shedeur get prank called. Shedeur got a phone exclusive for today. Just an NFL personnel phone, and somehow that number came out. And so we've got a bunch of new viewers. Here's my take on Shedeur Sanders and how he fell this far. One, I don't think it's collusion, and I don't think it's racism. If it was racism, I don't believe the last 3 first overall picks in the draft would have been African-American quarterbacks. Secondly, I feel like Shedeur is falling because of 2 things. One, I feel like his profile was round 2 to 3. You don't see quarterbacks often go around 2. It's much more rare than you think. The last couple of years, the only ones I can think of are Will Levis, Jimmy Garoppolo, Derek Carr, like Christian Hackenberg a long time ago. So teams, if they like quarterbacks, they take them in round 1. If they're unsure about them, they don't waste a round 2 pick on them. So if you don't go round 1 as a quarterback, you're more likely going to go round 3 than round 2. So it's not like this mind-blowing thing he fell out of round 2. Once he did fall out of round 2, at round 3, you got to ask yourself, hey, do we view him as a starter, like a potential starter? Or, hey, that's someone who we think could be a backup that has starter potential as a ceiling, but we're not going to, like, day one, look at him as, hey, that's going to be a guy that's going to compete for week 1, starting quarterback position. If you don't view him as a potential starter early on, do you really want the Shedeur Sanders circus and entourage and crew and ensemble and the Deion spotlight for your backup? Probably not. Right? You probably go, hey, it's just not really worth the hullabaloo if we don't think he's even going to be a starter for us. If there was no hullabaloo, you would look at it and go, hey, good backups are not a bad problem to have. And if he does end up developing into a starter, sweet. But if you're at that spot where he might develop, you might go with, well, if he's a backup and we get all of this around him, we're just going to pass altogether. And every team just slowly started reaching that conclusion as well. But come round 4, round 5, some team is going to go, hey, even for the hullabaloo, we're going to take him. All right, the first pick for day 3 of the draft is in, and it is a Florida wide receiver. That is not how you say his last name, is it? Is it Dyke? Dick or Dyke? Yeah, tough break right there, buddy. Get a name change. So the Titans go wide receiver to open up day 3 of the draft out of Florida. I see a few super chats have come in here. We'll throw those up for everyone watching. Jags are next up. This was supposed to be Cleveland's pick, but they gave it to Jacksonville in a round 4 pick swap for the Travis Hunter, Mason Graham trade. All right, AFX, do you think we should get more picks in day 3? The Browns have 3 picks right now. I think that's a fine number of overall draft picks. Right, rounds 4, 5, and 6. I mean, the only way you're getting more picks is if you trade back from round 4 or round 5, because I don't think you're going to borrow picks from next year to move earlier into day 3. Not impossible, but not super likely. So with that, I'd say possibly, because the Browns love to trade. There's been a bazillion trades, and I'm not going to say they won't trade. But if they don't make a trade, I don't think it's a bad move not to. AFX, thank you so much for your super chat. We are waiting on the Jags pick while we await that selection. I just want to show you all the updated subscriber numbers. So the Browns report crossed 44,000 subs throughout the first 2 days of the draft. Falcons today crossed 35,000 subscribers through the first 2 days of the draft. Can the Broncos breakdown also get to 35,000 subscribers after day 3 of the draft? Less than 300 subs away. Click the big sub button down below if you haven't yet. So Jacksonville is about to make its 4th pick after going with Travis Hunter at number 2, then Caleb Bransaw, Tulane corner in round 3, followed by Wyatt Millam out of West Virginia, also in round 3. The Jags pick at 104 is in. If we're power ranking war rooms, Jacksonville might be up there. What do you think the best looking war room is? When it's like rows of people or a round table like King Arthur style? One big table? I like the one big table. Got to have a good-looking war room for those, camera drop-ins. The downside of sitting on this throne, Reed, is I kind of feel what you're going through right now. My legs are falling asleep, and I need to walk it out a little bit. All right, before we get to the Jags pick or until the pick is in, for anyone that just recently tuned in, let's remind everyone of our Super Chat menu for today. If you enjoy the free, draft coverage we provide and you want to support the channel, Super Chats are a great way to do that, as is liking and commenting. But this is the Super Chat menu we're rolling out for today. $2 Super Chat, we'll throw it on screen. $5 Super Chat, you get added to a rookie jersey raffle. We're going to do a total of 3 raffles as long as all 3 channels reach $100 in Super Chats. $10 Super Chat, I've got Bean Boozled right here. It's either going to be a delicious jelly bean or a disgusting jelly bean. $20 Super Chat, I write a personalized letter to you, give you my thoughts on your team's draft picks. And then $100 Super Chat, you join Frank from the Broncos Breakdown as the MVP thus far of Day 3 of the NFL Draft. The Jags pick is in, and it is a Virginia Tech running back, Tutton. So Scadaboo and Dillon Sampson still remain available as our first 2 picks from Day 3 of the NFL Draft are already selected. Is he? Let's look up Tutton's 40. I thought the fastest maybe the fastest running back. The fastest 40 was Matthew Golden this past year. I know I'm saying, but that was at 4.29. So it's not a really fast draft class. Like, there's not record speed. 4.32. 4.32. He was a 3-year starter for the Virginia Tech Hokies. Started off Hokies? I said Hokies. He started off at North Carolina A&T and then transferred to Virginia Tech. So a 2-year starter for Virginia Tech, 3-year starter in college football. He's a Freaks List alum. He is 5'9", 206 pounds, and a 4.32 40-yard dash. So you're getting a really good athlete here in early Day 3 of the draft. Andre Holiday with a $5 Super Chat. The next team to pick between Cleveland, Denver, and Atlanta is, I believe, the Falcons. Falcons and Browns have 4th-round picks. Denver does not. Denver traded their 4th rounder to get back into round 3 last night. Looks like a much warmer day in Green Bay after last night. Yeah, I mean, Goodell just does not. He's mailing it in right now from his outfit. Never forget when he auctioned off his chair from the 2020 NFL Draft, and Dave Portnoy won a chance to watch a game with him in a charity auction, and the NFL gave the money back to Portnoy and said, "No, we don't want your money. We don't want. He's not doing that with you." Andre, I'm happy with the Falcons draft so far. It also looks like the Browns are brownsing again. LOL, go Birds. We got some jabs being thrown here from one channel to the other. I think Cleveland's had a very good draft up until Dillon Gabriel. And I'm not going to let the 94th pick be the biggest factor in a draft grade for a team. Who's that? Oh, Victor Cruz. But in Germany? Oh, the Giants just took Cam Scadaboo. So the Arizona State power running back is going to the Big Apple. Cam Scadaboo, a New York Giant. Andre, I like Atlanta's draft, and I like the Browns draft too, but Dillon Gabriel was a bad pick. And the sad thing is that's going to be the thing that people gravitate towards more when discussing the Browns draft than their previous 4 picks, which were good picks by Cleveland. Cam? Yeah. He reminds me of when I was in college and Juwan Jennings came out. And Jennings was a UDFA or a 7th-round pick by the 49ers. I think it was a UDFA. And I remember talking to my Tennessee friends who were not big NFL guys. And I was like, listen, if you just don't have, average speed, people are going to discount your ability to run guys over since you can't run people over as easy in the NFL as you can in college. But I still feel like this is going to be a good pick, a good player in the NFL. And sure enough, he was nearly the Super Bowl MVP for the 49ers, if not for Shanahan shitting down his leg again. What's that? Oh my goodness. Craig Hurst, a $100 super chat. Go Falcons, says Craig Hurst from Falcons Today. Everyone spam Craig. We've got a $100 super chat from Frank at our Broncos channel. Craig at our Falcons channel. Shout out to you two for going above and beyond to support us here. Thank you, Craig. Go Birds to you, buddy. Shout out to Craig, everyone. Have the beer bats been used? Damn. Craig, thank you so much, my man. That's awesome. Cannot show enough gratitude for your support of the channel. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, that's a great idea. $100 super chat, ladies and gentlemen, from Craig Hurst. We've got 181 people tuned in on our Broncos channel, 61 likes. Would love to see that get to 100 likes. Falcons Today is 2 likes away from 100, and the Browns report is 25 likes away from 150. Patriots pick at 106 is in. Matty Ghost with the $10 super chat. That means a Bean Boozle. It's my turn for Bean Boozle. Yeah. I think Arthur Blank wanted to be cheap by spending only on offense and minimal on defense. That's why we had no pass rush for so long. That model is dead. Philadelphia showed us that. I don't think Arthur Blank is as cheap as an owner as you think he is. Now, I'm not going to say he goes out and he spends like the Dodgers. But I do think he is much more open to be, to spend than he gives credit for. Kirk Cousins' $180 million contract is the biggest contract in NFL free agency history. So I can't really say, hey, that's the cheapest owner. Oh, the cheapest owner gave the biggest contract in NFL free agency history? That doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? But Matty Ghost, as for, put the cheap stuff aside, I think last year Raheem Morris probably had a little bit of a cockiness to himself of, hey, I'm going to develop Rook, and I'm going to develop Braylon Trice, and they're going to be impact rookies. And unfortunate that Trice suffered a torn ACL, and Rook just wasn't maybe as pro-ready as Atlanta was either hoping for or banking on or expecting. But let's spin the Bean Boozle wheel. $10 super chat, we do a Bean Boozle. I got cappuccino or liver and onions.
The liver and onions is rough.
It's kind of like a maroon color one. I think I might see it. All right, which one are you? I think it's this one. Is it that one? No, that's pomegranate or bandage. I think it's this one. That's the same color. All right. What the hell is it? One of the brown ones? I think it's this one for sure. All right, here we go. Cappuccino or liver and onions? What do you think I'm going to get? I got lucky the first time. Can the streak continue? No. Oh. That's either the worst tasting cappuccino ever, or that's what liver and... It's so bad, actually. This is not for the camera. Jen, if you're curious, order Bean Boozle and find out for yourself. The disgusting ones are disgusting. And they linger. They hang around.
I'm still tasting burnt rubber.
I need a new $10 super chat just so I can get like cappuccino and get that taste out of my mouth. All right. Waiting on Browns and welcome. So I want everyone to show Allie Barefoot a ton of love in the chat. She's offering to do a beer. What's wrong? Oh yeah, I know. I feel like Cleopatra. Like I feel like I'm being carried right now. I'm sitting on a director's chair, which we've had ever since I started working at Chat Sports, and no one's ever sat in it once. I don't know how we ever purchased director's chairs, and it's on top of a crappy little coffee table. Dude, I know.
I would assume the chair would fall apart first.
Okay, you know what, Allie? I've been working on my figure lately, and you just came in here and called me fat as fuck. Twice! You said the table would break, and you said the chair would break. Within 5 seconds, Allie comes in and he goes, look at this fat piece of shit. How is he not sunk to the ground yet?
Director's chairs are notably pieces of shit. They're made terribly.
What's funny is he's going to make us look so tiny.
Okay. Craig, for your $100 super chat, Allie said if someone sends 100 in, she'll do a beer boot or a Happy Dad one. Ooh, can someone? This is a bit ambitious. How about this, Reed? If we can get a $20 super chat, you guys race.
Okay.
$20 super chat, and you guys race. You didn't come prepared? All right, let's see if we can get one first. But yeah, Patriots selected a cornerback. And then I like this pick by the Jags. Jack Kaiser, linebacker from Notre Dame. Raiders pick is in. Who does Las Vegas want to go with here? Is it Shedeur? Is it Shedeur?
If he's going the Raiders.
I feel like the Raiders would be okay with. I feel like the Raiders would be okay with the Circus sounds like embellishing Shedeur, but there's definitely more of an entourage to Shedeur than to say Will Howard. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you can change the word circus to not as impactful or as like flamboyant of a word. They've not got a $20 super chat. If we don't get 20, just no race. That's fine. But I thought a race would be a lot of fun. We'll give it 30 seconds to see if someone can get a $20 in for a super chat. $20 super chat in for a race. How about this question? Who's going to be the next quarterback selected? Shedeur Sanders, Kyle McCord, or Will Howard? I think Kyle McCord. I think Kyle McCord will be. Reed's pouring it, so he's showing a ton of confidence. The Raiders select. That does not sound like how you pronounce Shedeur Sanders. Dante Thornton, Tennessee wide receiver. He is a major. Someone asked earlier for a vertical threat. That's the answer. Whoever you are, I'm very sorry. How can I figure my own alma mater? He was a big play machine, but that's all he did. He just went deep every time. All right. Reed's going to do it anyway for. Here we go. Race is on. That's going to linger. Oh. No, it's okay. I mean, you guys are throwing your body on the line for me right now as I sit here like a Polish prince. I do.
That was funny. It's gonna linger.
It is. I hate Happy Dad burps are the worst because I don't like the fruity smell of it. The Bills have traded either up to 109 or traded out of 109. So Dante Thornton goes to the Raiders at 108. If you wanted a vertical threat receiver, that was your guy. Do we get some more super chats? Oh, we've always seen this one. I'm at like my computer's like at full capacity and it's being very laggy. The Bills and Bears have made a trade. The two swap 4th-round picks, and Chicago gains an extra 5th. So Buffalo is on the clock at 109 with the pick. Zach, Petey, are you going to any Falcons games this year? Also, how many games do you believe the Dirty Birds will win this next season? I can't make any promises on going to games. It's just very difficult with our job due to watch parties. But, Zach, if I do, I'll let you know. As for how many wins, they won 8 games last year. I'm going to go 9-8 this year. Give me 9-8 for the Falcons in 2025. Jerry with a $10 super chat. And then Mark with a $10 super. Did Mark's just come in? Mark Wesley. No, I did not see that one. Was shocked on the Browns QB choice. Mark, you and me, brother. I thought it was a horrible decision. I gave it a D. Like, it's just going to be right there with Siaki Ika and Anthony Schwartz, where it's not going to be a draft killer, but you did just waste a 3rd-round draft pick. I would have much rather have had Kyle McCord. I would have rather had literally Kyle McCord, Will Howard, or Shedeur Sanders. Mark, you and me, bad pick with Dillon Gabriel. And I feel bad when I have to say stuff like that because, I mean, Dillon Gabriel just had, an incredible night. He got drafted, and then all he hears is the entire fan base hates the pick. And I can't even begin to know what that feels like. Like, are you sad? Are you shocked? Are you surprised? Are you motivated? I don't know which of those 3 you're feeling like most of. Mark, you think Sawyer will still be there when the Browns pick? Let's see what the Bills do right here, because I could see them going past right. Oh, they took Deion Walker. He's the big fella from Kentucky. Ginormous. Well over 300 pounds. 300 and how much? Reed, can you look at the screen? 331 and 6'7". Now, the production was great in 23, wasn't very good in 2024. But he could be a disruptor for a team if he's able to harness all 6'7", 330 pounds. Mark, I think there's a chance. I mean, I can't say that I know definitively what the Dolphins and the Colts and, the 49ers are going to do before Cleveland's on the clock, which isn't for another about 15 picks. Atlanta's coming up. They're about 8 picks away. Oh, yeah, Bean Boozle time for you. And we got Jerry with a $10 super chat. So let's get Jerry's on screen.
Well, this one's mine.
Yeah. Okay. You got...
I forgot that I don't have my mic on.
Oh, you got a good one. Either Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks.
No, Stinky Socks sucks.
All right, you ready? Good catch. Here we go. Reed was unlucky the first time. There you go.
What's funny is it is 11:30, 12:30 Eastern, 10:30 Mountain Time, and I'm drinking a Happy Dad with a jelly bean.
Yeah, and it might be Sticky Socks jelly bean.
All right.
Face is not looking good. I think Reed just had his laundry. Ooh. Tough scene.
Oh
Jerry,
God.
you're up next.
How the hell do they get it to taste like
I
dirty
don't know.
socks?
There are some evil scientists that come up with these horrible tasting flavors. All right, Jerry, $10 super chat. Yeah. We'll get Jerry's super chat on. We'll reset the bottom two so you guys see all the picks that have been made, and we'll kind of run them up to the end of round 4 or whatever round that is. And then once that round, we've gone through it, we'll go back to the beginning. Oh, I know. I just want to let you know. All right, Jerry. Oh. Actually, good news, Jerry. It's cappuccino and liver and onions again. So the odds are in my favor after striking out the first time to get cappuccino this time. There's more than just like one of each, too, so it's not like a guarantee. There's a lot in here. Where are you? Aha. There you are. Please be cappuccino. You're not going to believe it.
Oh, no! Not again! You need to wash it down? Do you need, like,
I get liver and onions back to back. I think I genuinely know what wet dog food tastes like. And this is it. That's so gross. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, the odds. I better get cappuccino next time. Yeah. While we're waiting for the next pick to come in from the Jets, I do have to give a quick shout out to our friends over. Oh, the Jets pick is in. It is Georgia wide receiver, Arian Smith. Not a great first name. Not a great first name. A little bit of a World War II reference right there. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off or first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA or MLB tickets. You can get 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more with their last minute deals. So check out Game Time and take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. Jets pick is in. Now we've got the Falcons are coming up, by the way. They are in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks away from now. So Atlanta's creeping up. If the Falcons do not trade out of this pick, they will not select again until round 7. And while they've already made 2 trade-ups in this draft, I feel somewhat confident they will not trade up again because they've already borrowed a first and a fifth from next year's draft. So they just don't have a lot of ammunition for 2025 to use from. All right? They are like the federal government. They just keep printing money, and eventually, well, I wouldn't say you run out, but you're going to have to stop borrowing from yourself or from China. How do you get back-to-back? Jerry, your heart was in the right place. You said cappuccino. Yep. Kathy, when I was pregnant, I had to eat liver 2 to 3 times a week because of low iron. What is cooked? Is cooked liver good? I like to think all those exotic meats are just like really tough, tender meats. They don't actually taste bad, but they don't have a lot of flavor. Oh, an Australian. Eagles select Ty Robinson, big fatty from Nebraska. Defensive tackle. He's strong, too, which I know they're all strong. He's really strong. He's 6'5", Ty Robinson. How much does he weigh? 288, so he's not going to be a nose tackle, but he is a really strong, which maybe he gets kicked out to defensive end at the next level. Maybe they have him put on, 5-6 pounds and get him closer to 300 so he does not get pushed around as much by offensive linemen. But Ty Robinson, I think this is a very good pick for Philly, who lost Milton Williams in free agency. They add Jahad Campbell, Andrew Makuba, and Ty Robinson. 3 guys who were excellent on their respective teams. Philly going all defense. They've only picked 3 times in the first 111 selections. They don't have a lot of vacancies in that starting lineup, right? They're going to bring almost all their guys back. So they are just stockpiling picks for next year and the year after that, which is a pretty good mindset when you don't have a bunch of vacancies for 2025. I respect Philly's draft strategy. Yep. We have an awesome deal. It's unfortunately just for the Browns chat, so Falcons and Broncos, I don't have a hat for you guys, but my boss got Browns Report hats. So if you would like to get entered into a raffle to win a Browns Report hat, $5 Venmo at Matthew Petey, and we'll add you to a raffle to win this hat. We've given out one each day, so if you want to get one, get some Browns Report gear, but also support the channel at the same time, $5 Venmo only at Matthew Petey, and we'll toss you into that raffle. Corey Dots, the damn Bengals will steal Jack Sawyer. That's a fact. I've never been more confident in anything before. When do the Bengals pick next, though? We'll look at who's picking next. Saints pick is in. Then it's the Niners. Atlanta's picking in a little bit here, so Falcons fans, strap in. We've got a super chat coming in from Pineapple Breeze. First things, though, Saints right now, then the Niners, then Carolina, then Arizona, followed by Miami. This could be the Jack Sawyer destination, Corey. Falcons, what do the Falcons do? Who do you want the Falcons? Maybe if you have a name specifically, which we'll look at the best available in a moment, but maybe what position you want your team to draft next. And then when do the Browns pick in round? They don't go all the way until 126. Denver is not in round 4. They're not till round 5 and 6. They only have 2 picks for day 3. Anyone want to guess, by the way, how many picks the Ravens have today? Anyone not named Reed want to guess how many picks the Ravens have today? 11. They're going to bundle those and move up for sure. I'm a little surprised they haven't already. There are still a lot of players from Daniel Jeremiah's top 100 available at pick 112. Pineapple, we'll get to your super in a moment. First things first, who are the best players out there? I like this guy a lot. I like this guy a lot. I like the value for this guy, right? You may not think Shedeur is going to be that great of a quarterback. I personally don't think he's going to be a long-term starter. But it's in round 4. Like, it is a quarterback, right? It's worth the risk. If you miss, okay, you probably weren't going to hit. Is it International Day? We've gone from Germany to now Paris. I know it is, but this is like a little bit extra, I feel like.
Whoever gets Dillon Sampson's going to be pretty happy.
I want this name to be butchered by this Frenchie. Give her a tough name. Danny Stutzman, Oklahoma linebacker. So the Sooner linebacker shoots gaps well. Stopping power tackler, as Daniel Jeremiah points out. He goes to New Orleans. Can we peek read at the Saints draft so far? Because when the draft is over, I'm going to come up with a list of my 3 favorite teams drafts and my 3 least favorite teams drafts. New Orleans, this is going to sound a little bit exaggerated. I'm being honest when I say I don't think any of these 4 players will get a second contract from New Orleans. A reach, old, who, pick 93. I won't be too harsh, but I won't be too complimentary.
How old will Tyler Shuck be when his rookie contract is up?
If he gets his 5th-year option picked up, he'll be 30. Right, he's 25 right now. So going into year 2, he'll be 26. Going into year 3, he'll be 27. Going into year 4, he'll be 28. Going into year 5, he'll be 29. So going into his 5th year of the NFL, he'll be 30 by week 1. He'll be 29 when the 5th year. I mean, not when the 5th year option is picked up, but the offseason going into year 5, he'll be 29. But when he's playing on his 5th year option, he'll be 30 years old. This might be the best pick the Saints have made so far. I seriously think they have bombed this draft. It starts with the first 2 picks, which have to be the moneymakers. Bad picks by New Orleans. Super chats coming in here. Corey Dots, and then we have one from Broncos. OMFG, I figured it out. Slap in the face to Shedeur if you make him Mr. Irrelevant. At this point, here's my kind of also like work. I wouldn't say theory, but take. Any team that picks Shedeur Sanders, Shedeur's going to be mad at that team for not picking him earlier, which is not uncommon, right? A lot of times, like players go, I can't believe I was passed by 32 teams. It's like, well, one team did pick you. They passed on me earlier. But I believe that Shedeur is going to be pissed that he was even passed by that team. Like, he'll be on the phone with them going, why didn't you pick me earlier? Like, oh, well, that's awkward. C.J. West, the Indiana defensive tackle, goes to the 49ers. I liked West potentially for both Denver and Atlanta as an interior guy, a run stopper who shows some pass rush potential. And then Pineapple Breeze with a $2 super chat. Browns report $40 away from 100, the last of our 3 channels, which we're live on 3 different channels, by the way. Browns, Broncos, and Falcons from Chat Sports to reach 100. So really appreciate everyone who's made a lot of generous donations already. What do you think of Marcus Bowe from Purdue? I don't have, like, let me pull up my notes. I don't have a strong opinion. I'll start there. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I watched Purdue's offensive line a lot last year to go, well, that's someone that I got to get some eyes on. Let's do a little Marcus Bowe breakdown, shall we? I know to pronounce Bowe, so. All right, 6'4", 302 pounds, so, pretty good size. He was a 3-year starter for the Boilermakers. He missed half of 2023. Last year for Purdue, honorable mention, all Big Ten player. 3-year starter, like I said. Dane Brugler says he needs to continue developing his play strength and consistency through contact, but his athletic body control and skilled hands are the foundation of a player who will compete for NFL starting snaps. Reminiscent of Zach Tom. So not a bad comp right there, and would not be a bad player to get. You know what I mean? If you get a player like Ben Powers out of Marcus Bowe, that'd be a pretty good guard altogether. If I ever just randomly sink to the ground, it's because I'm sitting on a chair or sitting on a table. Papa T with a super chat. Hater. What happened to our 111th pick we got from the Panthers yesterday? Traded it with the Eagles to get to 101 to select Savion Jones, defensive end out of LSU. Do we have that trade? You want to show that trade to him? Papa T. Self-inflicted as Sanders goes. Too hot, right? Sup, boys. Keep rocking. Papa T, thank you. You've been one of our biggest supporters for all 3 days of the draft. Really appreciate it, my man. Yeah, my computer's got complete frozen. So here's where pick 111 went. You swapped fourths, and you also gave up your 6. A decent penny to pay, right? To move up 10 spots, you'd think, only 4-round swap here. So, yeah, you had to toss in your 6. Atlanta's pick coming up very soon. Right now, Carolina's pick is in. It is Georgia running back Trevor Etienne. So the Panthers go with another running back in back-to-back drafts within the first 4 rounds. Jonathan Brooks, I don't know if his career will ever really get going with 2 knee injuries the last 2 years. Arizona's next, then Miami, then Indianapolis, then Atlanta. Browns are about 12 spots from now. And Denver is not in this round altogether unless they trade into it. You guys want some trivia? Yeah. All right. If you know the answer, don't spoil it. Let me get the exact question in front of me. I've got some. I have a lot of trivia, actually. All right. Since 2000, 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks have been drafted in day 3. If we get a $100 super chat, my boss is going to come in here and do a beer bat. Any of our 3 Browns, Broncos, Falcons channels right now, who wants to see my boss Brett Scott do a beer bat? That'd be awesome.
He is not a drinker either.
No.
This is a.
You're going to see a business college guy do a beer bat.
Yes. $100 super chat
Raw
right
School
now.
of Business from Michigan. 4 quarterbacks have made multiple Pro Bowls that were drafted in 2000 or later.
Wait, say it again.
4 quarterbacks have made multiple Pro Bowls that were drafted in day 3 since 2000. So day 3 quarterback
Tom
pick.
Brady, obviously.
Tom Brady, yes. He has 15 Pro Bowls. He was a 2000 day 3 draft pick. There are 3 more quarterbacks.
Was Russell Wilson round 3 or day 3?
Great question. Russell Wilson was a round 3 pick.
Damn.
Jalen Milroe might be the next Russell Wilson for Seattle.
Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy has not made multiple Pro Bowls.
Not even 2?
No.
Damn. Only 1?
I guess so, yeah. He wouldn't have made it. Remember, his first year was in 2023. He didn't make it then. So that leaves 4 and 5. And I don't think he made it in 5. Three more quarterbacks in addition to Tom Brady taken in day 3 of the draft since 2000 who have made multiple Pro Bowls. Austin wants to go with the best available corner. Yeah, never a bad idea to stock up at that position. Yeah, both these. Yes, we out of the two out of these 3 quarterbacks are still active.
Oh, Dak.
Don't look at the chat, but Green Cat got it.
Dak.
Dak as well. Yep,
Okay.
Dak. Yep.
I didn't look at the chat. I'm not looking at the chat at all.
Aaron Rodgers was the first-round draft pick. Texans just traded up with the Dolphins to take at 116. Peyton Manning was the first overall draft pick. Is the Broncos stream chat working? My computer's frozen. One more time. We're talking about quarterbacks selected in day 3 of the draft. Aaron Rodgers was the 24th overall draft pick. Kirk Cousins is one of the other 2. Yeah. The other one is a little bit tougher. He has not played in a while. When he did play, he was good. He made 2 Pro Bowls, but he has not played in the league in over 10 years. Maybe over 15 years. Pardon? Matt Hasselbeck, good question. A good guess. No. Hasselbeck was drafted in 98. But he played in the same era as Matt Hasselbeck. Big Ben was a first-round pick. Yeah, Big Ben was first-round pick. Jeep Wolf, the Browns have not made a pick yet. Michael, I swear, Georgia Will is just F with me. He's naming first overall picks. Flacco was a first-round pick. Carson Palmer was first overall. Brock Purdy has not made multiple Pro Bowls yet. Cool guy got it. Cool guy got it. It is Mark Bulger. Good job, cool guy. Jason, the question was, since 2004 quarterbacks have made multiple Pro Bowls that were selected in day 3 of the NFL draft. Those 4 were Kirk Cousins, Dak Prescott, Mark Bulger, and Tom Brady. I really hate that Tom Brady went in round 6 because now every team just defends all day 3 picks with Brady was a 6-rounder. He is 1 in a million. That can't be what you bet on. Pick is in for Houston. What are they going to do after trading up, giving up a future third? Woody Marks. I mean, they did need a new. Joe Mixon's up in the age column. I don't know why everyone hates Dillon Sampson. It was a mistake. Scored a lot of touchdowns. Not easy to do that. 5 touchdowns and field goals. Get a good kicker. So it's the
question.
Colts.
Do we see a kicker go in the draft?
I don't think it's a very good kicker class.
Don't hate on my guy Ryan Fitzgerald from Florida State.
I have no idea who that is, so I will hate. I don't think it's got like an insane kicker. Second round pick. Atlanta is just a few picks away. What position do you want the Falcons to pick? A few more supers to catch up on. Sawyer's still available for Cleveland. The Browns are about 9 to 10 picks away. Rams have traded up with the Indianapolis Colts. After the Rams, it is going to be Atlanta on the clock.
Do you remember when?
Let's peek at the rest of the supers and then best player available. Football prods. Imagine being drafted in the NFL and your pick comes in from like Paris or Mexico. I don't know if that's a cool or like a, damn, I kind of wish I had a more traditional pick. What are the chances the Browns make the playoffs this year? And who's most likely to be QB in week 1? Most likely to be QB in week 1, I'll say Joe Flacco. Chances? I don't think it's, insanely low. We're talking about the NFL, the biggest parity league ever. People go from worst to first to worst every single year. The Texans were picking second last a few years ago and were winning a playoff game just 10 months later. So, chances, I don't know how to give you a percentage, but better than you probably are giving, better than what the public wants to give it credit for. Palak, what do you think about the Broncos drafting Tej Johnson? If he's there in round 6, sure, why not? You already took 1 wide receiver. You took 2 last year. I don't know if you have any more room for receivers. I don't think Denver's going to add another wideout. You're just running out of roster spots. You've already got locks to make the roster in Sutton, Mims, Vele, Troy Franklin, and now you toss in your 3rd-round pick, Pat Bryant, Tony Sheffield, who you signed. I'm out of room for another rookie wide receiver. Rams take running back Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn. Does Sanders get drafted at all? Yes. Surely some team is going to take him.
Great picture. Great profile picture, Robert.
What is that? I can't really see.
It's Allen Iverson stepping over Tyronn Lue.
Ah, yes. Jack Sawyer, he is there. Sawyer is available. Atlanta is on the clock. We'll update the on the clock for you right now. The Falcons are on the clock here. Falcons are on the clock. Who do you want Atlanta to take? Let's peek at the best players available. Is it Shedeur? Are they going to run it back-to-back years? Falcons pick is in. Falcons pick is in. At 118, this is their first selection of day 3, and they don't pick again until round 7. So they got to make this pick count. They do not pick in the next 2 rounds, barring a trade. So Atlanta at 118, which we're going to do a full breakdown on the selection for our Falcons viewers. Falcons pick is being announced from Germany. Atlanta's pick is Falcons take Billy Bowman, safety out of Oklahoma. Great player. A little curious to see them go safety in back-to-back rounds. But if you like going best player available, Billy Bowman was one of the best players on the board at this spot. So Atlanta goes with Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman in rounds 3 and 4. 2 safeties selected by Atlanta towards the middle portion of the draft. So we're going to do a complete breakdown of this pick here. The NFL comp given out is Quandre Diggs for Bowman. He was a multi-year starter for Oklahoma. He's got great IQ, great play recognition, great ball skills, 6 interceptions in 2023. So we'll tell you everything you got to know about the newest member of the Atlanta Falcons. Okay. You let him know our game plan, Reed? Yep. I'm ready when you guys are ready. Or more importantly, when Reed is ready. Bengals pick. Let me see who the Bengals take, because I feel like this is going to be Jack Sawyer. Who does Cincinnati go with at 119? Give me your kind of an instant reaction, though. Like, Xavier Watts followed by Billy Bowman. 2 safeties. It's not common to see teams add a lot of safety help in the draft. I'm ready. Here we go. Yours kind of hurt. With the Falcons' 4th-round draft pick, they went with safety Billy Bowman out of Oklahoma. We're going to break down this selection on Falcons today. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. Matthew Peterson here, recapping what Atlanta has done so far in the NFL draft. Beginning with the Denton Ryan product from Denton, Texas, who was a 3-year starter for the Sooners, just a little over an hour away from where he grew up. So let's tell you everything you got to know about this pick, about him as a player, and then my thoughts on Atlanta's draft altogether as they make their 4th out of 5 selections in the NFL draft. So, first thing you got to know is you're getting a bit of a playmaker. In 3 years for the Sooners, he had 11 career interceptions, including 6 in 2023. That season, 13 starts, first team All-American, first team All-Big 12. Then in 2024, not quite as productive as he was in his junior year. Just 2 interceptions. His tackles went down. His tackles for loss went down. But he was still a quality player on the field. He won Oklahoma's highest annual honor in 2024, the Don Key Award. So I think you're getting a high-quality human being, which in day 3 of the draft, beggars can't be choosers to say the least here. Now, from a physicality standpoint, he's not the biggest cat in the world. He's a little over 5'10". He's 192 pounds. So he's not someone who's going to impose his will on players, but he is going to use his instincts, his IQ, his play recognition, and his just feel for the game and the defense to put himself in positions to be successful. Average athleticism, 4.42 40-yard dash. He's not going to be the fastest guy in the field, but he's probably not going to be someone that you can easily outrun in a foot race. So he may not be everyone's traditional NFL prototypical height or weight size. I think the strength part of his game needs to continue a little bit. So does the tackling, as Tom Downey points out. But hey, you're picking, in the middle of round 4, and you're getting the 84th overall player from Tom Downey's big board, the number 6 safety, which we'll talk about the safety position in a moment here. yeah, I'm not going to be too judgmental with this pick. So I like the Billy Bowman pick because I like Billy Bowman as a player. And if you're getting a good player in day 3 of the draft, I don't think you should be too focused on your need. You are trying to find players that you think, hey, can this guy make it in the league? Can this guy be something for us in 2 to 3 years? Even if that's just a rotational player for us, even if that's just a quality special teamer, can we find someone who can make an impact, even if it's not a big one? And Bowman in round 4 is probably as close as you're going to get to finding someone who could make that type of impact. Now, we'll talk about Atlanta's draft as a whole in more detail in just a moment here, and just final thoughts on who Bowman is as a player. But I do want to remind everyone to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get to 35,250 subscribers. We are less than 100 away from that, quarter milestone. So please, if you haven't yet, scroll on down and click that subscribe button. Now, final thoughts on Bowman, and then we'll talk about what Atlanta has done so far in the draft. So going into the NFL draft, this is what Atlanta's safety room looks like. You can add Xavier Watts, third-round pick from Notre Dame, consensus All-American safety, who they got late last night, and Bowman to this depth chart. It's a little bit of overkill at safety. I mean, you signed Jordan Fuller, who started for the Rams, who played for the Panthers last year, who I expect to be the initial starter for this team. But over the course of training camp, watch for Xavier Watts to push him for that starting job. But still, I like DeMarco Helms, who missed all of last year with an ankle injury. So you've got 4 quality safeties, and usually you carry 4 onto a roster. So that's probably going to be your 4 for the 53-man roster. And hey, they may not all have a starting position early on, but we always talk about getting the best player out there. Billy Bowman, definitely one of the best players at pick 118. Here's what Dane Brugler said about him. Bowman falls short in size and strength categories, but he is among the best safeties in this class in terms of football IQ, movement skills, and competitive urgency. His disruptive versatility on the back end will force teams to consider how much they are willing to compromise on desired size. Before we get on with the rest of our breakdown for Atlanta's draft, I do want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at House of Atlas. That's a new shaving company that gifted us one of their razors, and honestly, I'm kind of blown away by it. Not only does it look insanely sleek sitting in my bathroom, but it gives me an incredibly close shave. The coolest part is the precision trim edge that's revealed by flipping back the strip for straight edges and detailing. And now for a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. So use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. So, final 2 cents on Billy Bowman, and then we're going to look at the rest of Atlanta's picks so far in the NFL draft and what is next with only one more selection due for the Dirty Birds. But if you want, the ultimate elevator pitch on Billy Bowman, high IQ, lots of experience, good ball skills, lack of size and strength, but I think is going to be in the league as a rotational safety for a round 4 selection. Can't argue with that. I like what Atlanta has done, and like is an understatement. You got 2 immediate starters in round 1. Yeah, you definitely, paid a little bit to get James Pierce, but you got the guy you wanted at 15 at 26, and you got the guy you never thought you'd ever get at 15. So sure, it may be a little bit of an investment, but I think long-term, Atlanta's going to be very happy with these trades. Then you've got Xavier Watts, an All-American safety from Notre Dame, who was incredible last year for the Fighting Irish. If you want ball skills, if you want guys who can just come up with big, game-changing interceptions, look no further than the player with 13 picks over the last 2 years for the Fighting Irish. And now Billy Bowman, who we talked about. The Falcons have one more selection in round 7. I've said twice now, I don't think they're going to trade up, and they've traded up both times, so what do I know? But this time I truly do believe they're probably tapped out when it comes to trading up. And I don't think they're going to feel the pressure to. I think they're going to look at their first 3 picks and go, starter, starter, starter. They're going to look at Billy Bowman and go, we just got a really good backup at worst or a good rotational piece at safety. So Atlanta's probably very content with the draft they've had so far. Round 7, impossible to guess who they could be getting at that spot right there. Position-wise, maybe an offensive lineman. Maybe they take a crack at a new center. I mean, Ryan Newsel needs a new backup. He's now the starter, so that's a spot to watch for right there. I mean, Javon Gwynn was a 7th-round pick a few years ago from South Carolina, so he could slot over there. But I would keep an eye on the interior offensive line as a spot Atlanta could go, hey, let's bring some more competition here. Wide receiver, you can never have enough playmakers. Teams are always going to gravitate towards players that score touchdowns, so that's a possibility. Tyler Algier, there's been some trade conversations, chatter. I don't think they're going to move him. If they do, even then, they took Jace McClellan last year out of Alabama, so they probably feel good about putting him in there. Ignore Avery Williams. He left in free agency, so it's Bijan, Algier, and Jace as your RB 1, 2, and 3. But overall, you look at Atlanta's linebackers right now. You added Jalen Walker and James Pierce, who I expect to be day 1 starters for this team. If they're not starting by week 1, they're getting rotated in a ton, and they are definitely going to have a big role early on. Defensive line you invested in last year. You took Rook, you took Brandon Dorless, and you took, Zion Logue's no longer on the team, but you took 2 players on the interior side of things a year ago. You added Morgan Fox in free agency. You brought back Contavious Street. So while you may feel like, hey, long-term it'd be good, short-term there's not that pressing need to help out the interior defensive line. So looking over Atlanta's selections one more time through rounds 1 through 4, give me a grade for the Falcons draft. I'm going to give them an A. I think they have had one of the best drafts altogether. So I think this has been a very good picks by Atlanta. I'm giving the Falcons an A on the entirety of the 2025 NFL draft. Really appreciate everyone who's been watching all of our draft content. It's day 3, so we're starting to, lose a little bit of that flame. I literally had to get a chair out just to wheel my old butt in here and stick out another 7 hours of the draft. So if you haven't yet, scroll on down and click that subscribe button. I've got horrible news for Browns fans. No. Pittsburgh took Jack Sawyer. The Pittsburgh Steelers just took Jack Sawyer. The Pittsburgh Steelers just took Jack Sawyer. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, just a moment. Yeah. What's happened so far? Here, I'll mute yourself.
We got Barrett Carter to the Bengals, linebacker from Clemson. Gunnar Helm, tight end out of Texas. I liked him. We got David Walker. Oh, wait, did I miss one? No. David Walker, edge out of Central Arkansas to the Bucks. Lathan Ransom, safety out of Ohio State. I liked him as well. 2 Ohio State guys going back-to-back. Jack Sawyer going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That one stings a little bit. Packers pick is in. We'll see who they get, but I liked Lathan Ransom.
Yeah, these are all some good picks right here. Sawyer, I'm sorry, Browns fans. You went from wanting him to now hating him. So the Browns pick is coming up soon. Who do you want the Browns to take? Who do you want the Browns to select? We have 413 people watching on our Falcon stream, 163 likes. Would love to get to 200 likes. Our Brown stream is 12 likes away from 200. And our Broncos stream is 9 likes away from 100. The Green Bay Packers, the host of the NFL Draft, making the pick. Yeah, I guess so. Roger Goodell is calling this a special pick. Is this going to be Shedeur? No. I have no idea what makes Barron. Oh. Why is he at the draft? This player has been in the green room the entire time. Huh? I've never heard of anyone who is guaranteed to not go round 1, go to the green room. Yeah. I mean, like, guys go to the green room and they don't get drafted in round 1. I'm not going to lie, I like this walk-up they have. It's a long walk, but they've got a mirror and your hat waiting for it there. I mean, good for him for being so patient. He's waited till pick 124. He's been there since pick 1, apparently. Edge rusher out of Texas. So it goes Chargers, then Browns. Cleveland is 2 picks away. That is cool. Baron Sorrell to the Green Bay Packers. Who do you want Cleveland to take? Do they go quarterback again? I thought there'd be a good chance they could draft 2 quarterbacks to begin with because why not? Why not spread your chips a little bit, right? Why bet on red when you can bet on red and black? In this situation, it's probably more greens than usual, but still, I don't hate the idea of going quarterback again at some point in the draft if you're Cleveland. Falcons do not pick again until risk killing me all of a sudden. Until round 7. Denver does not pick until round 5. Broncos pick round 5 and round 6. Cleveland picks rounds 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, while we're waiting for the Browns pick at 126, for anyone that's just recently tuning in, we have a fun Super Chat menu today. We're going to do a jersey raffle for any rookie that was drafted over these 3 days. We'll do 3 raffles. So we'll put all of our viewers, all the $5 Super Chat plus from our Broncos, Falcons, and Browns channels into one big raffle, which we'll do 3 different times. And if you want to be added to that $5 Super Chat, $10 Super Chat will add you to our Bean, or not add you, sorry. We'll do Bean Boozle. Bean Boozle is this jelly bean game where some of them taste delicious, some of them taste disgusting. So, wet dog. My favorite flavor is banana all time, and I do not want wet dog. $10 Super Chat will do Bean Boozle. $20 Super Chat, I'm going to write you a personalized letter with all of my thoughts on your team's draft picks. So if you send a $20 Super Chat in, email me your address, matthew@chatsports.com. $100 Super Chat, which we've gotten 2 of so far. One from Frank on our Broncos channel, and then we also got one on our Falcons channel from Craig Hurst. So shout out to you guys for going above and beyond to support us here. If you want to be the MVP of your channel stream, $100 Super Chat. It would just go a super long way. Plus, the last time we got a $100 Super Chat, we got someone to come in and do a beer boot race here, which would be a lot of fun.
I was going to say, if somebody sends in a $100 Super Chat, I'm going to shotgun a beer.
There we go.
I'm shotgunning a beer. I'm excited. I need to get a little bit going. We got 348 people on Falcons. I have so many monitors that I have to look at, but 540 on Browns and 207 on Broncos. If somebody sends in $100, I'm shotgunning a beer. Fuck it.
Ray, get the dog bowl out. No dog bowl. I'm sorry. I haven't shed all these, shed them for the wedding by drinking beer. So I've got to stay true. It's been very tough. Like today, they got breakfast tacos. I had to just had to eat the eggs inside the breakfast taco. Couldn't even have the tortilla.
By the way, DJ Moore, I see you said I'm not donating. I am not sure why I'm subbed to this channel, to be honest. Name says Broncos Breakdown, but they worry about Atlanta and Cleveland more. The only reason for that is because PD is the host, and I'm PD's producer. So we do the Broncos, Falcons, and Browns channel here at Chat Sports. Not every host is to a team. Sometimes you have to double up, even triple up. So PD tries his best to give his focus and love to each channel. I think he does a great job. So if you hear us talking about the Browns for a little bit, as well as the Falcons, that's probably why. But if you don't want to donate, that's fine. As long as you hang out with us and have fun and get active in the chat, that's all we really care about. The super chats are all more of just, supporting us. And if you like the free content that we give, currently the NFL draft, they got a Jersey Mike's commercial on. We don't. We're hanging out, talking to you guys, having fun.
We're trying to do Bean Boozle.
Yeah. So
show me a Jersey Mike's commercial. They had Danny DeVito do Bean Boozle.
So DJ, if you don't want to hang out with us, that's cool. No hard feelings or anything, but it's just the situation that we got that he covers 3 teams. So, but we try and do our best to give the focus to each team as much. But DJ, appreciate you for being in the chat either way.
All right. We are waiting for the Browns pick. Chargers are on the clock right now. The pick is in. Then Cleveland is next at 126. Denver not. Oh my goodness. Rose, a $100 super chat. And then a $10 super chat on our Broncos stream. I lied. Unless Denver traded up, Denver is picking round 4. I really thought they were just 5 and 6. I could be the ultimate fake news media. Oh, I think they swapped their 4th round pick. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Maybe Denver's just 4 and 5, but not 6 and 7. I can't even pretend to know at this point. There's so many trades. Do it, Reed. No balls. Do it, Reed. No, do it over there. It's going to smell. Yeah. I hate the smell. Yeah, I did 2 cam. There we go. Rose, thank you for your super chat. I want everyone to spam Rose, by the way. Chargers are making their pick right now. And then the Browns are on the clock. They go with Kyle Kennard, edge rusher out of South Carolina. Cleveland is on the clock. Who do you want the Browns to take? Oh, actually save their shotgun for afterwards because the Browns pick is in. So we're going to break down the Browns draft pick, and then Rose will do the shotgun because the Browns pick is already in. I just saw it leaked to me. And I like it. I like it. No, you don't look. You don't look. You don't look. Okay. I know the Browns draft pick. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And if you can pick up my drift here, you can probably understand why I like this pick a lot. All right. Yep. With pick 126, the Cleveland Browns make an excellent selection with Dillon Sampson, running back out of Tennessee. So we're going to tell you everything you got to know about the latest member of the Cleveland Browns roster, my thoughts on it on this pick, along with a little bit of what's next to come for Cleveland and all the picks they've made so far in the draft. But overall, I like this pick a lot, and it's not just because of a potential bias I may or may not have. No, I think Dillon Sampson is going to be a very good pick for the Browns, looking back for where they found him in the middle to later stages of round 4. All right, are we ready to break this pick down? Okay, here we go. The Browns just made a terrific pick, in my opinion, going with Tennessee running back Dillon Sampson. As a Tennessee grad, I watched every Vols game last year, and so I know all about Dillon Sampson, and I'm going to share with you everything you need to know about the latest Browns draft pick, and then my thoughts on the entire draft in general, and just what the Browns are going to do next. But some background first on the former 3-star recruit out of Baton Rouge. First thing you got to know is from a size perspective, he's not like Quinshon Judkins. And I think that brings a nice complementary type of running back to the running back room. He's a bit smaller. He's 5'8", 200 pounds. He was extremely productive in his 1 year starting for Tennessee. I'm talking 1,500 yards, 22 touchdowns on the ground, 20 receptions. So he set numerous Tennessee records. When you see 22 touchdowns, you might immediately assume, all right, so he was a goal line merchant, right? No, not the case. He averaged nearly 6 yards a carry. He had plenty of long runs as well. Scored 36 touchdowns in 35 games for the Volunteers throughout his entire Tennessee career, putting up 20 touchdowns his last year, 22 touchdowns his last year, 13 combined through his first 2 seasons for the Vols. I love this pick. I think you are getting something that complements Judkins quite nicely, right? You want a thunder and lightning? Here's your lightning. At the NFL Combine, he did not run a 40-yard dash. However, at the Pro Day in Knoxville, he ran a 4.42 40-yard dash. Just really quick here, compare that to Judkins. Can you pull that up, Reed? Because I think you're going to find that these are two guys that complement each other nicely. Yeah, 4.48. So you are getting a faster back and quicker burst and acceleration and agility in Dillon Sampson, whereas Judkins is going to be more of your kind of Nick Chubb style of back of, hey, on 3rd and 3, can you help run a linebacker over for the first down? I love this tandem right here, and I think this signals a major shift in the future for the Browns running back room. One, I don't see a world where Nick Chubb comes back right now. You drafted 2 running backs, and you already had a couple of backs on that roster that you felt like would probably be there as well for next season. I mean, looking at Cleveland's running back room here, you've got Dillon Sampson and Quinshon Judkins joining it. Jerome Ford still has a year or 2 left on his rookie contract. Pierre Strong is valuable in special teams, but he's kind of the odd man out. So I think what the Browns might do is this. I think they're going to roll with Judkins, Sampson, and Jerome Ford. I think on passing situations, they're going to rotate a little bit between Judkins and Ford, who are much better pass protectors. Sampson at 5'8", 200 is not someone I want keeping Joe Flacco upright on 3rd and 10 when you're clearly throwing the ball down the field. No, save Dillon Sampson a little bit for some of the early down runs, and then use Judkins on 3rd and short. Use Judkins, I wouldn't say even near the goal line, because Sampson with 22 touchdowns has a nose for the end zone, but I think this is going to be a fun running back tandem. I think this will be, this is big shoes to fill, but I think this is what Kevin Stefanski wants to get back to when he had Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. He had Chubb to run, he had Hunt to receive. It's not identical with these two, because those two were very good at what they did. But I think that's the model that Andrew Berry wants to have, is what he had in Chubb and Hunt 3 years ago now. So Sampson comes over to Cleveland in round 4. I like this pick a lot. We're going to talk a little bit more about it. We'll see what Dane Brugler has to say about this pick. But really quickly, if you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel. We are live for the NFL Draft right now. We've been live since the beginning of round 1. So if you're looking for that level of commitment, scroll on down and click that subscribe button. Help us reach our half milestone of 44,500. Now, Dane Brugler does a great job of covering the NFL Draft. Here are his thoughts on Dillon Sampson. Sampson is undersized by NFL standards, and his inconsistent tempo gets him in trouble. But he is equal parts fast, physical, and slippery as a runner and shows promise as a pass catcher. He can have a Tony Pollard-like impact for an NFL backfield. I think people are going to look at 5'8", 200 and go, oh, the Browns got a receiving scat back. They got a utility guy, right? That's not Sampson. He's fast. He's got good burst. Like, he's got good lateral quickness. He can make all the cuts you want him to make. He may not have prototypical size to help run players over. He may not stand out in pass catching or receiving yet. That's something that coaches need to work on with him. But he's got a good base. And I like this pick a lot for Cleveland for the 100th time already. And yes, as a Tennessee grad, I know I'm a little biased, but I feel like if we can get back to Chubb and Hunt with Judkins and Sampson, that's going to help whoever's playing quarterback out next year a ton. Now, before we move on to the rest of my analysis of this draft pick and what's next for Cleveland in the NFL draft, I do want to give a big special shout out to our sponsor today, which is House of Atlas. After years of trying to get some facial hair going and never really put anything together, I've decided, you know what, let's just go clean shaven. And House of Atlas is a great way to do that. First of all, the Atlas razor looks sick. It has a sleek design, easy to hold and maneuver with a nice weight to it. And for a limited time, they're offering Browns fans 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you're going to love it as much as I did. All right, kind of some final thoughts on Sampson as a player and where the Browns kind of go next in the draft and the moves they made so far to recap rounds 1 through 4 for Cleveland. But I like this pick. I'm not trying to be a broken record here, but I feel that with Judkins, you maybe thought, all right, they're kind of satisfied at running back. No, I think we are seeing with the last 4 picks by the Browns, take Dillon Gabriel out, running back, tight end, running back. Does that remind anyone of what Kevin Stefanski did in 2020, 2021, 2022, up until they kind of reshifted things for Deshaun Watson? They had 2 tight ends and 2 backs used often, and that is being exercised in this draft. So clearly Stefanski is getting vocal in the war room with, I want to do this. Give me the manpower to do this. And Sampson is going to help him out in that department. So overall, the Browns have had a great draft except for Dillon Gabriel. It's just a bad pick. Why? For 2 reasons. One, round 3, it's not even about I would take a different quarterback over him. That's partially it for sure. But why don't you get, how about you could get, if they flip-flop these picks, I think everyone would view it differently probably. Am I wrong? If they went with Sampson in round 3 and Gabriel in round 4, the tone would be so different. But the Browns did a great job early in the draft. Mason Graham should hopefully be this team's Cam Hayward, Geno Atkins, Haloti Ngata for the next decade. Now, you may not get number 55 like he's looking for. Ethan Posick could put a price tag on it. But Carson Schwesinger, he comes over from UCLA. He's going to be a well-rounded linebacker. Really cool story. 0-star recruit, ends up starting last year for the Bruins, tackling machine in the Big Ten, led the conference in it. He doesn't have maybe one trait where he pops out. He's not the most physically gifted athlete. He wasn't like JOK, who was a screamer coming out of Notre Dame, but he's hopefully going to provide some stability at linebacker year after year and not have it constantly be a revolving door. Then you get Quinshon Judkins, who is going to be hopefully this team's next workhorse back for, 8 to 9 years. And then Harold Fannin led the country in receiving yards and receptions as a tight end for Bowling Green. 1,500 yards, well over 100 grabs, yards after the catch and after contact, demon. And then to open up, to close out day 2 of the draft and to open up day 3, the Browns went with the pick that no one is really on board with, Dillon Gabriel. You took a 5'10", small-handed Hawaiian quarterback to play in Cleveland, Ohio? This has Anthony Schwartz and Siaki Ika written all over it. And then last but not least, Dillon Sampson. The Browns then pick again in round 5 and round 6. They do not have a 7th rounder. So 2 more selections for Cleveland, barring a trade. But how would you grade the Dillon Sampson pick? Give me an A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to give this grade right here like a solid B+. You know, if I give it an A, you're going to call me a homer and completely discredit it. But I really think that Browns fans are going to warm up to this pick and become big fans of Sampson, the player. So give me your grade. We are live right now on the channel, so if you want to get some live coverage of the NFL Draft, make sure you hop on over. If you haven't yet, do me a big favor, subscribe and like today's video as well, and we'll see you for round 5. Yeah. Reed's going to give some shout-outs for a brief second here. We had Jalen Travis go afterwards to Indianapolis, Jalen Lane. I believe Denver's coming up soon. Yeah, they are. Saints are picking right now. Then it is Chicago, Kansas City, then the Broncos, and then we're about to get round 5 underway. Yep.
All right. Oh my God, my mic's all over here. All right. Here's my mic. Hello, everybody. Here we go. Hold on, let me get PD off screen.
I know, it's okay, actually.
Oh, just kidding. All right. Let me see some of the grades. All right, we got Kathy with a B, Old Ironsides with an A, Bruce with a B, David with a B+, Tim with a C. What's up, Tim Green? Zen with a B, Anthony with a C+, Ken G with a B+. Ken G, sup, PD, sup,
Ken G,
Reed,
$10
sup,
super.
Ken G. David Everett, overall grade for the Browns, A-. I like that.
Yeah.
It would have been a plus.
I swear,
except for Dillon
if
Gabriel.
the Browns get a good player in round 5 and you just reorganize some of those picks, it'd be viewed at completely differently. Let's see who the Bears took in. Shedeur Sanders still out there. Really, any team could just go, hey, that's a quality backup. The thing is, at this point, do you want a backup who's a backup that comes with a huge entourage and spotlight and becomes the center of attention? Yeah, you owe Rose a shotgun. Is Laughing Panda coming at me right now? I don't know. You don't worry about that. Just get the shotgun going. All right, Reed's gonna shotgun for Rose's $100 super chat. Everyone spam Rose in the chat to show her some love for showing us so much support. Let's see who the Bears take late in round 4. Early in day 3. Cannonball. Maybe take the headset off so that you don't just expensive yourself. Yeah. Here we go. Shout out to Rose. Oh, the trash is over here. That's going to spread. Oh, that was disgusting. All right, so Denver's coming up soon. Who do you want the Broncos to pick? What position? Reed's going to show the best players available, and then we'll look at the Super Chats right before Denver's pick. Let's take a peek at who Denver could be targeting here. Do you want Shedeur Sanders? For all the Colorado Broncos fans, you're upset that Shedeur's still there. Do you want him to be on your team? After Denver's pick, there's only a few more, and then round 5 is here. Yep. No, let's show them the best players available, please. Who could Denver pick? Chiefs pick is in at 133, then Denver at 134. I'd be happy with any of these two picks right here. Now, there's not really a room for it's not going to be a receiver. I would like Marcus Bowe. Get a good depth piece on the interior of the O-line. Not a bad spot to reinforce a little bit. Cameron Williams is more of a developmental project, but you locked up Bowles and McGlinchey for years to come, so the timing might not be great there. Braden Swinton, I think, is going to be a sleeper and a steal for some team in round 5. Who do you want Denver to pick? We got Smashville. Hey, Pete, I've been watching for like 3 years now. I remember when the channel only had like 3 to 5K on YouTube. It's great to see the growth and the great new very week. Appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in for so long. Love to see, longtime viewers hop in the chat. If anyone's watching right now that's been subscribed for well over a year, let me know so I can just give you a verbal shout out for, being a big, supporter of the channel. Who do you want Denver to take at 134? Atlanta does not pick again until round 7. Cleveland picks the next 2 rounds, but not round 7. Riley and Rose have been subscribed for a long time. Atlantis Gaming has definitely been here since day 1. Daniel Free, Jordan Furlow, Kathy and Tim Green. Jonathan, I've been watching going into 3 seasons at least. Appreciate it, Rupert. Blade, I started watching when Deshaun Watson was traded. That's 3 years ago. April of 2022. Octavio Rodriguez. Fun fact, Octavio Rodriguez from our Broncos channel got our very first ever giveaway. It was a Russell Wilson t-shirt jersey. I'm very sorry about that. MP Jenkins, we're going to do the Jelly Bean wrap-up after the Broncos pick. I promise. Dude, is Germany invading the NFL? We've gone from Berlin to Germany, from German people in Green Bay. It's been nonstop international. Oh, Jalen Royals, wide receiver from Utah State to Kansas City. Good pick for the Chiefs. Bad news for the Broncos. That's a nice pick. He's a good, refined route runner in my eyes. He can win contested catches. He's got good hands. He's athletic. He just missed a little bit of time last year for the Aggies in Utah State, and he also played in the Mountain West, so it just kind of gets overlooked. That's a good selection by KC in round 4. Before Denver picks, should we do a quick Super Chat update on all the supers that have come in? Kenobi, Bean Boozle, and drinking this early in the day is diabolical, but good on you, boys. Appreciate it, Kenobi. Got to keep things light and interesting for day 3 of the NFL draft. There is no doubt about it. All right, Denver's pick is up next. Rose, what'd you think about snagging a corner or safety for the next pick? You can never have enough good corners on a team, like edge rushers. So that'd be a very fine selection, in my opinion. Good thinking, Rose. Kenji, sup Petey, sup Reed. Kenji, we're going to do your Bean Boozle. I'll do Kenji's Bean Boozle right now. Actually, we'll save it for after the Broncos pick. We're going to save the Bean Boozle for after the pick. So give it 15 minutes. How didn't we get Jack Sawyer, but we get Dillon, Gabriel, and a Hawaii native, but he said he doesn't like playing in the snow. Playing in the snow in the video, even though we had an amazing snow game this last season. So I've knocked him for being small and playing in Northeast Ohio. It may not happen in Dillon Gabriel's lifetime for the Browns, but it won't be long until they have a dome. You know what I mean? We're about to have the 2025 season. The Browns are going to play at their current stadium for 2025, 2026, and I'd say 2027. But 2028 could be at a new stadium. That would be a little bit past Gabriel if he even gets a second contract. Brad, thank you for your super chat. We owe you a Bean Boozle as well. Just give us a little bit of time here with Denver's pick about to be in. Any other supers real quick? Next super chat coming in from our Bronco stream. MP Jenkins put 2 electric... what's that? Part 2, Electric Boogaloo, Day 2. Hashtag no to Shedeur, hashtag Shedeur for Subway. I saw the funniest nickname. It was, I want to get it right. Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders. That was so funny. Pick is in for Denver. Who do you want it to be? Give me a position or give me a name, and then we're going to break it all down. Here are the picks they've made so far. Who will they go with one of their last 2 picks? It is in. We'll get it on screen. All right. Good position, I'll say that much. All right. The pick is in for Denver at 134. We'll throw it on as soon as we have it. Come on. Yep. With pick 134 in round 4, the Denver Broncos select Q Robinson, edge rusher out of Alabama. So as always, we're going to tell you everything you need to learn about Robinson, my thoughts on the selection, and then we'll look at Denver's draft altogether. But let's start off with who is Q Robinson and what does he bring to the table for the Broncos. First off, it says edge, which I know is a little bit not confusing, but too much of an umbrella category here. In this situation, he is an outside linebacker. He is 6'4", 243 pounds. Oh, you starting the cut right now? Well, I didn't know if you were waiting for me. Okay. I had started. All right. Let's take 2. I was waiting. I thought you were going to wait forever to hit spacebar. All right, here we go. On the top. With pick 134 in round 4, the Denver Broncos select Q Robinson, edge rusher out of Alabama. So let's tell you everything you need to know about Robinson and then my thoughts on the pick and Denver's draft altogether. First thing is when you see edge, it can be, I would say misleading, but a very, broad term. In this situation with Denver running a 3-4 defense, he is going to be an outside linebacker. He's 6'4", 243. So just does not have the size to play as a defensive end like Zach Allen, for example. Now, he played his entire career for the Crimson Tide. He was there for 5 seasons altogether. He didn't really even start. He didn't start a game until his last year. He missed the last 4 games of the season with an elbow injury. But he's got good athleticism to his game. He's got good outside linebacker size when it comes to his height and his length. He's not going to have the biggest strength at 243, but he flashes the get off, the burst, the bend a little bit as well. He's going to be on the slender-ish side, and so that can cause him to get pushed around or maybe not be the best at setting the edge. From a production standpoint, it's really not there. I mean, he didn't really see the field much at all until his 4th year with the Crimson Tide. In his entire Alabama career, 5.5 sacks and 9.5 tackles for loss. So this is a traits bet, not a, hey, we've seen him do it, but can he do it at the NFL level? So not a lot of experience, but there's something, raw here that could be developed when you look at the athleticism. And in round 4, that's not a bad bet to make right there. So as a rotational player, he played the wolf edge position for the Alabama defense last year. He saw a grand total of 370 defensive snaps in his entire 5-year career for Alabama. For reference, Travis Hunter last year played in just 1 year, like 4 times that. So that's just a scale right there. But overall, I like the pick because I like going with cornerstone positions in day 3 of the draft if you think there's a good player out there. It's a little bit of a head scratcher, just that head scratcher seems a bit dramatic, but a little bit puzzling because you took an edge rusher with your last pick, but that was Savion Jones out of LSU, who was a defensive end. But we're going to look at the entire linebacker room where Robinson will slot in and see, whether or not there's a spot for him to quickly ascend. But if you haven't yet, please go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We're less than 300 subs away from 35,000. So if you have not made the decision to join the #1 Broncos Draft YouTube channel, do it right now. Click that subscribe button. Get more coverage for the rest of the 2025 NFL Draft and beyond. Now, here's what Denver has done so far in the draft. Jahdae Barron, corner from Texas. That's a best play. These are, best player available type pick, right? These are, hey, our guys. They fit what we want to do. We want a running back committee. So we're going to go with R.J. Harvey, who's got some, violence to his game despite his size, saying otherwise. Pat Bryant is like a Kirkland version of Cortland Sutton. And then Savion Jones is a good athletic defensive end from LSU who, somewhat similar to Robinson, didn't quite flash the production, but flashed the potential. That was someone Denver traded back into round 3 for. And then to open up round 4, they went with Q Robinson. They also have, I believe, just one more pick in round 6. So Denver is running short of draft ammunition at this point. But let's take a peek at the Broncos just front 5 in general, see where Robinson is going to call home, because at 243, he ain't playing 5 technique. He's not putting his hand in the ground. I think he's going to be a rotational outside linebacker. It's a little bit of a puzzling pick because you have 4 outside linebackers. Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, 2 guys who are going to be here for the long haul. Jonah Ellis going into year 2, who had a sensational rookie season. I think he led all rookie. Now, he didn't lead all rookies in sacks. He did something that was noteworthy, though. DeAndre Tillman was a UFL, whatever that spring league was, star, comes to Denver, and he makes a pretty good impact in that Buccaneers game. So Robinson's going to slot in behind Ellis. You had 4. Do you need 5 rotational edges? I guess when you're in round 4, if you feel like, hey, this guy's too good of a prospect to pass on, we'll figure out where he fits in, down the road. But we're in the business of getting the best football players. That I can make sense of. But I felt like there were still some other good players available that would have been bigger, positions of need for you. So I'm not here to say I know more about Q Robinson than Sean Payton and George Payton. But I am here to say it doesn't take a rocket scientist to go, you have 4 outside linebackers. I think Robinson's best chance of really seeing the field is pushing DeAndre Tillman for that other edge rusher spot. I would have gone with like a a Marcus Bowe, Purdue offensive guard, unless Denver thought he was just cheeks. I thought adding a little bit more depth to the interior offensive line. Ben Powers could be gone after this year, so you might find a replacement for him in day 3 of this year's draft. Let him practice and develop for a whole year, and then he steps in and takes over in 2026. Or maybe he pushes Luke Wattenberg for that starting center job. That, I think, would have been maybe a better use of this pick, just given the already depth you have at that spot. But that's not the first time Denver has made a pick where they have a lot of depth. Before we look at my other thoughts and the latest on Robinson from Dane Brugler at The Athletic, quick shout out to our great sponsor, House of Atlas. House of Atlas is a brand new razor company that is sponsoring today's show, and they just hit the market. They gave me one of their razors to try out, and it's honestly the nicest looking razor I've ever owned. It shaves my face great thanks to 5 high quality blades. Now, one of the great perks of House of Atlas is they've got this awesome shaving cream, thick formula that shows me where I'm shaving and leaving my skin baby bottom soft. And also, I love how the premium razor kits come with magnetic storage hooks that you can attach to your bathroom mirror or medicine cabinet for easy storage. And now, for a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you're going to love it as much as I did. So I want to take a peek at what Dane Brugler had to say on Q Robinson, Denver's outside linebacker pick from Alabama, who was a rotational guy for them, started a total of 5 games in 5 years for the Crimson Tide, which, listen, when you play at Alabama, it's not super easy to get on the field with all the talent they have. Here's what Brugler had to say. Traits-based tweener prospect with potential as an edge setter. Although his lack of development is going to stick out like a sore thumb next to NFL players in training camp, his saving grace is his coverage talent on special teams, which might keep him on a roster as he grows as a defender. Okay, so let's kind of bring that part of his game into the fold here, because I did not know that he was a coverage special teams guy, which in day 3 of the draft, I'll tell you how it goes. Round 4, you're looking for guys who could become starters. Round 5, you're looking for players who could be good rotational players and good backups. Round 6 and 7, you are looking for good players on special teams. So sure, even if he just amounts to be a good special teamer and a good, backup, not too bad for round 4 of the NFL draft. But here's a guy that, as Dane Brugler points out, is a traits-based player that Denver is taking a flyer on. Maybe a little bit on the earlier end, but nevertheless, it's still solid to see them go after a cornerstone piece with a lot of tools in his tool chest. So looking at Denver's draft as a whole, what do you guys think of it? I'm a little underwhelmed, if I'm being brutally honest. Like, the Jahdae Barron pick could end up being a great pick. He's a great player, so you should probably just stop right there. But passing on Omarion Hampton is something that Denver's going to have to deal with twice a year at the Chargers. And if he scores a game-winning touchdown, people are going to be quick to remember, wow, that could have been on Denver. Instead, it's Jahdae Barron in a cornerback room that already had 3 starters in Riley Moss, Pat Surtain, and Jaquan McMillan. R.J. Harvey, he's a 5'8", 200-pound running back who runs with some nastiness to his game. I think he can help a little bit in receiving, but it would not have been my preferred pick. I would have gone with Caleb Johnson or Dillon Sampson before R.J. Harvey. Pat Bryant, he's a good body possession receiver. He's going to be able to come up with some tough grabs. He kind of reminds me of what they did with Devon Bailey last year. He is not a vertical speed demon. He's not a yards after the catch monster, but he was a really good target for Luke Altmaier last year at Illinois. Then again in round 3, it's Savion Jones out of LSU. This to me is a very solid pick based on what you were looking to get when it comes to the defensive line, knowing that Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers are both entering contract years. So if you lose one of those two guys, Savion Jones, with a year of development during practice and a little bit of time during Sunday, can be ready to step into a starting role as early as 2026. And then last but not least, it is Q Robinson, Alabama edge rusher. So how would you grade maybe this pick or just Denver's picks altogether, whichever one you prefer? I'd give Denver's picks altogether a C+, and I'm going to give this pick right here a C. And I know that sounds really harsh, but keep in mind when you're in round 4, it's hard to get an A pick because you're not really finding a lot of A players at that point in the draft. So I'm definitely walking away from this draft going, Denver made some, bold moves, and I'm hoping they're right. And Sean Payton has done a great job since taking over. So who am I to say he's wrong and I'm right? But my honest opinion is no, I would not have made these same picks, and no, I'm not really seeing eye to eye in a lot of these selections. All right, that will do it for us on today's breakdown of this draft selection. Come back for their next pick breakdown and join us for our live coverage of Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. I would have rather had Josh Farmer for the Denver Broncos. Let's catch up on the Super Chats really quickly. We own a handful of Bean Boozles. Petitioning for the rest of the NFL Draft to be announced, all picks by Australians. I just want to hear their accent. Who's with me? Allen's giving us C-. There's always going to be fans that no matter what give their team an A. They're really upset and they get really butthurt when someone's critical of their team's picks. But how many times have we seen teams have bad drafts? It happens. You just hope it doesn't happen to you. Let's go back to the very first. Actually, we'll catch up on the Super Chats and then we'll do the Bean Boozles. So wherever we left off last. Yeah, if you haven't yet, please subscribe. We've been, picking up a ton of new subscribers the last 2 days, but feel free to hop along. We're going to continue to break down all 7 rounds of the NFL Draft. All right. Super Chat time. Okay. Pineapple C+, James C draft. Yep, Ken G. Thank you for your Super Chat. We'll do the Bean Boozles once we run through the Supers. No picks for either the Browns, Broncos, or Falcons in the immediate future. Riley, I'm loving our day and 2-3 picks so far. This is good. Riley, first off, thank you for the Super Chat. And, yeah, I think there's a lot to like, Riley. I mean, it's a little bit of like to each their own and, what's your preference. But I can definitely see where the optimism comes in, Riley. So thank you for your Super Chat, your support. Let me know which pick your favorite was from day 2 or 3. For me, I'd go with Harold Fannin. He's him. Matt, you definitely have a lazy eye. I don't have a lazy eye. I have a friend with a lazy eye, so I know what a lazy eye looks like. It's just that the monitor is below the camera. So it's kind of like when you're on a Zoom call. When you're on a Zoom, do you look at the screen or do you look at the camera? You look at the screen? You know what I mean?
So it depends. If I'm
talking,
I look at the camera. If I'm looking at them, I look at them.
Oh, I'm the opposite, actually. If I'm talking, I look at them to see their reaction to what I'm saying. If I'm listening, I look at the camera so they feel that I am giving them my undivided attention.
Actually, no. I look at them every time. If I'm talking to someone live, and I can see them on screen.
Yeah.
I'm looking at them on screen because I want to see that I'm looking at them when I'm talking.
Next Super Chat.
I'm big on reaction to what I'm saying or my reaction to them. So it's like, I don't know.
Next one. Harold Fannin went to McKinley High School in Canton, Ohio. I went to the McKinley Museum back in August. It's kind of boring. Ken, aloha from Hawaii. Some may question it, but Dillon Gabriel is a pure First off, a little bit biased peeking through when you open up with aloha from Hawaii. But okay, we continue. But Dillon Gabriel's a pure winner, elite accuracy, mobility, leadership, trust the pick. Browns found a hidden gem. Ken, can I ask you one question? And I hope you're still watching, Ken. Are you a Dillon Gabriel fan or are you a Browns fan? And did you find this? I wonder if this is like Dillon Gabriel's uncle. And he's doing a little bit of PR work right now. Listen, the accuracy part, you're right. The mobility part, you're right. The leadership part, you're right. The winner part, there's a lot of quarterbacks who are very successful in college from a win standpoint. Let's do a quick trivia right now. Ready? Quick trivia. All-time winningest quarterbacks in college football history. And let's see how successful they were at the next level. Most wins in a collegiate career. Yep.
Case Keenum's there, right?
I gotta look. Let's look at the other super chats while I look at this. College. Fravel edits. We have a trade. Sam Howell traded from Seattle to the Minnesota Vikings. Fravel, this is the worst damn draft I've seen in the last decade. Reaching for Harvey Bryant and a special teams guy in the 4th. We are unserious. I feel like it's my job to try and be as honest, but also as honest without being a complete, party pooper. But yeah, Fravel edits, I really feel this too. I agree. Okay. I don't know if I can find wins. Trying to. I'll come back to it later. Next super chat, because we're falling behind on the Bean Boozle stuff. That's my fault. Fravel edits, thank you. No, we have Ray Biddings. Hate Captain Jackie Sawyer going to the Steelers. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. So do you guys like Jack Sawyer still? All right, can we go back to the $10 super chats? We owe some Bean Boozles. You're up first, then me, then back to you, I think. Sam Howell traded to Minnesota for TBD. Yeah, let's go to the first 10. No, it was before that. It was on Browns. Yeah. No, we haven't done any of those yet. We've shown them. We have not done them. I think 4. Yeah. Kenji, this is your Bean Boozle. Oh, let me get a better spin. This is for you. Peach or barf? Peach or barf? Peach or barf for Reed? That's scary, I'm not going to lie. All right, you ready? Here's Reed's Bean Boozle. $10 super chat. We do a Bean Boozle. It's either going to be a good thing or a bad thing. Damn it. Yes! Odds are worse for me now.
It's peach!
Next $10 super chat. Next $10 super chat. Brad, here we go. This is for me. I got Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. Where is Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks? Here you are. You got Stinky Socks, right? You got Stinky Socks last time?
How'd you know so quickly?
It's very pungent. Even Tutti Frutti.
Tutti Frutti, I think
I
I
don't
may
like
have
that.
gotten Tutti Frutti because it didn't taste good.
It's very potent. All right, you're up next. Next $10 super chat. Broncos, MP Jenkins. MP Jenkins threw $100 down yesterday. Everyone show that guy some love. Here you go, Reed. You better spin. You got, say it with me, no more pomegranate. You remember that video? Yeah. No more pomegranate. You got pomegranate or old bandage?
Oh, old bandage. I have heard old bandage is terrible.
All right, you ready? Oh. Swallow it, swallow it, swallow it. You got to swallow. That's what she said. That's what he said. Ooh.
Oh, that's the worst one.
And then we have one more $10 super chat.
That's the worst one. That is the worst one.
We are into round 5, by the way.
Oh, fuck.
Seahawks, I believe, have the first pick for round 5.
Excuse my language. That sucks.
Okay. Let's get the next $10 super chat on. I don't remember where it came. Yeah. Ken from the Browns report. Ken? For me, I got pomegranate or old bandage. The odds are in my favor, but knowing the low...
Come on, old bandage.
Oh. That's disgusting. I didn't know what a Band-Aid would taste like until then. That's so bad.
That's the worst one. That is the worst one.
That is by far the worst one. Oh. That's so gross. I love that Dillon Gabriel's like uncle super chatted in. And I saw one more super chat from Broncos come in as well. We had one more on Broncos about R.J. Harvey. Here's the thing about the draft is I'm not going to convince you and you're not going to convince me. I don't think R.J. Harvey was a good pick in round 2. I want to be wrong. I'm not here to like root against the kid, but like I can't say every single pick's going to be this home run pick. It is. It really does taste like a Band-Aid from like a kid's knee. You said water?
You know what else it tastes like?
What?
It tastes like salty sand from the beach.
That's not a bad way of putting it. I thought
How do you get sweat in a Band-Aid?
I felt like I had good odds once you got screwed. The Browns have just traded up over the Eagles. Cleveland is next up. The Browns just traded up. We'll get the trade details as soon as we have them. The Cleveland Browns have just traded up in round 5 of the NFL draft. Then the Philadelphia Eagles. Who are the Browns targeting? Is it Shedeur Sanders? Are they taking a quarterback right here, round 5? The Browns just traded up. Who are the Browns going to get? We're waiting for the trade details. I'd expect the Browns to give the Eagles their last pick. The pick is in. I'm guessing they swapped 5th rounders and they gave Philly their last day 3 pick. Who do the Browns want to trade up for? Oh boy. Browns are on the clock. Pick is in. No, to the Eagles. Oh, it's with the Seahawks, sorry. Yeah, ahead of the Eagles. Ahead of the Eagles. My mistake. Traded up to get ahead of Philadelphia with Seattle. Yeah. Could be Bo. If you're like, hey, Petonio's gone after this year, Teller's gone after this year. You do have Zach Zinter there. You signed Tevin Jenkins. That could be a possibility. We'll look at some of the other top players available. Is it pick in? Oh, my God. Guys, the Cleveland Browns just drafted Shedeur Sanders. The Cleveland Browns just drafted Shedeur Sanders. Oh, my goodness. It's real. Shedeur Sanders to the Cleveland Browns. Unbelievable. The pick is in. The Browns are going with the Colorado quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, in round 5. Give me the one word. Wow. It happened. It happened 143 picks later than some people thought it might happen. But Shedeur Sanders goes to Cleveland in round 5. And the Browns end the drought. They end the slide for Shedeur. Welcome to the land, Shedeur. The Browns make the biggest splash, the biggest headline pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, going with Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Could you say steal?
Unreal. One moment. Okay. Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. Instant reaction is, hey, at pick 144, you can't be too upset with the value you're getting here for sure. But overall, I feel like this is worth the gamble. Worst case scenario, you're out round 5, pick 144. Best case scenario, you get what a lot of people like Mel Kiper see, which is the number 1 quarterback in this draft. Shedeur Sanders goes to Cleveland after all. The Browns get Mason Graham in round 1. And sure, why not circle back to good old Shedeur in round 5? In a trade up with the Seahawks, Shedeur Sanders finally gets his name called. He is going to be a Cleveland Brown. You change it. I'm busy right now. Shedeur Sanders. Unbelievable, but so believable at the same time. They took Dillon Gabriel in round 3. I thought they had a good chance of going with 2 quarterbacks in this draft. And now Shedeur goes to Cleveland. Give me your one-word reaction. It happened. Shedeur Sanders to the Browns, everyone. Shedeur Sanders to the Cleveland Browns. Hard not to be like upbeat, optimistic about this. For where you're finding him in round 5, there's very little downside here. The only downside I can think of is if you don't like the entourage that kind of follows Shedeur and you don't want Dion kind of, pulling strings from Boulder with his son and with the Cleveland Browns. If you'd rather just play it safe with someone who doesn't bring a whole lot of baggage. But Shedeur Sanders, we'll talk about him as a player. I like the pick. I like the pick for Cleveland. It's pick 144. How can you not like the pick at this point? There's no downside here. The only possible downside is the Browns prioritize 2 quarterbacks over Will Howard and Kyle McCord. And if those guys have better careers, then you missed out. But Shedeur Sanders. Wow, it happened. It really happened.
Holy shit.
Shedeur Sanders is a Brown. Good. I don't know why they just didn't do that. Shedeur Sanders. Sanders is a Brown. Yep. Let's do it. 1 second. One moment.
Oh my God.
I'm
I love
flooded with thoughts right now.
I love it. I love it. You get him way later than anyone thought anyone was going to get him. Round 5, pick 144. This is, it's a steal.
Yep.
I don't know why nobody wanted him, but you get, if you look at we'll look at the Browns picks, but you get so many good players, and then Shedeur Sanders.
Uh-huh. All right. We ready to do this thing? Here we go. The Browns get it done. They take Shedeur Sanders in round 5 after trading up with the Seahawks, and they make the biggest splash, the biggest headline from the NFL draft, taking the Colorado quarterback. Let's talk all about the pick. Let's talk about Shedeur as a player as well, what you're getting in him as a quarterback, but also we got to talk about the fact that at the end of the day, the Browns did get Shedeur Sanders. They just got him 142 picks later than a lot of people wanted to initially. But right off the bat here, I like the pick. How can you not? It's round 5. It's pick 144. Forget the attention and I wouldn't even call it a circus, but the entourage and the spotlight that follows Shedeur. You got a great quarterback for round 5. You can't not be optimistic about the potential for where you found him in the draft. Value alone, this is a great pick. The funny thing with the Browns draft picks is if you just reorganized a couple of them, people would love the Browns draft way more. But Shedeur Sanders, let's talk about him as a quarterback, right? Just the cliff notes and what you're getting in Shedeur. First off, you are getting a 4-year starter who played 2 years at Jackson State before going to Colorado. Overall, the big ticket pros for him are accuracy, toughness, and I'd say clutch playmaking. He's got a knack for just coming through when you need him to the most. The accuracy is by far his calling card. He holds the college football record in completion percentage. He did throw a lot of screen passes, if we're being fair, which definitely helped pad some of those completions. But you are getting a quarterback who does not have a cannon or a rocket of an arm. He is not the most physically gifted player. He's not going to use his legs to get himself out of trouble and be like Lamar. He doesn't have an arm with a howitzer on it that can throw all over the field. But what he does have is a lot of experience. 4 years in the college ranks. He knows anticipation. He knows where the receiver's going to be in relation to the DB. He's got accuracy. He just has a little bit of swagger to him, too, that obviously draws people to him. I like the pick. Now, I'm not going to hide away from the fact that I was never high on Shedeur Sanders leading up to the draft. But if at round 5, what the hell? Why not? Who are you going to get that's any better that could have a much bigger impact on a team than a quarterback like Shedeur Sanders? He's not the biggest guy in the world. He's 6'1", 212 pounds, so he can see over the line of scrimmage, unlike the Browns' third-round draft pick. But the overall on Shedeur, as you look at his stats here, is, well, he doesn't have maybe the biggest arm and the fastest legs in the world. He makes good decisions at times, which I'll look at closer in a second here. He's got great accuracy, and It's Shedeur Sanders. You want to sell some jerseys, Jimmy Haslam? Here you go. You want to get people a little bit more excited for Browns training camp and preseason the next year? Here you go. Do I think Shedeur is going to be this team's starting quarterback for the next 8 to 10 years? Honestly, probably not. But do I love it for round frickin' 5? Hell yeah, I do. So if you are with me on, you know what, whether you loved Shedeur going in or you didn't want him at all, we can all break bread on at pick 144. At least everyone that drove us crazy for 3 months on Twitter saying take Shedeur at number 2 can back off now. Everyone's happy. The Browns get Mason Graham, a great interior player for the next decade. They have 2 first-round draft picks next year. They found multiple starters in day 2 of the draft. And now, which may be their last pick in day 3 of the draft, they go with Shedeur Sanders, a second quarterback taken in this draft. And like I was saying, I swear, if you just reorganize some of the picks, no one would have an issue with the Dillon Gabriel pick. If they went Shedeur in round 3 instead of round 5, everyone would be praising the Browns draft. So, Shedeur Sanders, you're a Cleveland Brown. It really happened. There will be no Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders goes to Kevin Stefanski, who I felt like all along would be a great fit. The way Stefanski likes to run his offense under center, right? He wants to use 2 tight ends. He wants to run the football. He wants to get play action involved. That's Shedeur. Now, I'm going to talk more about him as a player, as a quarterback in just a second, but I do have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor today, which is House of Atlas. Our sponsor, House of Atlas, is a brand new razor company that just hit the market. They gifted us one of their razors, and honestly, I'm blown away. It's insanely sleek looking and sits great in my bathroom as well. Their aftershave is awesome. It doesn't burn like old school aftershave. It does have a nice cooling sensation and smells really good. And now for a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit at the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. Getting back to Shedeur, let's do a quick compliment sandwich for him. Pro, accurate, good decision making. He just has a good knack for reading defenses, and that comes with 4 years of starting college experience. Con, put the physical traits to the side because we've seen plenty of quarterbacks do well without having strong arms, right? Drew Brees, just to name one right off the bat there. I think people sometimes confuse a pro for a con. A pro that you often see is, hey, this guy's tough, right? He took 99, 92 sacks in college, and he got up for every single one, and he barely missed a snap, if any. Here's the thing. I don't know if that 99 sack thing is actually as big of a pro as people make it out to be. To me, I interpret that as he does not have maybe the best pocket awareness. I think he thinks he's faster than he really is, and whenever pressure comes, he bails out of the pocket by going backwards instead of maybe NFL quarterbacks do, which is climbing up in the pocket. That's what you see far more often on Sunday. Deshaun Watson, how often was he getting sacked? A lot. Was it because of the offensive line? Sure. Was it because Watson was holding onto the ball for way too long? Yes. That has to get coached out of Shedeur. He held onto the ball for over 3 seconds every single time he dropped back last year for CU. So I wish that part of his game maybe was improved, and that's what Kevin Stefanski's job is. But you look at the Browns quarterback room going into the NFL draft, and the Browns had one of the most underwhelming quarterback rooms by most standards. It was Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett duking it out. Then they added Dillon Gabriel. Deshaun Watson's going to miss the entire year with an Achilles injury. But after the draft, you insert Dillon, Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders into this mix. And here's my prediction. The Browns are going to have a complete open competition between Flacco and Pickett for the number 1 job. The loser will be number 2 in theory. Gabriel and Shedeur battle for QB3. The winner of that battle gets to the 53-man roster. The loser of that battle goes to the practice squad. Maybe the Browns keep all 4 on the 53-man roster so no one gets poached on the waiver wire. But I think early on, he's not going to start. Neither is Dillon Gabriel. Both have plenty of college experience. They're not raw quarterbacks. But I feel that the Browns are going to go with Flacco or Pickett. I think they like Flacco. They gave up $13 million worth in contract money for him, and they traded for Kenny Pickett, who they might view as the next Sam Darnold, the next Baker Mayfield, the next Geno Smith, late bloomer of a QB. But the Browns get 2 quarterbacks in this draft, which I did in my mock drafts, and people laughed at me and said, they're not taking 2 quarterbacks, you buffoon. And sure enough, Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. So, grade the pick for me. I'm going to give it an A. If we're being and that's because it's round freaking 5. I didn't even like Shedeur Sanders as a pure passer prospect coming in. But at round 5, I can't complain with this. No one can complain with this. The only actual downsides I can think of are, 1, he brings a bit of a circus, an entourage, a spotlight, and usually you want your QB2, QB3 to be the most under-the-radar, nonchalant guy out there, not to be the main attraction for the backup. So that is something that could wear thin a little bit of why is the backup not just getting this much attention, but we as a team are busting our asses, and all we constantly hear is put Shedeur in, put Shedeur in. Here's what the Browns gave up, by the way, to trade up into round 5 to secure him. Their last day 3 draft pick. So unless they give up one of their 2026 draft picks, Cleveland with pick 144 is done for the rest of the NFL draft. But getting back to the actual cons, there is the entourage thing, right? That's one part. That's teams that feel like, hey, we just don't want that much, attention, I guess we'll call it, for a backup quarterback. I wonder if Kevin Stefanski is a little bit queasy about this, because you know that Dion is already thinking about coaching the Browns. He signed an extension with Colorado, but at some point he wants to coach Shedeur in the pros. Whether it's with Cleveland, whether it's with his next team, whatever it may be. So Stefanski might be sitting there going, did I just Macbeth myself? Did I just draft my demise, my replacement in a way? And then the third con I'll put out there is you passed on Will Howard and Kyle McCord. Those were the top 2 quarterbacks out there. So you made a decision. And if those guys end up having better careers, well, right now it seems super fun. As Shedeur Sanders, I'm watching a video of him jumping into his pool, almost completely dressed out of pure excitement that his name has finally been called with a Browns hat on. It's been the number 1 talking point. Big Pro, Mel Kiper can stop bitching now about Shedeur not being drafted. But Shedeur Sanders, welcome to the land. At 144, Cleveland gets a quarterback that they had long been connected to. Nowhere near where people expected him to go, but at the end, it doesn't matter. And hopefully he joins the ranks of Dak Prescott and Kirk Cousins as some of the great recent day 3 quarterback selections. Make sure you subscribe, by the way, if you haven't yet. We want to get to 44,500 subscribers. So scroll on down and click that sub button right now. Oh my God, Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. Wow. It happened. We got 2,300 people watching right now. For round 5, what's there not to like? I know he wasn't everyone's cup of tea as a passer. He was not my preferred prospect. But at round 5, you have to have a line in the sand where you go, it's not like you were going to probably find anyone better. Go back to the last 10 Browns drafts. Someone tell me the best 5th-round draft pick the last 10 years for Cleveland in that spot. The ceiling for Shedeur as a quarterback alone is worth a 5th-round pick. You may not think he is a great quarterback, but we can all agree at pick 144, it's worth a gamble. it's definitely worth the risk here. The risk is minimal. The reward is ginormous. That's how quarterbacks work. So if you've got a thought, if you've got a take, by the way, and you want it on screen, super chat, and we're going to put it on for everyone watching to see. Shedeur Sanders, a Cleveland Brown. Whew. I'm never going to get tired of saying that. And I wasn't even a big Shedeur guy, but at 144, you got to like the value. That's what it comes down to. Yeah. Watson. They drafted 2 quarterbacks in this draft. They are really signaling they are ready to let you leave after this upcoming season, and he has played his last snap as a Cleveland Brown. All right. Hit that sub button if you haven't yet, please. Willie, Shedeur going to hate Dillon Gabriel. Toxicity on the way. He probably will be a little bit, Shedeur is like a person. I feel like it's a worse rap than he really deserves. I mean, is he a little bit, out there? I guess in a way, but at the same time, he's Deion Sanders' son, and despite that, I feel like he could be even, more over the top, and he's pretty, to himself for what you might expect out of primetime son. It's primetime. Josh Ross. Couldn't be happier about this draft. We filled all of our needs and get some true dogs. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Josh, thank you for your super chat. Love the support. Love the optimism you have right now. Yep. We got one coming in from Ryan. Oh, he just retracted it. Dillon. Yeah, we saw this one from our Broncos one right here. All right, here's what I want to do. We have 1,400 people tuned in. It is pick 150. From now until pick 155, every single super chat we get is going to be entered into a raffle for a Shedeur Sanders jersey. No matter the amount, it's 150 right now. I'm going to draw the line in the sand at 155. Every single super chat we get gets you entered into a Shedeur Sanders jersey raffle. No matter the amount. Get after it. Let's kind of just throw some of his stats on screen and just kind of roll through everything we've got on Shedeur, Reed, as we have a whole bunch of new people tuning in. So we'll kind of re-hit the news as the Browns traded up for the Colorado quarterback, making in round 5, you could argue, the biggest pick in the entire 2025 NFL draft. He's 6'1", 212 pounds. Started off at FCS school, elevated that program, goes to Colorado, gives them their best season in 10 years.
This is just a steal. This is a steal. At round 5, pick 144, you get Mel Kiper, his best quarterback in the draft in round 5.
Reed will throw on some more of the stats we've got here.
We got Shedeur, his last 2 seasons at Colorado. I mean, the production, it's there. There will be a solid, ESPN, any news outlet is going to be talking about why did Shedeur Sanders fall. He's not a bad quarterback.
No, he's not. He's not bad. Here's the issue with conversations around Shedeur. People like myself, when we talked about him in January to March, we talked about him through the lens of what you expect out of a round 1 quarterback. And so I came across as rather pessimistic, harsh, negative. Through the lens of round 1. Through the lens of round 5, I love this pick. Right? Round 1's a different case here. Round 5, what do you have to lose? We got a couple of super chats coming in here. I'll keep track of all these, by the way, Reed. All right. Remember, up until pick 155, any super chat gets you entered into a raffle for a Shedeur Sanders jersey? Who wears, I don't know if anyone wears number 2 anymore. That was Amari Cooper's number. So they didn't have, no, yeah. No, but no one could have gotten it after he left. They didn't sign a receiver who wore number 2. So unless they got a free agent, yeah, I don't, can someone fact check? I don't think anyone wears number 2. Chain says 2 is available. None of your business, Scott. Sanders and Gabriel will get along just fine. They both have a lot to prove. I don't think either quarterback is thinking when I get in there, first thing I want to do is start making an enemy. I mean, on one hand, I think it could be the absolute opposite. Hey, let's help one another out a little bit here because we're both rookies, and we have Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, who combined have nearly 20 years in the NFL. So let's, make sure both of us are up to speed in the playbook and, help one another better each other. Yeah, this helps make the Dillon Gabriel pick a whole lot easier. You know who loves this? Jimmy Haslam. He's going to sell so many jerseys. No 5th-round pick in NFL history will sell more jerseys than Shedeur Sanders. Jesse, you've been added to the raffle. Any Super Chat amount gets you added to a raffle for a Shedeur Sanders jersey. We're going to cut it off at pick 155. The Cowboys just made a pick at 152. Yep. Reed's going to run through some of the picks that have come in over the last, few selections and whatnot. Said, I got you. Sanders, when it comes to whether or not he's going to start, you just go through all the supers. Whether or not he's going to start, I don't think it's going to happen week 1. That's the first point of business here. I feel like he's definitely a candidate to sit a little bit. I don't think it's necessarily develop because he played a lot of football in college. He played 4 seasons. I think it's just about, hey, because you don't have this cannon of an arm or this awesome legs, let's just make sure you learn what it's like to play at NFL game speed so you don't get just squashed in the pocket and you don't have a cannon of an arm to maybe bail you out at times. That's what I think it'll probably come down to. Who do you want to start week 1 for the Browns? Who do you want to start week 1 for the Browns? Who do you want to start week 1 for Cleveland? Give me a name. I think Joe Flacco gives you the best chance to win week 1. So that'd be my pick right there. It's not the fun, splashy Shedeur Sanders selection. I know that. But I'd go Flacco. I would go with Joe Flacco. We've got 1,600 people tuned in at the moment. Make sure you are subscribed. We're going to catch up on all these super chats as they roll in. I say Joe Flacco starts. But wow. Browns, they get it done. It felt like all 32 teams were, a possibility for Sanders come day 3 of the draft because anyone could, talk themselves into a valuable backup quarterback in Shedeur. But the Browns get someone who can really, come in there and have a chance of competing for that starting job. Color says he'll start, but he won't finish this season. I'd say it's more likely it's the opposite. He could finish, but not start. All right, go ahead. We got a whole bunch of supers coming in here. Who's going to start week 1? Reed's going to run to the little girls' room, and when he comes back, we'll catch up on all these super chats. I see you, Ryan. I see you, K9 Rottweiler. I believe Cleveland now is out of the draft for picks this year. They could use future picks to come back in, but at the moment, they are done for 6 and 7.
I'm going to the bathroom. Any super chat from any 3 channels over $50, I'll do a beer bong.
Love it. Love it. Wow. Shedeur Sanders. I just can't stop saying it. And, it's just, it's not even like this is the ultimate draft dream ever. But for round 5, if I told anyone a month ago, how about Shedeur in 5? It doesn't matter how big of a naysayer you are when it comes to him as an NFL quarterback. At some point, we can all agree round 5, it's worth it, right? So Shedeur, Welcome to Cleveland, dude. Keto Soldier. Any super chat, no matter the amount, gets you entered into a raffle for a Shedeur Sanders jersey giveaway. We're going to cut it off at pick 155. So we're running out of time right now. Send in a super chat, no matter the amount, to be entered into that raffle. Rose and Kenobi, you're in. Give me your reaction here. As a quarterback, you're getting someone who has a ton of accuracy, who's got some playmaking to his game, right? You saw that Hail Mary he had against Baylor. Like, he is someone that can put together some big-time throws for you in the clutch. Doesn't have the strongest arm. He doesn't have the best legs. He's not the, best athlete, I'd say, which is weird for being, the son of Dion. But I just don't see the downside here. Someone paint out a bad picture. What's the worst-case scenario? Worst-case scenario I truly feel like is Will Howard or Kyle McCord both have great careers, and the Browns took Shedeur over them. But no one's got a crystal ball. No one can say one thing for sure over another. I also love that Shedeur was so elated and happy. Like, if you go to my Twitter, Matthew Petey, you'll find the video of when he found out the Browns drafted him. He went nuts. I was a little worried that he might look at it as like, I can't believe you passed on me for Dillon Gabriel. I'm pissed. No. He was a kid on Christmas morning. Jumped in the pool with his clothes on. So, the smile there, the energy is infectious. Awesome to see. Get those picks in because 154, get those super chats in. Pick 154 is in. Last call if you want to get added to a raffle for a Shedeur Sanders Browns jersey. Super chat any amount, and you can either walk away with the jersey or, worst case scenario, just support your favorite Browns YouTube channel. Also, we have 423 likes. Would love to get to 500. Pete, going in the fifth is just what Shedeur needed. That's a good wake-up call. I feel like he fell for two reasons. One, he was never really that great of a prospect that some people made him out to be. Cough, cough, Mel Kiper. And people just didn't really want to deal with everything that follows and ensues with Shedeur early in the draft if he was going to be a backup anyway for them. But the Browns in round 5 go, hey, let's just take the gamble on him anyway. We have very little to lose at this point. Just a bunch of super chats that Reed's going to cycle through really quickly between all three of our channels, starting with Browns. Get those super chats in. Neither Denver or Atlanta is picking in the near future, by the way, in round 5. Dolphins pick 155 is in. Don't wait. Ian Kane just got it. Yeah, Ian, great point. This is going to make an electric preseason. I'll tell you what, Dillon Gabriel's probably a little deflated right now. Yeah. Tossing in as a gift for my best man. Let's go. Let's go. Just kind of cycle through them all. Yeah, we saw that one. Again, I feel like if you just reshuffled the Browns draft picks, it'd be perceived way differently. Right? If it was Shedeur in round 3 and Gabriel in round 5, everyone looks at it through a whole different lens. They get the same players, just different rounds. Rose. But here's the thing, Rose. Let's say he is Johnny Football. Who cares? He's not an alcoholic, but he wasn't a first-round draft pick, right? It's only bad if they just force him to start and he's not ready, like Johnny Football. Then you're wasting 10 other guys' time on offense. All the super chats I promise we're going to get to. Dolphin selection is about to be announced. Last call. Get a super chat in, and you get entered into a Shedeur Sanders jersey raffle. Browns get an accurate quarterback. Miami Mac, thank you so much for your super chat. Happy to have you here with us on day 3. Flacco has never been one to express an interest in mentoring. So he was asked about it, and he was like, "This, I hate this question. I understand why you ask it, but I'm here to compete, right? I'm not here to hold someone else's hand." And that's a good answer for a quarterback. You want a quarterback that wants to start, right? Okay. Let's run through all these super chats, and then we're going to do a duck race for a Shedeur Sanders jersey raffle. If you can get a super chat in before we get to the duck race, I'll add you to it. I won't close the door at 1:55. I'll be nice. James, thank you for your super chat. Definitely. If you thought Josh Dobbs was going to be a preseason prince, the Browns are going to be on NFL Network for all 3 of their preseason games this year. Watch Dillon Gabriel take. Oh, my God, you're right. I would have to envision he's got the first choice, right? But he wore 8 last year at Oregon. Elijah Moore was 8. So that would be open. Dean, thank you for your super. Okay. Yeah, we got a bunch of more super chats to get to. From our Broncos stream, right now we're actually live on 3 different YouTube channels. The Browns Report, Broncos Breakdown, and Falcons Today. Jorge Floyd, do you think we will pick up Tez Johnson? Also, I'm gripping my thong thing right now. For Shedeur? I know, but maybe he's a Colorado fan. I don't know how to feel that I'm your Brazzers. As for Tez, no, they took a wide receiver. They've got 6 receivers already locked to make the roster. There's just no more room. How many Broncos drafted players day 1? It's purple. How many Broncos drafted players start day 1? Honestly, I think none. I don't think Jahdae Barron starts unless Jaquan McMillan becomes a backup, which probably doesn't seem likely as soon as week 1. There's plenty of round 1 guys that don't start week 1, so that's not unique. RJ Harvey, no. Pat Bryant, no. No, none of them. I don't think any of them start week 1, Rhett. Jorge. Grant, thank you for your super chat. Give me your grade for the Shedeur Sanders pick, though. How do you grade it? I give it an A. How can you not? It's round 5. Who cares? What do you have to lose? I only see upside here for round 5. If he's as good as Mel Kiper and everyone on Twitter told me he was over the last 3 months, then sweet. The Browns get one of the greatest quarterback draft picks ever. If he's not any good, who cares? It's a round 5 pick. Connor, all ATL got great value, 4 for 4 on picks, A draft grade. Atlanta has kicked ass this draft, in my opinion. Connor, thank you for your super chat. Invest guy, rise up ATL, good draft. Shedeur, congrats. It was fun to see how happy Shedeur was. Next one coming in. Rottweiler, what defensive scheme will the Falcons run this year? Ulbrich, the new DC, was not specific. I think it's probably going to be a combination of a 3-4 and then at times a 4-3 depending on the down and distance. K9, thank you for your super. Ryan Price, I think he's going to do well whether he's a starter or not. I think he is mindful enough to be a very solid backup. Yeah, I feel like the diva thing has probably been overblown. I don't know what we saw from him last year to think that's a diva. That's any different than how most college quarterbacks behave. Was Baker perceived as undraftable because he was a diva? He got arrested and held his nuts up to the entire shoe. Jeremy, thank you for your super chat, Jeremy. Appreciate it. Ryan, is Jalen Ramsey still an actual possibility? What do we do with Kirk? The Dolphins, I don't think, have added a corner yet in the draft, so maybe that's a sign of they're working towards a way to keep him in Miami. As for Cousins, I think Kirk gets traded in July, or he gets, who knows, by training camp. But he ain't going to Cleveland anymore. There's no more room for a quarterback on the Browns roster. Ryan, thank you so much for your super chat. We owe you a Bean Boozle. And then Crockett is next up. Ray bidding Hard Knocks for the Browns. Ooh, I don't mind that. They expanded the capabilities of where Hard Knocks can go. And the last time it came to Cleveland, it was a top 3 Hard Knock season. I think it goes Raiders then Browns. All right. A few more Super Chats here, Reed. Crockett saying Falcons, great draft. Connor Henley, we're going to do a Broncos Super Chat jersey giveaway for a $5 Super Chat. That'll be after after round 3 is over. Sliptrank, Broncos' next pick going to be Andrew Armstrong. The wide receiver out of Arkansas. I don't think they're going with 2 receivers in this class. They took 2 last year. They've already taken 1 already. 4 receivers in the last 2 drafts. That's a high number, Slip. Next one up. On Falcons. All right, last call on Browns. If you want to get added to a Shedeur Sanders jersey raffle, Super Chat any amount and we'll add you right now. Thank you, Crockett. Yep, we're all caught up on Browns, I believe. Patrick, what's going on, Mr. Schuler? Thank you for your super. And then Dean, low risk, high reward. Someone turns into a 2026 round 4. You mean trade him? Rax, yeah. Wish we snagged Mike Green late, but great draft. The Ravens got him in round 2 late, and that was just unfair. They got Malachi Starks and Mike Green, 2 guys who I think are top 20 players, and neither one was taken even kind of close to 20. 27, like 59. Ridiculous draft by the Ravens. All right. Yep. Neither Denver or Atlanta is picking in the near future. As soon as those picks come up, we'll break them down for you. I just sent TV all the names for a Shedeur jersey raffle. Yep. Yeah, Jimmy Haslam, as Original Native points out, just helped all season ticket sales. I wouldn't say season ticket sales, but preseason sales. I don't remember if the Browns have 1 or 2 home preseason games, but those are going to be packed for Shedeur Sanders. So we're going to do a duck race for the Shedeur Sanders jersey raffle. Absolute last call to be added. Super Chat any amount, and we'll toss your name into the mix. RST with a $5 Super Chat. We'll add that one as well. RST, WTF, I leave the chat thinking the Browns weren't going to pick anytime soon, and Shedeur happens. Crazy. Why trade up, though? Hey, the Browns didn't want to risk him not being there when they were on the clock later in round 5, and, hey, who cares about a late day 3 draft pick, right? Go look at the Browns draft history the last 5 years. How many picks from rounds 5 to 7 provided much value at all? So if you're like, damn, I wish we had that 6, no, you don't. You just don't want Shedeur at all, and you're using the 6th rounder you gave up as an excuse for why you don't like the trade. RST. Yep. Yeah, let's show the names. We're going to do a Shedeur Sanders Browns jersey duck race. Super Chat any amount right now to get added. We're just going to show you all the names we have on there. I just did names that Super Chatted from our Browns channel. We'll add football prods right now, right at the buzzer, football prods. All right. Here we go. For a Shedeur Sanders Cleveland Browns jersey. Oh, add Justin right now. Justin, you are one lucky little man. Yep, just Justin. Someone said the Browns traded for it. I haven't seen that. The Browns are speaking to the media right now, which to me signals they're done picking. Like they're not going to trade back. All right, here we go. Send the Duckies in 3. Oh, they're off. Okay. For a Shedeur Sanders Cleveland Browns jersey. Who's going to win? Right now, Justin and RST, the last two in, are leading the pack. Broncos and Falcons fans watching right now, we're going to do a raffle for you guys as well. Have you been keeping somewhat track of their names? Awesome. So we'll do a jersey raffle for their rookies as well. One for Falcons, one for Broncos. Yep. 20 more seconds for... Oh, I realize I'm really blocking the finish line. Who's going to win the raffle for Shedeur? Three seconds. And Dean! Dean, congratulations. Reed is going to put my email at the bottom of the screen. Shoot me an email, Dean, so I can get your information and we can send you a Shedeur Sanders jersey. Dean, thank you for all of your support. You've been with us since day one of the NFL draft, so it's awesome to see you here, halfway through day 3 of the NFL draft. Reed's going to give a few quick shout-outs right now.
What's up, everybody? Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah. I think exactly what Petey said. If you take him at, let's say, even round 2, anywhere between round 1 and round 2, it's like, all right, I don't know. If he's not your guy, don't take him. A round 5 pick, are you kidding? Of course you take Shedeur Sanders with a round 5 pick. Pick 144. I said it from the beginning. It's a steal. It's a steal. Jason Erb, long-time listener, first-time caller. We got Kathy in here, Tanya, Ken G, Ty Man the Buckeye. Ty Man, what do you think? You like it? Does Ty Man like it?
I'm going to go quick short.
Okay. Jonathan Whaley, Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel, and Sanders. Whoa! I know. It's crazy.
Shedeur Sanders, you are a
Petey is doing a short-form video right now.
It wasn't in the round that most people thought the Browns could get Shedeur, but
Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown.
Wow. I mean, just value alone, it's hard not to like this pick. Was I super upbeat about Shedeur going into the draft? No. But that was
all right, on our Falcons
of
channel.
A round 1 or a round 2 pick used on it.
Connor,
round
yeah,
5,
it is
I
$5
love
and
this
up.
pick. You have nothing
$5
to
and up.
lose.
We can show the super chat menu real quick.
Positive gains that could come out of taking Shedeur in round 5.
So this is the
welcome to the land.
super chat. So $2 to get a shout out for the Browns since they got Shedeur. Big news. We did a duck race for a raffle for Shedeur Sanders jersey. But for the Falcons and Broncos, $5 gets you entered into a raffle entry for a rookie of your choice. For the Falcons, you can go Jalen Walker, James Pierce, either one of those guys, or Xavier Watts. Who knows? And then for Broncos, I mean, do you want an RJ Harvey jersey? Do you want a Jade Barron jersey? I mean, it's up to you guys. But $5 puts you in that. And then we'll do a race just like we did, if you guys just saw. We just did a duck race for the Shedeur jersey. I mean, you get to pick whoever it is. So $5 gets you entered into that. And we'll do that at the end of the stream. Once all the picks have been made and Mr. Irrelevant. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant? I always love, we had Tom Brady, of course, go in the 6th round, and everyone was like, oh, got to look out for the 6th rounders. And then we had Brock Purdy go as Mr. Irrelevant. So now everyone's like, look out for Mr. Irrelevant. It's like, no. Brock Purdy and Tom Brady were such outliers of getting that far. So, all right. Let's see what we got here. For all three channels. So we're currently live on all three channels. We got Broncos Breakdown, Browns Report, and Falcons Today. All three of you guys hanging out together. Make sure to subscribe. I mean, the amount of times I've been looking at the NFL Network, ESPN, they go to commercial. We don't. We just hang out, talk. It's called Chat Sports for a reason. We go in, we talk to you guys, hang out, have a little bit of fun, and break down these picks for the NFL Draft. Nothing better. I mean, this is awesome. Sometimes I'm like, this is my job? What are we doing here? But we got Jorge with a super chat. And this guy with a $10 super chat. By the way, we will be doing the Bean Boozled. Some breaking news happened. Shedeur Sanders is a Brown, so we had to cover that for a little bit. But we will do the Bean Boozled again. Jose, good question. Because I have to deal with 3 different streams, $100 super chat will get you 1 entry. It's a singular, any super chat $5 and above, that's 1 entry. We're not prorating it because I'm live. We're live on 3. If you could see my setup right now, I have so many things going on right now. So it's hard for me to do the math and track how many entries how many entries everyone's getting. So we're just gonna do 1. But for you, Jose, I'm looking at you, Jose. If you send in a $100 super chat, I'm shocking in a beer. Fuck it. I don't care. Excuse my language, but if you send a $100 super chat right now, that goes for everyone. If anyone sends in $100, I'm shotgunning again because Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown. Falcons are killing it in the draft. I like the Broncos picks. It's the motherfucking NFL draft when we're here. This is awesome. So if Jose, if you send a $100 super chat, I'm shotgunning a beer right here, right now. All right, who's on the clock right now? Jets are on the clock.
All right, we have some super chats here.
We do have some super chats. I was going to wait for you, Petey, but if you want to look at them.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Brandon H. from Falcons Today. We got Brandon for my Falcons rookie jersey. Brandon H., you are in, sir. I've been keeping track, so we'll do the duck race. We'll do 3 separate ones. We'll do a Falcons one, we'll do a Browns one, and we'll do a Broncos one.
Just the Broncos and Falcons.
Or Broncos and Falcons, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We'll
figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right.
Because that one was specifically for Shedeur, right?
Yeah. Let's just be boosters on those so we
All
don't fall too far behind. Lav, if you donate twice, you just get entered twice. So, I've already had a bunch of texts come in about, hey, is Shedeur going to start week 1 for Cleveland? My prediction is no. I don't think he is a week 1 starter in the NFL. Baker Mayfield did not start week 1 for the Browns, right? So, Justin Herbert didn't start week 1 for the Chargers. I think Joe Flacco is going to start week 1. I don't think the Browns are going to use Shedeur as just this, marketing tool. If they are serious about winning games, it's not that a rookie can't be a good week 1 starter for you, but I feel that Joe Flacco would give you a much better chance of winning. A bunch of super chats coming in on our Falcons channel. Yeah, we got Justin. Appreciate you, Justin. Iron Eagle. Not going to lie, I was bummed with the day 1 decision. However, after all the picks and still able to land Sanders at such value and at the same time putting a chip on his shoulder, I got to grade them an easy A. Good movie. And, yeah, Shedeur in round 5, just the possibilities alone, it makes it worth the day 3 draft pick.
I was going to say the biggest thing is value.
Yep.
That's a value pick right there.
Exactly. Iron Eagle, thank you for your super chat. Next one up here. I think we might be caught up on the Brown side of things. Yep, Falcons today, super chatters. Brandon Smith for my Falcon. Yeah, $5 super chat to get entered, Brandon, for the yeah. I just don't want to open Pandora's box, Brandon. Next super chat coming in here. Connor, hoping for a Walker jersey. Big Bulldogs and Falcons fan since I was a kid. Are we comfortable with the corners right now, or do we still need Ramsey? No, I mean, Mike Hughes and A.J. Terrell, you're bringing back the same 3 corners right there. And were they the best cornerback trio in the NFL last year? No. Were they the worst? Far from it. So, yeah, I don't think those are corners that you can't trust. I think they can go out there and execute, just maybe not as well as other people could. Connor, thank you for your super chat. We got one from Invest Guy and Brandon Smith. Thanks in advance for the Jalen Walker jersey that I'm going to win. Heck, I'll take that Pierce jersey to support your biased side, Petey. I mean, you guys could be the judges. I feel like I've been pretty neutral when it comes to Tennessee players. I wasn't even having James Pierce as my number 1 edge rusher. Like, I had Mike Green over him. Invest Guy, thank you for the super. Next super chat coming in from, we got 2 on Falcons still. A+ draft my Falcons jersey. I've got Invest Guy and Brandon Smith just duking it out right now for more raffle entries. Dallas, my jersey entry, hoping for a Walker jersey. Is there still a chance Kirk gets traded? Should we take Kobe Bryant? Yeah, there's a chance Kirk gets traded, but he just lost one team in the Cleveland Browns. And I don't think any team is going to part ways with either a valuable pick for him or take on a chunk of his salary unless they're really in a quarterback bind. So unless Atlanta dramatically drops its price because no one wants him and it's like the middle of July, which is when Baker Mayfield was traded to the Panthers, I don't think we're going to see a trade happen during the draft today. As for Kobe Bryant, yeah. I mean, it's round 7. I can't say yes or no to any prospect. It's round 7. I have very little expectations. Chargers trading up. All right, next super chat coming in on our Broncos channel. Broncos channel is $3 away from a $200 total in super chats. And then we're going to do Bean Boozled for all these $10 super chats. Nobody now. This is this one guy 21. Appreciate your super chat. Bean Boozled for you coming up as soon as we finish recapping all these other supers. Yes, we did. Jorge, if I were the Broncos, I'd race. Is this he's him? I think it's he's him's like brother. It's kind of like when Michael met Toby's brother in Boulder. Enter me in for the Broncos jersey too. You're in, buddy. Thank you for your support. What jersey would you want, though, from this rookie class? All right, next one. Alex T, thank you for your super chat. Crilly Manili, I was incredibly underwhelmed when we didn't draft who we all wanted, but after watching more film on Barron and Harvey, I can see the vision for sure. All right, here's the one thing I want to put out there for everyone watching. If your team takes a player that you're a little bit so-so on, by all means, you should do your homework on him, learn what you have to learn. If you just watch his highlight reel to convince yourself that you like him, you can do that with any player. That's why they're highlights. Think about recent picks for your team that you didn't really like, and then go watch their college highlight reel, and you'll be like, yeah, that guy was awesome. So I caution anyone not to go 180 because of their highlights. Good, they're highlights. Everyone should have a good highlight reel. Crilly, thank you for your super chat and support. We see a few more coming on Falcons and Browns here, and then I promise it is Bean Boozle time. Brandon H., since we are getting competitive, I'm going to enter twice for my jersey. This is going to get out of control. This is going to escalate quickly. I can already sense it right now. Ryan, everyone seems to have forgotten Johnny Manziel. It's $7 million guaranteed. I would pay Shedeur Sanders that hands down, especially in the 5th round. So, Ryan, like coming from our Falcons channel, yeah, there's so many different. I don't think there's anything really similar between Manziel and Shedeur. From a playing perspective, from a pre-draft perspective, there's nothing similar here. I do think that Shedeur had a big slice of humble pie. He was a round 5 pick that wouldn't throw at the combine. That might have been a mistake looking back, because teams are like, who do you think you are? Everyone else in this tier of yours is throwing. You should be out there throwing. William. Yeah. I'm trying to get a Browns jersey. Let's go Browns. William, you're in that jersey raffle. Thank you so much for your support. Iron Eagle, Cousins stays where he is for now. Only trade I see is there if there's an early season injury somewhere. I agree. That's what Atlanta would be banking on is in training camp. The fear is, like, what if that injury doesn't happen? Are you going to hold on to him as your backup? Or at that point, you're like, we never thought it would get to this point with Kirk. We really don't want him as a backup, but we wanted to get something out of him. But clearly that's not happening. So are we going to cut bait and just move on altogether? I'm not sure. We got a few more supers here. Browns, let's effing go. Scott, love the passion. Love the enthusiasm. No worries. Dean, my email, I just saw your message. It is Matthew@chatsports.com. Matthew with 2 T's. Reed will put it on screen. That's my email. Oh, you got to put .com, Reed. Oh, I wonder if people have not been... Matthew@chatsports.com. But for days 1 and 2, did it have .com? Promise? Well, sure, you can promise me something. Okay. We said it's new today. I thought it would be the same thing from yesterday. All right, we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah. Okay. Well, they could have gotten it because I said it verbally. All right, next one. Got lacrosse highlights right now for whoever was just drafted. Broncos is up next. Just throw it on just in case. Yep, we saw that one. I take a Jade Barron or Pat Bryant jersey. Best of luck to you in the jersey raffle, guy. Slip Trank, no way you skipped my super chat earlier. We definitely hit your $10 super chat. We talked about it. That's the Arkansas receiver. We're going to do the Bean Boozle for it in a moment, I promise. Is that what you're talking about? Bulwark, how are we feeling about yesterday's picks, everyone? It's 4:40 in the morning here, so I missed the picks for today. They got a special team outside linebacker from Alabama, Q Robinson, in round 4. I don't think they pick again until like round 6. Yeah, which is going to be like 15 picks from now. It's been all right for Denver. It's been the most underwhelming draft of the Browns, Broncos, and Falcons trio here. Okay. Next super chat on Browns. Are we all caught up? We're all caught up. Let's go back to the beginning of the $10 super chats. We have a lot of Bean Boozles. Yeah. Oh, good pick by Seattle, Torrey Horton. All right, Bean Boozle time. Anyone that just tuned in, Shedeur Sanders drafted to the Cleveland Browns with pick 144 in round 5. He's the second quarterback taken in this draft after Dillon Gabriel by the Cleveland Browns. And now it's Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Shedeur Sanders, and Dillon Gabriel all competing for that starting quarterback job. Yep. No, we did not. That's our first Bean Boozle for Broncos. Whose turn is it? It's your turn because I got lucky. No. Oh, I did get Band-Aid. Yeah, you're right. All right, this is for Reed. You get berry blue or toothpaste. That's not the worst punishment, I would think, toothpaste. All right, you ready? This is for Reed. $10 super chat. We're doing Bean Boozle. Did you get berry blue or toothpaste? It's sounding and looking like toothpaste.
I got bite my tongue.
Oh.
But it's toothpaste. It's good.
Okay.
The blue ones are the best to get.
Yeah. All right, my next $10 super chat. Yep, also on Broncos. For me now. You gotta be shitting me. Well, maybe good news. Cappuccino and liver and onions. I'm due. I'm so due. I don't see another one in here. I know, but we got definitely, unless cappuccino is the worst tasting one ever, it's hiding. Yeah, it's a brown one. I think they may not have it anymore here. I'm not kidding. I think we just got unlucky. Got 2 liver and onions.
Give it here.
I promise I'm not messing around.
You're messing around.
You're going to take it, and then 30 seconds in, you're going to go, I think you're right.
All right. Well, hopefully that happens.
I mean,
Let me see.
knock your socks off. It's just a traditional brown jelly bean. Yeah. Shocker. Jorge Floyd, the duck race will be at the end, towards the end of round 7.
It's probably because that's a really bad one. So it's like there's only a couple in there.
There's only 2. I got 2 liver and onions.
That's what I'm saying. So like the liver and onions is really, really bad.
Yeah.
So it's like the really bad ones, because the licorice and rubber one, that one was bad, but like there was only like a couple in there.
We got liver and onions twice on a respin. Let's try it again. I'm not doing Tutti Frutti again. All right, here we go. Banana or wet dog? I love banana flavored things. My all-time favorite. All right, here we go. Survive in advance. We just got one. We just got another one from one more for Broncos. Slip Tank just sent $10 super chat in. Hell yeah, I must have been pissing like you and you and Quinshon Judkins. You saw he was in the bathroom when he got drafted. His mom picked up the phone for him. Josiah Johnson out of, I can't say that. Baptist would be a great DB. Went to a lower school, but absolutely dominated. That sounds like a nice UDFA target for Denver. All right, here we go. You get top banana or wet dog. It wasn't a great banana. Looks like wet dog for Reed. Yikes. Next 20. Is that the worst one you've had? Nothing beats, I think, liver and onions. No, liver and onions is awful.
Liver and onions is really bad, and bandage was bad.
Band-Aid was by far the worst one.
By
Old
far the
Band-Aid.
worst.
Cool Guy. I think it might be Cool Guy's first ever super chat. First time in a long time. All right, any more 10 on Falcons? We had Ryan. Okay, or Browns. Miami Mac, yep. This one's for me. Okay. I keep getting good spin here. All right, I got nope, liver and onions again. God, it's like addicted to it. I'm about to break this thing. Good spin. Okay. Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks? Damn, I don't even like Tutti Frutti, though. This is like a lose-lose. Tutti Frutti. That's huge. Next one. Iron Eagle. This one for you, Reed. It's right on the middle, so I'll let you pick. Do you want banana or pomegranate? Or wet dog or old bandage? You can't run the old bandage risk. You've had both bad ones. Which one's worse? Wet dog or old bandage?
No, I don't want that one.
You want wet dog? Yeah. All right, here you go. Banana. The banana's not very good. Or maybe it is wet dog. Yeah, it's not a very good banana for a banana.
Not.
Not very banana-y.
I don't know. I think it's banana, but it sucks.
Mm-hmm. All right, next one. We're either making great content or horrible content. You guys can tell me which one it is. This one's for me. Are we all caught up on Browns now? I think this is the last one. Toasted marshmallow or stink bug? I got toasted marshmallow the very first time.
You know what, Almond? Almond, I like that idea. I'll do it. I'll do it.
It's stink bug.
Almond K. Oh, stink bug sucks too. Oh,
It's stink bug for sure.
Shit. By the way, the Lions traded into pick 171. By the way, the draft's on.
Yeah, sorry. That was not great draft content for like 10 minutes there.
So, Amin said, if someone donates 20 plus, you should blindly grab 3 beans. I'll do it. If somebody $20 or more, I'll close my eyes and I'll just pick up 3 and I'll eat them.
All at once, too?
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Okay,
Good
let's
idea,
recap.
Amin.
Reed, you want to do a bit of a recap of best players available, and then we'll show you, we'll kind of get the tracker going again for everything that's happened in day 3 so far. But the biggest pick, Shedeur Sanders to the Cleveland Browns. It's going to be fun to see this competition develop. It's going to make for exciting, preseason games. Here's what the Browns have taken so far in the draft. I mean, this is a complete draft now for Cleveland. They're out of picks. I'm going to give this draft an A-. The only thing holding it back from being an A is Dillon Gabriel. I just feel like it was a wasted 94th overall pick. But if Stefanski thinks that's his guy, okay, I'll trust Kevin. Atlanta, meanwhile, you can look at the picks they've made so far. I think this is an A draft as well. They have one more pick in round 7, but I really like what Atlanta has done. I mean, with only 4 picks, I feel like they could walk away feeling as good as a team with 8 picks. So good picks by Terry Fontenot and the Falcons. This is my least favorite draft here. My least true favorite is the Saints. But Jade Barrett, he's a great football player. He's the best DB in the country last year. I don't like this pick. I don't like this pick. this is okay. It's 101, so whatever. Like, I don't think you should be like banking on getting a huge no doubt at that time. But Q Robinson, when I hear the best thing about him is his special teams, it's not very inspiring for round 4. You know what I mean? He started 5 games in 5 years for Alabama. He's got good physical traits, but I want football players, not track stars. They have a round 6 pick, which, by the way, we are about to enter round 6. We've got a few more picks in the end of round 5, then 2 more rounds to go. And best available, we're definitely at the point of who indeed. So if you recognize these names, kudos to you.
So,
you definitely know your NFL draft.
What's funny is I don't know if anyone else plays College Football 25. I know you do, Petey. I play our coworker, who is also my best friend, Jake Chipper. I play him a lot in College Football 25. Damian Martinez, the Miami running back. I was up by no. He was up by 2 points. I was running the ball out to kick a field goal to win the game. I was Miami, he was Clemson. I was running the ball out. I took Damian Martinez, put him on ball carrier conservative. He carried the ball, fumbled. I lose the game with 0 seconds to go. So Damian Martinez, I don't like him because of that.
I usually don't get triggered from comments on YouTube because doing this for so long, you learn to just brush the negative ones aside. This one, it does trigger me because it's just false. On the Brown Shedeur Sanders video we did, this guy said, "We'll see, but PD, I think you are wrong and all your credibility is shot." What did I think it's fair to be against taking Shedeur in round 1, but happy to take him in round 5. I don't think I'm doing anything like any gymnastics with that. That's a pretty rational thing to go with. Hey, I wouldn't do round 1, but I would do round 5. No one ever thought he could get to round 5, so no one suggested that as a possibility. He's him as a few super chats here. Cool guy, everyone. This is a longtime viewer of the channel. It's great to see him support us, but he already does it in so many ways. Give me a Sanders jersey. I'm pissed I have to root for him. It's $5 super chat. Well, you kind of missed the Sanders raffle anyway. All right. Not going to condone this. Freedom of speech. It's all yours. He's him. All right. Moving on. You had your moment. Yeah. Yep. If you have not yet, please subscribe to the channel. We've got some loyal viewers right now. I mean, everyone watching on our Browns stream, you guys are awesome because the Browns are done picking for the rest of the day. They're out of picks right now. Falcons don't pick until round 7. Denver doesn't pick for another 25 selections. So while we waited out a little bit here, I do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsor, Game Time. They make getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets. Save up to 60% off buying last-minute sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply, but again, create an account and redeem code CHATSPORTS for $20 off. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All right, we are making our way towards the last few picks of round number 5. We're going to show all the picks that have happened so far in day 3 of the draft. As the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons have all made selections thus far. Here are some of the best players available. Tej Johnson, Kobe Bryant, Smith from SMU is a player to watch for. Reed's going to just take over for about 3 to 4 minutes. I've been sitting in this throne since 10:30 a.m. Central. So what's that, 4 hours on the dot? Yeah. I need to stand up. I've sat for 4 straight hours. I feel like Quasimodo. So Reed will go through all the picks that have been made from, the start of round 4 to where we are towards the end of round 5 with you all here. And I just need to stretch my legs for a moment. All right. So here's Denver's picks, but you can do the entire draft, Reed. Appreciate everyone for, watching with us. There's a lot of great ways you can take the NFL draft in, but love to see all of you guys supporting the channel. Okay. Yep, it was Dyke from Florida.
All right. Petey's going to go, I don't know, take a break because he needs it. This is crazy. Oh, that's a big stretch right there. Big stretch. If anyone sends in a $100 super chat, I'll shock in a beer. Screw it. All right. So, to start off round 4. So, this is going to be fun to try and say these names. We're just going to go with Dyke from Florida, wide receiver. Bashal Tutin, he was the fastest running back in this class. He's from Virginia Tech. He goes to the Jaguars to meet up with Travis Hunter. Cam Scadaboo, right after, goes to the New York Giants, the running back from Arizona State. The knock on him is he's not fast, but I don't think as a running back you need to be fast. You do need to be fast, but it is not like a huge requirement where you're like, oh, he's not going to get drafted, because obviously the Giants find some value in him. Craig Woodson, safety out of California, goes to the New England Patriots. Jack Kaiser, linebacker out of Notre Dame, goes to the Jags. Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee, goes to the Raiders. That's a deep threat for them. Who's going to throw to him? Geno Smith. Who's going to run the ball? We don't know yet. We do. It's Ashton Genty. All right, we got Deion Walker, the tackle from Kentucky. He's like 6'8", 331, big guy. Arian Smith, wide receiver out of Georgia, goes to the Jets. Ty Robinson goes to the Eagles. The Eagles building up the trenches again. Danny Stutzman, linebacker out of Oklahoma, goes to the Saints. Falcons today, everyone who's watching from there, the Saints have had a terrible draft, and I love it. I love that they've had a terrible draft. It's just hilarious. Taking Tyler Shuck, he's going to be 30 after his rookie contract is up, so that's awesome. All right, we got CJ West from Indiana going to the 49ers. Trevor Etienne, the running back from Georgia. Travis Etienne's brother, who he's on the Jags right now. Trevor goes to the Panthers, so I guess you got a couple people back there. I don't know what's going to go on in Carolina in their backfield, but we'll see. Cody Simon, linebacker out of Ohio State, goes to the Cardinals. Woody Marks, running back out of USC, goes to the Texans. I see that Miami Mac put in a super chat, so we'll look at that in a second. Mr. Miami Mac. Mac, how do you feel about Shedeur Sanders? You like it? You don't like it? Let's see. We got. All right, Denzel Burke. Okay, Denzel Burke to the Cardinals. But we got Miami Mac. My Steelers friend is mad because they still haven't picked up a QB. I said we would trade them Kenny Pickett, and it's 2026. Why did I say 2020? 2026, 6th round for a 5th round. Mac, that'd be funny. That would be hilarious if Kenny Pickett goes back to the Steelers. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, because you got Joe Flacco, Dillon Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders. I'm not huge on Kenny Pickett. He sucks, but Jimmy Haslam, or not Jimmy Haslam, Andrew Berry probably thinks he can pull that round 1 talent out of him, but I don't agree. All right, we got. Go back to the selections. Let's see. Any more super chats? No, just chilling here. Yeah. All right. Sorry. Let's go. Here we go. Go back to the selections. All right. We got Harquez Hunter, the running back out of Auburn, goes to the Rams. Billy Bowman Jr. goes to the Falcons. I like that pick. I really like that pick, actually. Good safety out of Oklahoma. Value pick right there in round 4, pick 118. I like it. Barrett Carter, linebacker out of Clemson, goes to the Bengals. Gunnar Helm, the tight end out of Texas. I liked him as well. I went and watched the Clemson-Texas playoff game in Austin. It was cool watching him. He's consistent, good target, going to be a good target for the new quarterback over in Tennessee in Cam Ward. I like it. Pretty good. Moving on. Round 4, pick 121, the edge out of Central Arkansas. Whoa, English. The edge out of Central Arkansas, David Walker. Know nothing about him. Lathan Ransom, though, the safety out of Ohio State. Very good. I love this pick for the Carolina Panthers. Maybe the Falcons fans don't, but I'm sure anyone in the Browns chat knows. I like the Lathan Ransom pick. He's a good player. And then immediately right after, the Browns fans get their dreams crushed with Jack Sawyer going to the division rival Pittsburgh Steelers. And moving on here, Barron Sorrell. Barron Sorrell, fun fact, if anyone didn't know. By the way, I'm producer Reed. We are live on all 3 channels right now. Browns Report, Broncos Breakdown, and Falcons Today. How about, since we're live on all 3, I got like so many monitors here. Here, I'll show you what my setup looks like right now. I got like a ton of monitors looking at everything that's going on right now and seeing everything that you guys are saying. So I want to see, Falcons is over here, Broncos, Browns. Spam your initial for your team. So ATL, DEN, CLE. I want to see if you can like mess up my monitors that are going on right now, because there's so much information on the screen right now. I want to see if you guys can just mess it up. Just start spamming CLE, DEN, ATL. I want to see who can go the fastest too, because I want to see if, like, I have so many monitors over here. I want to see if anything gets like messed up, because this one's already messed up over here. But just start spamming. See who can go the fastest. We got 123 people in the Falcons chat right now. Let's see how many we have. Broncos, we got 375, or Broncos, we have 138. Browns, we have 375. Atlanta's getting them. Yeah, Amin. I mean, I'm hanging. It's called Chat Sports. I want to hang out with you guys. Like, we're just chilling here. We got Savage. We got Devon, Carson. Amin, you're in here. Eric's in here. Kathy's in here. Iron Eagle's in here. Talithia's in here. Alexander, Zen, Tyman, Scott. I mean, we got everyone in here. I'm just trying to hang out with you. Bulwark's here. Sean's here. Start spamming. My screen's starting to shake a little bit. So we got Browns and Broncos on my screen over here. It's starting to get messed up right now. It's like glitching. Petey's laptop with all these streams going is messing up. But let's go, guys. Nice. I love it. But funny story about Barron Sorrell. He was in the green room at the draft from round 1, and he got picked in round 4. They said he was not expecting to go round 1, but for some reason he still was in the green room. And then didn't go round 2 or 3, and eventually went round 4. Good for him, I guess. He was just hanging out, wanted to, hear his name get called, and of course, and then he goes to the Packers, so they went out and he started a "Go Pack Go" chant out there. It was kind of cool. All right, moving on. Kyle Kennard, the edge out of South Carolina, goes to the Chargers. Dillon Sampson, the running back out of Tennessee, goes to the Browns. How do we feel about that, Browns chat? I like it. I love it. Scored 22 touchdowns last year. I think it's going to be a perfect, him and Quinshon, it's going to be perfect. I love that duo right there. The Browns running back depth chart was atrocious. You did not want to go back to Jerome Ford and have him start in your backfield, especially when you got Joe Flacco back there. You want some sort of running game, and the need was running back. And I thought they were going to do it in the second round, but they did it in the third with Quinshon, and then again with Dillon Sampson later. You ready? All right. Petey's back from his hiatus.
Yeah, I was soft, but I needed a break because I was losing feeling in my feet from sitting up here. Oh, yeah. So I had to get off my throne. I'm sitting in a director's chair on top of a coffee table so I can be tall enough for the camera, and I had to go use the bathroom too. All right, where were we? Oh yeah, just a little recap of round 4 and round 5. Read, if you have the moment, to tally some of the super chat totals from all 3. Kind of get the competitiveness going for some people, because I know that always gets the crowd going. Yeah. Literally, Jose Santana, super chat update. Two channels are razor thin. One's got a pretty solid lead, but we've seen lots of leads get squashed before. Perfect. Yeah. This Jack Sawyer pick is going to give Browns fans nightmares, by the way. Yeah. Like the Dillon Sampson pick a ton. Yep. We are officially into round 6, by the way, which features a pick for Denver. It does not feature a pick for Atlanta or Cleveland. Browns are done drafting. Falcons have one more pick in round 7. If you're Atlanta, sure, you don't come out with quantity, but you come out with quality, and I think you're perfectly fine with that. Denver, I'm not really. They had a bold draft. They took their guys, and they don't really care what anyone else thinks, and let's hope they're right, but it's definitely going to be a draft that you could point at and go, that was a reach, and it either paid off great, or we look back and go, what a disaster class that was. And those drafts happen. The Jags draft from like 4 years ago when they took Chase on in round 1, that was not a single player from that draft was good whatsoever. So it does happen. While we're in day 3, I thought we could do some trivia. I got a couple of trivia questions. Yeah, of course. I came with trivia questions. I can't pretend that the Bills pick at 177 is going to be cared about by anyone watching. Okay, let me give a trivia question, and then we'll show the updated ones there. All right, you ready? Let me... Okay. We'll start off with a bit of a simple one, but these are all team ones. Ready? 3 wide receivers in NFL history have 10 or more seasons with 1,000+ yards. 3 wide receivers have 10 or more seasons with 1,000+ yards. Name those 3 wide receivers. 10 years of 1,000 yards. There's 3 of them. With 10 or more seasons of 1,000 receiving yards. Mike Evans is one of them. I'll let the chat, simmer on it, think about it, start tossing some names in there. Not consecutive. Nope. Just total in their career. Randy Moss is incorrect. I'll let you think for 30 seconds so that because there's a bit of a delay. That way they have a chance to be even with us. Mike Evans is correct. I'm going to look for names in the chat for people that get the other ones correct. The correct names have been said by different people. Yeah. No. A lot of people have said it, so I don't know who said it first, but Jerry Rice. And then there's one more. Only one person has said it so far. It's not Calvin Johnson. Didn't really play long enough. Retired kind of young. No, not consecutive. Just 10 years of 1,000 or more receiving yards. One person has said it. I haven't seen anyone else say it yet. AG, the Browns. Are you asking what the pick number is for the last one? I think it's 243. 244. Boneyard is the only person who's gotten it right. Boneyard knows who they said. Yep, this person played in the last 10 years. Is this going backwards or forward? Okay. Oh, that's why. It is Larry Fitzgerald.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yep, Larry Fitzgerald. Good job, Boneyard.
So, what's funny is I was gonna say Larry Fitz, That sounds like such a. I hate people that do that. Oh my god, I was gonna say him. He came to mind, and then when you kept talking, and I was like, "Oh, it's for sure Mike Evans." So I was like, "I'm gonna give Mike Evans because that's a for sure answer." And then I forgot who I thought about before.
Let's look at the updated like and super chat battle, and then I've got a lot more questions. Do you guys like the trivia? You know, I'm here to serve you, but I thought trivia would be a fun break for pick 178 in round 6. We've got about 60 more picks. So, razor thin right here between the Broncos and the Falcons channel. Browns report with a comfortable lead, but if you were here for free agency, you saw how quickly a lead can disappear. So greatly appreciate everyone who's been supporting the channel with super chats. Here's the like battle. This one not as close. Does anyone take Quinn Ewers, by the way? Or I'm saying, does anyone, like, who's going to draft Quinn Ewers? We are kind of entering that point of, hey, we're getting towards the end. You know, it's early round 6, but still. More trivia? More trivia? Give me a yes or give me an N for no in the comment section. Garrett, the Browns do not have another pick. Reed's going to show all the picks that have been made by the Browns, the Broncos, and the Falcons, the 3 teams we are live for at the moment. Picks they've made and the picks they have coming up, so you guys are up to speed on everything. So here are Denver's 4 out of their 5 picks thus far. They only have one more selection, and it's going to come in round 6 at 197. We're at 178. So about 20 picks away. Atlanta has one more selection themselves at pick 218. And once again, we're at 178. So about 35, 40 picks away. 40 picks on the dot. And then we've got the Browns, who are done. Unless they trade back in, which is a possibility, but I don't think so. They did a press conference. I think they probably want to go home. It's been a long weekend for them. They're like, we don't need to, work extra hard for a round 7 pick. And their last pick was round 5, Shedeur Sanders. The biggest, I'd say, storyline of the entire NFL draft. The guy some people thought could be the 2nd overall pick goes 144 in round 5 to Cleveland. Okay. Now, some trivia. Yeah, trivia. Trivia? What do we think? Okay. If you guys have a trivia question, super chat, we can throw it on for everyone watching to see. Here we go. Next question. I've got a whole bunch of different topics in sports, but I'll stick to, predominantly football. Here's a good one. Since 2010, 6 schools have made the college football playoff and the Final Four for March Madness. 6 schools, not of the same year necessarily, but have made the college football playoff since its inception and have made a Final Four. 6 colleges have done that. Here, let's give them 30 seconds. I know, yeah. Alabama is one of them. I think they made a college football playoff once or twice. Yeah. Is Larry Fitz not a correct answer? Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure he is. Larry Fitzgerald stats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you're right. I got bad information. Larry only has 9. So I guess only 2 receivers have done it. All right. There's no way I can start giving people correct answers. Well, I'm saying, like, if you put all 6 in, it's too much to go break down. Okay.
Can I continue?
Do you want to offer your second one?
Texas.
Texas has not made a Final Four. Oklahoma with Trae Young made the Final Four and they have made multiple college football playoffs. Or is it Buddy Hield that made it with which? They did it twice with both of them? I think one. No, I think Trae Young got bounced early. I think Buddy Hield took him. You've got Alabama and Oklahoma. Florida has not made the college football playoff.
So, okay. Like the bracket, I guess?
The college football playoff.
Okay. Because I was like, Tim Tebow.
Did not make the college football playoff. He won the BCS National Championship game.
Okay.
Georgia has never sniffed the Final Four. They have not won a tournament game in like 20 plus years.
Give me Clemson.
Clemson has not made the Final Four. I've seen Auburn tossed out there a couple of times. They have not made the college football playoff. Brandon has a good start.
TCU
has not made the Final Four.
Ollie Gordon to the
Dolphins. Ollie Gordon drafted? That's a good pick by Miami. I'll start shouting out a couple of the right answers I see in there. Kathy is correct. Ohio State. They've made both. They snuck in the Final Four. I see Michigan from Trader Jack. Michigan has made both. There are 2 more. I know I've seen one person say one of them. Brandon is correct. Oregon has made both. There's one more.
Tennessee.
Tennessee has not made the Final Four. They made the Elite 8 twice.
All right.
I don't know if anyone has said this last one. I'm looking.
Is it something that I could get?
Yeah.
Texas Tech?
No college football playoff.
When did college football playoff?
2013.
So it's not Florida State?
It's not Florida State. They have not made a Final Four. I'm looking. Tennessee, no. It is a Big Ten school.
It is.
They snuck into the college football playoff one year and got blown out.
Oh, no. I know this.
Indiana has not made a Final Four, believe it or not. Arizona has not made the college football playoff. Notre Dame has not made a Final Four.
Oh, my God.
Amon
Kyle
K's
McCord
got
goes.
it.
Kyle McCord goes to the Eagles.
Kyle McCord going to the Eagles. We'll reset the picks a little bit here and look at some of the last couple of ones. So a bit of a new backup possibly for Jalen Hurts to compete with Tanner McKee. I think that's a great pick by Philadelphia. I'm very high on McCord. I think he could be one of the better quarterbacks of this class, honestly. It is Michigan State. Michigan State. Kyle McCord, by the way, for all the Browns fans that would never stop giving me shit for liking him over Will Howard, he goes before Will Howard. Papa T with a $10 super.
That's you. Wait, no, that might be me.
I think it's you. Yeah. So the final 6, by the way, are Alabama, Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, Oklahoma, and Oregon. Yeah, I know. It's the end here. I know why people leave. I would be leaving too if my team was done picking. I feel your pain. We have 2 supers, though. We have Papa T and we have a trivia super chat that came in. On our Browns. I like the Kyle McCord selection a lot. Let's see what New England does at 182. Maybe a fun name. Iron Eagle, 2 quarterbacks are tied for the most starts for Cleveland since 1999. Who are they? Great question. We'll give the chat a moment to think it through. Yeah, I've got one, and I'm trying to think of the other. Wins is a funny one, and it's a sad one. Good question, Iron Eagle. Starts. All right, let's get the obvious one out of the way. Baker Mayfield. Next. No, Watson only started 19 games.
The first.
I think it might be Tim Couch.
It could be. Well, my first thought was Brian Hoyer.
Not a bad thought, but no, because he just hopped around too much.
I know, but
I think it's Baker, and then there's a few other names out there like Tim Couch. I think it might be Anderson as well. Derek Anderson, I feel like, is a possibility. Since 99, guys. It's not Whedon. I'm in between Anderson and Couch. I'm going to go with Tim Couch since that was my gut. Iron Eagle, Baker, and Tim Couch. I'm not very confident in Couch, but Baker for sure. No, Whedon, until he didn't. I don't think he played enough. Baker and Hoyer. I like Couch. Okay. Sheep Trader Jack, what's my opinion on the move up for Watts? I like it a lot. I think Xavier Watts was a great pick. He was an excellent player at Notre Dame. I am a big fan of that selection. Mayfield and Couch. Let's go, Iron Eagle. Shooter. And next one, $10 super chat coming in. Out watching the band, just heard about Sanders. Browns are gluttons for punishment for show WTF. What I don't get what the negativity is. You might just hate Shedeur because you don't like Shedeur as a person, and I don't think that's fair. I don't think he's done anything to really warrant that much level of hatred to the point of you won't even use a round 5 pick on him. I'm not saying that's you, Papa T, but round 5, someone come up with an actual majored con to this. Hey, kicker taken. Kicker.
Kicker alert.
Kicker taken. Hater, I don't see any super chats from you coming in. Patriots take a Miami kicker. All right. Yeah. Shedeur Sanders joins Dillon, Gabriel, Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett in that quarterback room. It's going to be fun to watch that over training camp in the preseason. Yeah, this is for Reed. You get strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. That is MJD. Okay, you ready? Aw, shit. Fuck. First bad throw of the day. I'm sorry. When I let it go, it hit my finger on its way up. Took some of the velo off of it. What if that was a good one, though? Yeah. Dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie? That must have been dead fish then. Yeah! That was a big win. Papa T, thank you for your super chat. All right. Another trivia question? All right, trivia question. It would have been cool if the Browns took Travis Hunter at 2 and Shedeur in round 5. Gotta admit, that would have been sick. Okay. Yeah, sounds great. Yeah. All right, you guys, what kind of difficulty do you want? You want it hard? That's what she said. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. From 2020 to 2025, name the first running back selected in each of those drafts.
So from 2020 draft.
Yep, to 2025 draft. Name the first running back taken in every single one of those drafts. So from 2020, you can go to anywhere you want, but don't do 2018 because that's not this. First running back. I was like, I made the boundaries very clear, and you immediately go 2018. So 2020 to 2025, the first running back selected in each of those drafts. So I'm looking for 5 names in total. How about you start with this one? Oh, my God. Browns fans, I'm so sorry. Browns fans, it just went from bad to worse. Wait till they see who got picked at 185. Browns fans, brace yourselves. Devin Neal, the Kansas running back, goes to the Saints at 184. But I want you guys to get prepared for who goes at 185. Oh, boy. You're going to start to connect the dots a little bit right now. It's who you're thinking it is. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah. It's what you're thinking. It happened. I'm going to let that just work itself out. Therapy session in the chat. Cool guy needs it. Back to our trivia. First running back selected in the last 5 drafts. Will Howard, quarterback out of Ohio State.
Moment of silence for
The
Mr.
Steelers
Will
have taken
Howard.
Jack Sawyer and Will Howard. I'm not a Buckeye fan. I would say argue. I would say those were the two most beloved players from the Natty. Right? There's a lot of good options. JTT, Ibuka. But I feel like Sawyer and Howard were different. I'm sorry. All right, back to our running back. Who was the first running back taken in 2025? Reed? Yep. This year. 2 nights ago. So Cam Ward went first overall. There you go. You were working that night. Can anyone remember who the first running back taken last year was in 2024? That running back hardly played as a rookie. Johnny Hart got it in our Broncos channel, and a couple people got in it, Vincent and Speed and Falcons. Jonathan Brooks was the first running back taken at 52, I think. 2023, first overall pick was Bryce Young, followed by C.J. Stroud. That was Bijan Robinson, yes. 2022, that was Trayvon Walker draft. This is a tough one. Pardon? And Kenny Pickett, yeah. I'll give you a hint for the 2022. This player did not go round 1. First running back taken in the 2022 draft. Good fantasy football player who had a knee injury his rookie year. Speed and Vincent are on top of it. And Salvage Falcon. It is Breece Hall. 2021. That is the Trevor Lawrence draft. Followed by, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. That was also a player taken in round 1. No, it's not Travis Etienne. It was a little before Travis Etienne. This running back is not with this team anymore. Falcons chat's on top of it. It is Najee Harris. 2020 is tough. It was a first-round pick that was a big-time bust. Obviously, a very good, great college career. Complete bust in the NFL. Yep. It is not Leonard Fournette. He was 2017 with Christian McCaffrey. Falcons chat is on top of it. It is Clyde Edwards-Helaire. All right, we have to do a quick House of Atlas, and then we have another super chat via super. We have another trivia question via super chat. Send me your trivia question. I would love to answer it or see if I can answer it. But today's live coverage was made possible thanks to a new sponsor of ours, House of Atlas. They gifted us one of their razors, and honestly, I'm blown away. Not only does it look insanely sleek sitting in my bathroom, but it gives me an incredibly close shave. First of all, this Atlas razor looks sick. It has a sleek design, it's easy to hold and maneuver with a nice weight to it. It is truly the best looking razor I've ever seen. And now for a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the precision shave cream and calming aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com with promo code CHAT. That's 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting time and money on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you're going to love it as much as I did. I put all that information for you guys in the comments and description of today's video. By the way, it's pick 185 in round 6. We're kind of inching our way towards the halfway marker of the 6th round. The Broncos are picking in about 10 spots. So get ready for a Denver pick in about 10-ish spots. All right. We got a super chat with a trivia question on our Browns channel, and we got a Broncos super chat. Broncos is just another super chat thing just popped in. $9 behind the Falcons channel in super chats. So neck and neck between Denver and Atlanta. And Browns is $3 away from 400. So really appreciate everyone's support. We got one on Broncos, one on Browns. And another one on Browns. Yeah, Papa T, I don't know if you were here for when that news broke 5-10 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. To see Sawyer and Will Howard go to the Steelers is shambles for Browns and Buckeye fans. Crilly McNilly, PD, I'm sure you already said it, but who is your final pick for Denver, and who do you see them taking? Let me answer that question in a moment. I'll catch up on the super chats here. Iron Eagle, what head coach had the shortest tenure for a team in NFL history? I don't remember his name. I just know he was the LA Rams head coach many decades ago. He didn't even get, I think, to the regular season. I only remember this because when Nathaniel Hackett was so clearly not cut out to be an NFL head coach, the fun fact started surfacing of, if you're ever wondering what the shortest tenure head coach is, it was this guy for the Rams in like 1959. I don't remember his name though, but I do know that much. I'm pretty sure that's it. Iron Eagle, let me know how close or far off I was. I'm sorry, Papa T. Yeah, to see Will Howard go from Columbus to Pittsburgh is tough. And he's going to share a ride with Jack Sawyer, who went earlier today to the Steelers. Soul Train, I love the Dillon Sampson pick for the Browns. I feel like Cleveland just got a whole lot closer to recreating the Nick Chubb-Kareem Hunt duo. I don't mind Dupree. That's I think I'm saying that right. That's the Alabama tight end. I had him going to Denver in my mock draft, so I'd feel kind of fulfilled if he were to be the pick. But Dillon, I like where your head's at with these two right here. All right, checking out who the best players available are as we enter, the last third of the NFL draft, last quarter of the NFL draft. We're at pick 186. I think there's 245 picks, so we've got about 60 more picks to go. Kobe Bryant's been a very popular name. Brashard Smith from SMU. There's Tez Johnson. Yeah, I'm not crazy about people that name their kid Kobe Bryant. I feel like just for their entire life, anytime they introduce themselves, everyone just goes, oh, like Kobe. Yep, that's me. I don't know if I'd say my name is Kobe Bryant if I was placing an order for Starbucks. When they're like, can I get your name? I think I just go with like a simple John. I just don't want to hear it every time. Good pick by Houston. We can look at what Cleveland, Atlanta, and Denver have done so far in the draft for anyone that's just recently tuning in. We've got a bunch more of the Bean Boozleds. So $10 super chat, and we're going to spin the wheel and figure out whether or not Reed and I get a good bean or a bad bean. I do feel a little bad for Cam Ward. He was the first overall pick, but all the attention went to Shedeur Sanders. When Cam Ward was picked, ESPN was showing Shedeur Sanders highlights. I got to give Green Bay credit. I was a major doubter and non-believer that this draft could effectively been run well from Lambeau and from a small city in Green Bay, hardly a city. There's been no reports of like hiccups or traffic or logistical problems. So it's been a very well-oiled machine. Oh, I love how the dog's even excited when Tyler Shuck got drafted. Iron Eagle, $2 super chat. Ooh, with a hit. Maybe it's someone that. Yeah, we're at pick 188, and Denver picks at 197. Oh, the Ravens. Can we look at the recent picks, Reed? An interesting pick happened. Sean knows it already. We skipped this one a little bit. That's a kicker to the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, the Justin Tucker connection right now setting in. Is that a sign of Baltimore moving on from Tucker? I'll be honest, you don't take a kicker in the draft to develop him. One has to assume the plan is for that kicker to be the week 1 starter. All right, Iron Eagle's getting giving some updates. Yeah, I had a name in mind. I really thought it was that guy from the 50s for the Rams. Someone could double fact check. I thought he only coached for like 2 months. Also coached for the Browns. As a head coach, Iron Eagle, or just like a positional coach? Well-known coach. I mean, Urban Meyer was just 11 weeks of regular season, if we want to go off regular season. Bobby Petrino was very short-lived with the Falcons. I still thought did he get the full year in? I don't remember if he got fired halfway through. I'm stumped.
The Steelers drafting Will Howard. Does that mean Aaron Rodgers isn't coming?
No, I just think that they were happy to see a quarterback that they liked in round 6.
I'm talking more about Aaron Rodgers.
I know. I'm saying regardless of Aaron Rodgers. Oh, you're saying this is Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to go to Pittsburgh
Oh, no,
anymore.
I don't think a round 6 quarterback can decide if you want to continue playing football or not.
He's a diva, though.
I know he's a diva, but like I don't think he's a diva to the level of I'm gonna retire because of what you did in round 6.
Like imagine he didn't sign to the Steelers yet because he said I want to make sure that you guys don't draft a quarterback because if you draft a quarterback, then I'm not coming.
No,
so that's like, well, we don't know what we're gonna do in the draft yet. Then I'm not signing yet.
I hear what you're saying, but I think there is a line in the sand of round 6, you can't let that be way too big of an emotional factor. Iron Eagle, yes, you are correct. Yeah. We'll throw the answer up on screen. It's a good trivia question. Bill Belichick, he was on the Jets, and then he got traded to the Patriots after one. Either traded or he... No. He got hired, and then the New England job opened. My memory's a little foggy of it, but he either resigned to go coach New England, or he was traded from the Jets to New England. Someone fill in the gaps there for me.
Oh, shit. Oh, this is interesting.
A pick is interesting? Oh, the Colts take Riley Leonard. Yeah, not a good draft weekend for Quinn Ewers. Probably should have gone back to college for one more year. because Riley Leonard just went before you, and he stunk last year for Notre Dame. He was good at Duke, bad at Notre Dame. Sleepy Petey is right. Dude, well, like, I got home at 1. All right, TMI, my dog's been having some tummy issues. I got home at 1 o'clock in the morning last night. I had to do some cleaning in my apartment from the tummy issues. And so then you got to take the dog out after that. And, of course, they never actually do anything if they've already gone to the bathroom, but you still got to do it. So we walked around for 20 minutes till like 1:30 in the morning. And then I got in bed, and I really just couldn't fall asleep from that kind of, like, I wouldn't say adrenaline, but like the rush of the draft till 2 a.m. And then my 7:50 alarm went off. So I'm not going to pretend like it's a tough blue-collar job, but back-to-back nights of that, a little tired. And I'm having a major freak-out session because my dog, Walker, took her on a walk, and she did not use the bathroom. The dog, not the walker, on the walk. And I'm not going to get home until 7 p.m., and at that point, she will not use the bathroom since 8 o'clock this morning. And that means I'm going to come home to more things I got to clean. But Cruz is a perfect dog. Denver's pick is coming up soon. They're about 7 spots away. More trivia, says Reed. All right. Chubathon, getting paid overtime doesn't quite work like that. Okay. Give me a moment here before you go to use the bathroom. Just give some shout-outs, Reed. Just got to do a quick thing.
All right. We got 149 people. Oh, snap. We got 149 people watching on our Falcons chat. We got Savage Falcon, Jack Setti, Matthew P. Fan is the GOAT, Amon K, Invest Guy, Vincent Cuts, Crockett. And then on our Browns stream, we've got Greasy Flight. What's up, Greasy Flight? Jacob Kistner. Good to see you, Jacob. George
We haven't seen Jacob in ages.
I know.
Where have you been, Kistner?
We got Chubathon in here, too.
It's
Soul
Chubathon.
Train. What's up, Soul Train? Westside Red, Ryan, Time Man the Buckeye, Kathy. And then in our Broncos chat, we got Sean, Johnny, Austin, Jesus, Velasquez, Crilly Manilli, Callis, Dillon, and yeah. All right. Wow, I am tired. How about everyone in all 3 chats right now, Broncos, Browns, Falcons, let us know who your favorite pick of the draft is. For the Falcons, could be Xavier Watts or Jalen Walker or maybe James Pierce. For Browns, is it Shedeur Sanders? Is it Quinshon Judkins? Is it Mason Graham? Broncos could be RJ Harvey. Maybe who they're going to pick next, coming up soon. Could it be Jade Barron? Let me know. Carson said Jalen Walker. Invest Guy said Jalen Walker as well. Same thing with Nicole. Reaper YouTube said Jalen Walker for sure, but it's hard to choose a favorite when we get so many studs. Yeah, Falcons have been killing the draft. I'm not going to lie. We got Crockett with Walker as well. Kathy said Quinshon Judkins. Joshua Warren said, do we have any picks left at all? No, the Browns are done. Unless they trade back in, I think they're done. There's a slight chance they could, but they did do a press conference, so I don't think they are. Dalton sent in a $2 super chat saying
Dalton
Harold
Cochran,
Fannin.
long time no see, buddy. Happy to have you here for day 3.
What else we got? On the Broncos, got Jade Barron? Yeah, Johnny.
Yeah, I think for
Johnny
Denver,
and
the
Ray.
only answer is Jade Barron. Which the Barron pick I look at as, if you like best player available, he was the best player available. It's at a very important position in corner. He offers a lot of flexibility and versatility. You can play him inside. I think he's not going to be an outside corner due to his height at the next level, but in a pinch, you can toss him out there. He can play safety. He's a playmaker. He had 5 interceptions last year for Texas. He was a very good safety. A nickel corner star. He just played all over. He was a true defensive back. He did not know just one position. So if you like someone who can, be flexible like that, can be a Swiss Army knife at a very important position, that's a good pick at pick number 20. Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green, over 100 yards, over 1,500 yards, both of which led the country as a tight end. He's a yards after the catch, yards after the contact monster. He is not going down the first time. I think with Njoku getting up towards 30, entering a contract year, along with the injuries he's had, not the worst time to invest in a young new tight end. And at the very worst case scenario, you have 2 tight ends for the next couple of years. Okay, yeah. Yep. All right, Reed's going to run to the little boys' room. Everyone get your predictions in for how many wins for the Browns. It is pick 193. Denver picks again at 197. So Broncos are coming up shortly. How many wins? Time Man says 13. I don't know if Shedeur Sanders gets drafted. I think people are kind of over his cockiness in a way. He was like, I don't even want to go to some teams. Probably don't say that if you're a round 7 guy, because you're just going to burn a lot of bridges. Jags pick at 194 is in. We are about halfway through round 6. Nick and Greasy Flight getting super chats in. We'll throw those on as soon as Reed comes back from the little boys' room. Ammon K says 12 wins for the Falcons. I'll just read out the super chats for now, though. What are the Browns going to do at wide receiver and DB after passing on them in the draft? It's a fair point. I mean, at DB, I think they're just going to roll it back, right? They probably were unable to get an agreement done on a Greg Newsome trade, so they've got him for his 5th year. Martin Emerson, Denzel Ward. They signed a corner before the draft started, Nick Needham. I think that's going to be your cornerback room. As for wide receiver, it's Jerry Jeudy and Cedric Tillman and Mike Woods. That's definitely not a perfect or elite receiver room, but maybe they find one more name in free agency after the draft is over. However, I think those rooms are not going to go under any dramatic, change or makeover. Greasy Flight, my favorite pick of the draft, tight end Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green. Good one, Greasy Flight, especially for where you got him in round 3. The value with the player, it's hard not to gravitate towards that. Bears pick at 195 is in. Denver is 2 picks away. What position do you want the Broncos to pick? What position should the Browns do not have another pick? Cleveland is done drafting. Atlanta has a 7th. Really want to say thank you to everyone that's tuning in right now. It's late in day 3 of the NFL draft. This is the boring part. Let's be honest with one another. But you guys are awesome for sticking it out. Bears select a guard from Michigan State, Luke Newman. Never heard of him before. So one more pick, Detroit, and then Denver is on the clock. Wow. Jalen, or Jalen. There have been 10 players selected so far with the name of Jalen, but spelled differently. Jalen Walker, Jalen Knoll, Jalen Milroe, Jalen Royals, all spelled differently. There's 4 different ways to spell Jalen. I like the Jalen the most. All right, Denver's coming up. I don't mind either making this its own video. I'll kind of wait and see what the pick is, and it may just get lumped into grades. One second. We're talking about Jalen Ramsey. So Ian Rappaport just said a Jalen Ramsey trade is more likely than not. I know that's been a very popular name for Falcons fans as a potential trade target. So I would keep an eye on that over the summer. Like, let Atlanta kind of go through its OTAs and mini camp and go see where they're at with their corners outside of A.J. Terrell and Mike Hughes, who have good, sizable contracts. They're paying 2 corners, a decent amount already. Are they going to bring on a third after drafting 2 safeties? That's a lot of DB, like a lot of resources going to the defensive backs. I feel like with drafting 2 safeties, they're not corners, but I think Ramsey could maybe make the change to safety. Marius Dell, Lions fan from Germany. All right, after Detroit, it is Denver picking. How many picks are there in the NFL draft? I thought there was like 245. I'm going to go 243. Is it more than that? That was my next number. I don't know why that number was in my head too. 257. I saw a tweet that was like, starting now, there'll be 257 names said. That was like on Thursday. So the Lions take an edge rusher from Boise State, 2-time first-team All-Mountain West, first player from Egypt to play FBS football. That's pretty cool. So some of the top players available. Tez Johnson. All right. Who do you want Denver to take? Here are some of the top guys. I don't think it's going to be a receiver just because they don't have room for another receiver on this 53-man roster. They traded out. The Eagles. Oh, I was in between those two. I feel so bad for anyone that's held out this long waiting for Denver's 6th-round pick, their last pick of the draft. The Denver Broncos have just traded pick 197 to the Houston Texans for pick 241 and pick 216. So they will pick later on in round 6 and once more in round 7. Sorry, guys. Who did Houston want to jump up for? Did I see your profile pic? What? Who are you? Matthew Petey fan. Who are you? Give me some kind of hint. Because I don't know how you found that picture. I don't think it's anywhere on social media. If I think that I know what that picture is. At least I believe I do. I'll look at a bigger version. I need a hint.
What is that?
Let me make sure that that picture is what I think it is.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yep, it is exactly what I think it is.
Yo, look at the
Who's next? Oh my God, Quinn Ewers. Wow. Houston trades up for a quarterback. That's CJ Stroud's going to pretend like he doesn't care about that. He's probably a little salty that they traded up for a quarterback. Quinn Ewers, dude, just you should have gone played somewhere else and taken the NIL money. I understood his logic of he wanted to just be a Texas Longhorn. And he didn't want to play anywhere else. That makes sense. But now you're playing nowhere because you're about to be a UDFA. Graham Mertz, he sucks too. How'd you find it on my... Oh, I did tweet out that picture. That is true. I forgot I tweeted out that picture. Matthew Petey fan's profile picture is when I one time had to be Homer the Hound, the Tennessee Smokies mascot, the AA baseball team of the Chicago Cubs, when I interned there for a summer. And if you want to lose weight, be a mascot in East Tennessee in August. I was profusely sweating. The next morning, I woke up, my eyes were sealed shut. I truly had never experienced anything like that. There was so much green pus and grime from the sweat. It sealed my eyes shut with crust. I did shower. I don't really know what happened. I remember driving home. My eyes really hurt from the stinging of the sweat that went in my eyes. And I stopped. I felt like I was going to get pink eye. And I stopped at a Walgreens, and they're like, we can't give you pink eye medicine unless it's a prescription. So I bought some, wipes. And then the next morning, I went like this. And it just wouldn't open. And I had to take my fingers, and I could feel the crud coming off with it. So we have a 7th-round pick, a 6th and a 7th coming up for Denver. And then the Browns are done drafting. The Falcons have an early 7th rounder, which the 7th round is still about 20 picks away. Who wants another trivia question? Trivia question? Are we in? Are we out? Let me know. Trivia question. I feel like Michael in The Office, where every Monday it's Movie Monday. Entourage. All right. This one's kind of tough. Are we ready? Isaiah Bond is still available, Cody. You guys never heard of Graham Mertz? He was the Wisconsin 5-star quarterback. He was like their biggest recruit ever. Doesn't play very well. Transfers to Florida. Tears his ACL last year. But he was kind of bad before then, but he was okay at times. He was a huge time recruit for. It was a 5-star going to Wisconsin. It never happened before. Okay. Yeah, the Browns do not have any more picks in this draft. Unless they trade back in with a future draft pick, they are done. They already had their press conference. I think they're kind of ready just to wrap it up and call it a draft. Trivia. Are we ready? I like this one a lot. It's tough. It's a little bit layered, so just listen a little closely. There are 4 quarterbacks. No. There are 4 quarterbacks who in regular season passing touchdowns are top 20 in NFL history that are also outside the top 20 in postseason touchdowns in NFL history. In top 20 for regular season passing touchdowns, outside of top 20 for postseason passing touchdowns. So lots of touchdowns in the regular season, not a lot of touchdowns in the postseason. All time. Let you think for 30 seconds, they get 30 seconds, and then the answers can start flowing in. Top 20 in regular season passing touchdowns, outside of the top 20 in postseason passing touchdowns. 4. There are 4. Michael Vick is not top 20 in regular season touchdowns. I see a couple of answers coming in. Like Tom Brady is top 20 in both. He's got a boatload of regular season and a boatload of postseason. So you got to find guys that are good at the regular season but don't have a lot of postseason success. Joe Burrow is not top 20 in either one yet. I see one correct answer toss out there.
Give me Drew Brees.
Drew Brees is top 20 for both. Matt Ryan is not top 20 in regular season touchdowns. I'll tell you what Matt Ryan is in regular season touchdowns. Peyton Manning is top 20 in postseason touchdowns. Kathy, Phillip Rivers is correct. Phillip Rivers is number 1 in a way. Phillip Rivers is 6. Phillip Rivers is 6 in NFL history in regular season touchdowns. He is 29th in postseason touchdowns. I'm looking where Matt Ryan is because I know he barely missed it.
Give me Donovan McNabb.
Donovan McNabb is not top 20 in regular season touchdowns. Or Matt Ryan is top 20 in regular season. He's also top 20 in postseason too then. Donovan McNabb. Yeah, Matt Ryan is 9th in regular season touchdowns. He is top 20 in postseason as well. Donovan McNabb is 36 in regular season touchdowns. Dan Marino is 7th in regular season touchdowns. Let me get the postseasons one up too. I don't care. No, I know. I see it. I don't care. Big Ben is top 20 in both.
What about?
I don't think I've seen anyone else say a correct answer. But I may have missed it, and I'm sorry if I did.
It's 4, right?
Matt Ryan is 20th on the dot in postseason touchdowns. Dan Marino is 9th in postseason touchdowns. Matt Ryan barely does not qualify for this. Okay, I'll give you a hint. I'm looking to see if anyone else has gotten one. Nathan on our Broncos channel is correct. Matthew Stafford. Stafford is, ready for this? Second. He is 10th in regular season, 24th in postseason. There are two more. I watched both these guys play on color televisions. They're not like ancient dust. Let me see if anyone else. Mahomes is a good guess. Mahomes is 30th. Mahomes in regular season is.
Oh, that's who I was thinking of.
Mahomes in the regular season is 30th in touchdowns. He's not top 20 yet.
So this is I'm not gonna like cheat or anything.
So far we have Phillip Rivers and Matthew Stafford. There are two more.
Kilpack in the Browns chat said Tony Romo.
Tony Romo.
That's who I thought.
Tony Romo in postseason touchdowns is 28th. In regular season touchdowns, Tony Romo is. Let me look. Tony Romo in regular season touchdowns. Oh, what? One second. Tony Romo, regular season touchdowns. Romo ranks 28th. He is not top 20. He is 28th in regular season touchdowns. In postseason, for what it's worth, I don't think he even sniffs the top 50.
How about Cam Newton?
Cam Newton in regular season touchdowns is further down than you think. He's 60th. Josh Allen just passed him. There are two more. Let me see if anyone else has gotten one. Jacob Kistner has gotten one. Eli Manning. Eli Manning in the regular season is 11th. In the postseason, he is 26. There is one more. This guy is 15th in NFL history in passing touchdowns in the regular season. He is 105th in the postseason. He's that great in the regular season and non-existent in the postseason. Russell Wilson in the regular season. It is not Mike Vick. I'll tell you where Russell Wilson is. Russell Wilson in the regular season is 12th. In the postseason, Russell Wilson is also 12th. He's top. He's 12th in both. 12th man, that's right. Michael Vick. Michael Vick, you're right. He does not get the postseason touchdowns. He's definitely outside top 20. Regular season Mike Vick, though. I got to go down a while. I don't see him. He's 113th. He's not anywhere near top 50, let alone top 20. Vinny Testaverde, no. The correct answer has been said by someone. Two people have now said it. It is the first overall pick from 22 years ago, Carson Palmer. 15th in regular season passing touchdowns, 105th in postseason passing touchdowns. I thought that was a good trivia question. Carson Palmer. Good job, guys. We still have a good amount of picks in round 6 to go, and then all of round 7. In round 7, I think, is the longest round by number of picks. We have 257 picks, and we're at pick 201. Even if you did a minute a pick, it's still about an hour. This thing's going to go for another 2.5 hours, probably. Kobe King, linebacker from Penn State, going to Minnesota. You guys send me your trivia questions. Come up with your best ones. Vikings really pick back-to-back? Huh. See what Minnesota does. I wonder how they decided who they should pick first. I thought we had a super chat pop in. I thought we had one come in. I'll tell you, okay, so some of the other honorable mentions. Where's Joe Flacco in all this? Joe Flacco in regular season touchdowns is 22nd. Joe Flacco in postseason touchdowns is 14th. So I would say Joe Flacco, in order to get to top 20 in regular season touchdowns, Joe Flacco needs to throw about 17 more, and he'll tie Joe Montana. Is Joe Flacco a Hall of Famer if he ties Joe Montana in touchdowns and he's top 20 in the postseason touchdowns? Is Joe Flacco a Hall of Famer? Nick, what are the Browns going to do at wide receiver and DB after passing on them? Oh, yeah, that's when you were in the bathroom. Nick, I'm so sorry it took forever to get this on screen. I forgot about it. Nick, I gave you the answer earlier, but I'll kind of repeat it just in case you weren't tuning in then. I think they just proceed with what they have. And they trot out a very similar current roster at those two spots right there. They traded for Jerry Jeudy, who was 5th in receiving yards last year. Cedric Tillman looked really good up until his concussion. I think they're banking on those two guys being good for them next year. DB, they bring back all their starters, and they run it back. Nick, thank you. Greasy Flight, my favorite pick for the Browns is Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green. We'll get that on screen. Greasy Flight, thank you for tuning in all the way from Thunder Bay, Ontario, if I remember correctly. So you've been here for a long time. I'm really appreciative of all of your support. Restricts, really like the Browns draft this year. Shedeur late, I feel like the gambler pays off. Browns for Hard Knocks this season. Man, you better believe that everyone at HBO is pushing for Hard Knocks to go to Cleveland. Browns, as an organization, don't really like the attention of the media, so they are going to fight it for sure. I don't think Kevin Stefanski or Andrew Berry want any part of Hard Knocks. We have another super chat coming in. He's him. All right. Next one. Pedro, PD, can't believe Terry and friends pulled it off. I'm going to see ROTS 20th anniversary re-release tonight. Which ROTS? Return of the Sith? That's a pretty good guess by me. Yeah. I was like, movie that came out 20 years ago. Enjoy the movie. Popcorn? You just keep plain Jane, get some butter, your little caramel.
Oh, I do no butter.
You do no butter?
I'm a plain guy.
Gotta get some butter.
No, absolutely not.
What do you mean? Don't you're the outlier here.
I am
What's
okay
wrong?
with that.
What's wrong with butter?
It gets all over your hands. It's fake. It doesn't taste good to me.
Oh man, bad take. Oh, Revenge of the Sith, Return of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith. I think I said Return of the Sith.
Oh, I thought you said.
Did I say Revenge of the Sith?
I thought you said Revenge.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Jose Santana, a $100 super chat. Jose, everyone. Spam Jose in the chat right now. Show him some love. No beer bong, no beanie game, just 20 entries into the race raffle for Falcon. You got it, Jose. Just do it, Reed. Falcons rookie jersey, please rise up, Atlanta. Terry cooked. Love you, Reed. And Peter, you went first, too. That means a lot. Jose, you're unbelievable. Your never wavering and ending support and generosity of the channel never goes unnoticed. Jose, thank you so much. I'm just beyond grateful. Words cannot describe how appreciative I am of your support and everyone else that super chats for the channel. Jose Santana, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Jose. Wow, Jose Santana. Best of luck to your Duckies in that duck race. Reed's going to get them in there for you. Wow, Jose. Whew. I'm glad you said no beanie because I didn't want to do another one. Oh, bad hair day. I need a haircut. Jose. 1 of 1 on Falcons today. That super chat, by the way, gets Falcons today. Cuts the difference, cuts the lead in half. The Browns report has 430 in supers. Falcons is at 340, and Broncos is at 230. So everyone's kind of like 100 apart. So 100, and this completely turns on its head. Jose Santana, just wait until the regular season hits, bud. I got a surprise for y'all. I'm scared but excited all at once. We've gotten a $100 super chat from Craig and Jose on Falcons today. We got one earlier on Broncos. Who said there were Broncos 100? It was right at the beginning. Frank. It was Frank. Yep. And then Browns were still searching for our first hundo. He's him. Oh, wow. That's quite the rumor. Quite the rumor. Matthew Petey, good trivia question. We'll do that one after this next super chat. Denver's picking in about 10 spots. They had the last pick of round 6, and then round 7 begins.
The people are talking.
Rumors are whispering. Just a couple of homosexuals in Studio O right now. What I'm afraid of is my fiance not knowing this information. That's going to be quite the twist on, the wedding day. Next super chat coming in from our Broncos channel. Trivia, what was the combined score of Georgia Tech versus Cumberland College in 1916? I think this is either 3-0 or 300-0. I think it was like 300-0. I know it's for sure because I've kind of seen this college football fun fact before. It's absolutely more than 100-0. Good trivia question. I'll play it safe and I'll say 130-0. Broncos have picks round 6 and round 7. Atlanta is picking about 15 spots, by the way. So for the 153 of you that have gutted it out for me, you're about to be rewarded. $222-0. I was right in between. I was 300 or 100. Was right in the middle. So no Quinn Ewers. Shedeur Sanders was the 6th quarterback taken in the draft first of day 3. He went ahead of Kyle McCord, Will Howard, Riley Leonard, and Graham Mertz. Quinn Ewers, you're about to go UDFA, buddy. We've got a trivia question from Matthew Petey fan. Reed and everyone else will kind of, group think this one. Last 10 NFL MVPs. Let's go from 2025 backwards. You want to hop in? So 2025, it was Josh Allen.
Okay.
2024, Lamar Jackson. 2023, Lamar Jackson. 2022, I don't.
Patrick Mahomes.
Aaron Rodgers went back-to-back. It was the year they drafted Jordan Love in the next year. And they drafted Jordan Love in 2020.
So it's 2020, 2021.
So he would have been 2022.
So Then
Yes,
Rodgers,
because his last year in Green Bay was 23. Because he tore his Achilles. He was bad in Green Bay in 23. 22 was Rodgers. 21 was also Rodgers. He went back to back.
2020 was Mahomes.
2020, which was the 20.
No. Yeah.
2020, like fall of 2020, right?
Yes. That was Mahomes.
He must have, because they won the suit. They lost to the Bucks that year, but I think he was MVP. 2019, was that Lamar's first?
That was Lamar's first.
Yep. 2018.
That.
Are we due for Brady?
Brady, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's when they beat the Rams, and I think that was Brady. 17. It's still a quarterback. It could be Mahomes.
I was thinking Mahomes
because he
as
got
well.
one early.
He got one early. I think it's Mahomes.
He was drafted in 15.
Yeah, it's Mahomes.
No, he was drafted in 17. Mahomes was drafted in 17.
So then it's not Mahomes.
Maybe Mahomes was 18 and Brady was 17.
Yeah, let's flip those.
Yeah,
I like that.
Mahomes is 18. Brady is 17. 16. Yes. 16. This is who won the Soupy that year?
Who won the Super Bowl?
That was Patriots beating the Falcons.
Yeah.
16, like fall of 16. Matt Ryan. Yeah. How do we do?
Wait, we don't have to do 15?
No, we'll stop there. That's 10.
Yeah, well, 15's easy.
Who's 15?
Cam Newton.
Oh, you're right, duh. The tricky thing is, like, I think of it like when I do 16, I'm thinking February 16 when the award's given out, and it's like, wait a minute, no, we're talking 16 a regular season. You know, like I hate that in Super Bowls. That we just had the 2025 Super Bowl, not the 2025 Super Bowl. I did? We just had the 2024. Oh, sorry. We just had the 2024 Super Bowl, not the 2025 Super Bowl. Yeah. The only thing that I'm hung up on is the Brady Mahomes in the late 2010s. Pick is in for the Eagles at 207. We go all the way till 257. So the Bills took an offensive lineman out of UConn. I've never heard of either of those two people before. And after that, the Eagles made a pick. And I do know him. Yeah, good pick right there. Should we do one more trivia question? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Ready? Name the last 6 running backs to rush for 250 or more yards in a game.
First one's easy.
All right, give them all 30 seconds. Kind of let think to yourself for a minute. Start putting together a list of names in your head. The last 6 running backs. I'll tell you the year of the last guy to do it and the oldest guy to do it, so you don't go too far back in time. The most recent player to do it accomplished this feat in 2024. The 6th guy was in 2010. So that's your start and end date. 6 guys from 2010 to 2024 did this. Are we ready? All right. In 2024, read which running back rushed for 250 or more yards.
The King, Saquon Barkley.
Yes, Saquon Barkley accomplished that feat. Now, can you name the other 5?
Derrick Henry.
Has never rushed for 200. No, he did in 2021.
Thank you.
I overlooked his name.
Okay. Adrian Peterson.
Never rushed for 250 yards.
Jamal Charles.
Jamal Charles did it in 2010. Pause. We'll give you guys an opportunity now. You got Derrick Henry, you got Saquon. Adrian Peterson never has. Bijan has never done it. Jahmyr Gibbs has never done it. Nick Chubb has never done it. Broncos, I need you guys to step up your game a little bit. Any more guesses? Chris Johnson did not do it. Barry, no, it's from 2010. Sometimes I wonder, am I talking to myself? From 2010 to 2024. So Priest Holmes did not accomplish that feat. Let me tell you how many yards Adrian Peterson rushed for in a game all time. His stats like best in a game. Adrian Peterson's single game rushing record. Okay. Ready? It is 296 in 2007. So he's not one of the last 6 to do it. Yeah, I did lie. You're right. I was focused on the last 6. AP did do that, and you're right. He almost got 300 against the Chargers, but in 2007. So too far back from now. I'm sorry for whoever I snapped at. AP was kind of partially right. Just not the last 6. I've seen a few more correct answers tossed out there. In fact, I think all of them have been said now. There's one that has not been said. Todd Gurley did not accomplish this. All right, Brandon Smith, DeMarco Murray did it in 2011. Remember that one game where he just all of a sudden emerged on the scene for the Cowboys? That was that. And then I saw one other name that was tossed out there correctly. Brandon, also Jonathan Taylor in 2021. There is one more running back who accomplished this feat of 250 or more yards in a game. He did it in 2012. I'm looking to see. I'm looking. 2012. The correct answer has been said. This person better not be cheating. No, Brandon Smith went 3 for 3. It is Doug Martin for the Bucks. Brandon, are you cheating? Or do I have to add you to my trivia team? Eagles adding an edge. Hey, while we're waiting for Denver's pick, Reed, can you throw on? So I want to make a deal, because I know things are a little bit dry right now, but I think at this point we're all just kind of waiting it out for the duck race for the jerseys. If you Venmo at Matthew Petey $1, I'll add you to the duck race. $1 Venmo at Matthew Petey. $1 Venmo. And you could add it to a raffle to win a jersey of a rookie from your team. Just for a $1 Venmo. I just want more ducks in there, honestly. That's really what it boils down to. Reed's going to put my Venmo on screen in a moment. Just a $1 Venmo, and you could add it to a raffle to win a jersey of a rookie from your team. We're going to do that duck race at the end or towards the end of round 7. We'll probably do it actually a little bit before Mr. Irrelevant. So that way when Mr. Irrelevant happens, we can really just sign off with the draft being over. The 6 running backs, by the way, if you were just kind of passively listening, Saquon Barkley in 2024, Jonathan Taylor and Derrick Henry in 2021, then a long gap until Doug Martin in 2012, DeMarco Murray in 2011, and Jamal Charles in 2010. Good job getting Jamal Charles so early. That was kind of like one of the tougher ones. Yep. So Venmo at Matthew Petey, just $1. That's all it is. And you're going to get added into a raffle for a jersey of a rookie from your team. So if you want a Shedeur Sanders jersey or you want a Mason Graham jersey, you want a Jalen Walker jersey, you want a Jade Barron jersey, an RJ Harvey jersey, all you got to do is Venmo $1 and you get added to a raffle for it. We're going to do 3 raffles. We could put everyone in the same. Should we do you have them separated right now? All right, we'll do 3 separate ones then. Yeah. I see a Venmo coming in. Oh, we missed a super chat. I'm sorry. Christopher, I got yours. Thank you. Joel, keep or trade pitch. Joel, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I think at this point you keep him. Because if you were going to get something for him, whatever he was worth, you're past at this point. So I'm not interested in getting a future pick for next year. I want to maximize this year. And you don't really need any more salary cap relief. You know, what spending do you have to do? So at this point, you're going to keep Pitts, and you're going to hope that he just lives up to that 4th overall potential. Joel, thank you so much for yours. I've got Dolphins and Gordon with the $1. What's my 40 time? I ran a 40 my senior year of high school, and I kind of remember the number, but I feel like it's too low for it to be accurate. Like, for you guys to believe it. I think my spring of senior year, which is my absolute tip-top physical shape, I ran a 5.2, which I don't think is I don't think that's like pushing it.
That's not bad at all.
I know for sure it's not a 4. I know it was definitely, I think it was a low 5. 5.1 or 5.2.
I ran a 4.9 in freshman year of high school.
Dolphins, can you tell me like which team you would like to be a part of? I probably should have specified that earlier. Some people have done that already. But if you haven't, please let me know which team you want to be in the raffle for so I don't put you in a raffle and you win. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Whichever. If they're in the Falcons raffle and they win, they just tell me they want a Jade Barron jersey. But I guess then no Falcons fan wins. So yeah, let me know which team you want. Like Casey did a great job. Jalen Walker. Thank you, Casey. Yeah, that would help. That would help out a lot. Scorpion, what happened yesterday with Venmo? What am I missing here? Did I screw up at some point? Dolphins says Denver Broncos. All right, Dolphins, you're in. Bunch of $1 flying in. Sean, let me know what team you want. Same goes for like Levi. I think maybe even Megan. Nope, Megan was good. Nick for sure. Chandler, I'm going to go on a limb here and say you're going for the Browns. Football prods, I'll let that one count. Yeah, but Scorpion, a $5 super chat's not 5 duckies. Otherwise, I got to go back in time and change everyone's $5 super chat to 5 duckies. Connor, I don't mind that picking round 7. It's round 7. You can't be too picky about that. Nick, thank you for the comment. All right. So, Venmo, Matthew Petey, that's me, $1. And we added to a raffle for a rookie jersey for your team. Just let me know what team you like or the player, either one. All right, quick shout out to our sponsor for our live coverage of the NFL Draft, Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets faster and easier, even for hard-to-get playoff seats. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to tip-off. With killer last-minute deals, all-in prices, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying NBA playoff tickets. Last-minute deals save up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and more. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHAT Sports for $20 off. Download the Game Time app today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed. All that information is down in the comments and description of today's video. We got a couple super chats flying in on Browns. We'll hit those up, and then we'll recap some of the recent round 6 picks. Jose Santana, I definitely know what jersey you want. I got yours. I know that name. I know that name. I know that name. So I feel kind of good right now. There's all these puppies at the draft. All right, let's look at some of the Browns super chats that came in. Denver is picking in 5 spots. And then the Falcons are picking in like 7. So Denver's in 5, Atlanta's in 7. We're going to combo these with grades, by the way. So you won't get a highlight cut. Scorpion, we got you to the raffle, Scorpion. Thank you very much for your support. Hope you're having a good one, buddy. William, there's $2. Get me 2 entries. And William, yeah. William Henley, $2. Get you 2 entries. We'll get you in for 2 Falcons duckies. Okay. I'll keep track of all these, obviously. We got another super chat flying in here. Oh, Papa T. Yep. Football prods, you're in. You got him? Football prods is in. Papa T. Hey, Cleveland has blown a 5th-round pick on a kicker. Not worth the BS. But, like, what's the BS, though? You know what I mean? Like, I think... I'm just saying, but what's the BS of taking a quarterback in round 5? Maybe I'm not understanding what Papa T is saying. Is Papa T in 4 or against the Shedeur pick? I'm interpreting... Oh, I interpreted, Papa T, you can clarify. I interpreted you saying, like, it's not worth the BS of Shedeur. Papa T, let me know.
I took it as, he's like, hey, they've blown a pick on a 5th-round pick. Might as well, like, do it on a quarterback.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the BS.
Carson, my Venmo is Matthew PD. Papa T, MP and Reed been kicking ass all weekend. A couple of Warriors. Thank you so much.
Papa T, you're a real one.
You want to know, like, I would say the best but worst part is, like, obviously covering the draft. When you get to the stage, I'd be lying if I wasn't looking forward to it kind of ending because none of us know any of these names here. The real kick of the nuts is tomorrow it doesn't change. We have to come in early and get UDFAs. So it's like, man, you just go through all the draft. You kind of like, you see the light at the end of the tunnel, which first world problem. You know, I signed up for this industry, but then Sunday you're like, I'm back in at 8 a.m. again for UDFAs. That's even less interesting than the 7th round of the draft. All right, here we go. Carson, you can do a $5 super chat. All right, you ready for Bean Boozle for $10 super chat? Every $10 super chat we play Bean Boozle. It's either going to be a good bean or a bad bean. Here we go. Okay. It is juicy pear or booger. I don't like this because I don't like pear. Juicy pear or booger? Booger, booger. I do not remember boogers tasting like that in kindergarten. That is disgusting. This is adorable. Oh. Wait, Carson, we're going to give you a one entry. I can't open Pandora's box here. It's a $1 Venmo for an entry. It's $5 for one entry on a Super Chat. I can't prorate it to $1 on Venmo and $1 on Super Chat. The reason why Venmo is a little bit better is because Super Chats, like 35% go to YouTube. Venmo 100% goes to Chat Sports. So one entry for Carson. I got Dolphins with another Venmo entry as well. With Denver not picking a tight end yet, who's a couple tight ends to look forward to next year? I like Sam Roush and Brendan Doyle, my brother-in-law from Stanford. All right, just because he's your brother-in-law, I like him too. But I have no idea who the good tight ends are for next year. I got nothing for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dolphus. I failed at my job. And then Brendan Harris with a $5 super. Put me in for Falcons, please. You're in, Brendan. Carson, I'm sorry. There's a lot of moving pieces. I didn't mean to, mislead you. These puppies are so cute. I love when you get puppies of, Weimaraners and their skin is too big for their body. Yeah. That's the best. Salt of Solomon, you haven't been here in ages. How you doing, dude? Jose with another entry. Carson, best of luck to you. Invest guy, I would love it if the Falcons snatch up Simon Burrow, defensive tackle Miami, or Derek, this DB from Cincinnati. They're both high school teammates with my son. I don't know those guys, but because you know them, I want them now. So, yep, that's my number one draft target right there. You sold me. Iron Eagle with the $2 super chat. We'll recap all the picks that Cleveland, Denver, and Atlanta have made. Broncos are picking in 2 spots. What position do you want them to take? It goes Chargers, Raiders, Denver. What position do you want Denver to take for the last selection of round 6? Maybe. Again, let's count out Denver's receivers that are going to make the roster. Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin. I would say Tony Sheffield. That's the guy they signed in free agency. And the rookie they took earlier, Pat Bryant. So I'm out of spaces. I'm out of room. I mean, Sutton, Vele, Mims, Franklin. Those 4 are locks. So is your rookie this year from round 3. I say Tony Sherfield. Trent Sherfield's 100% correct. I don't know who I'm thinking of. But you added Trent Sherfield and you added Troy Franklin and the 3 faces you see on screen along with Pat Bryant. I got 6 receivers right there. You're going to add another one? 7 receivers? I don't think so. Jose, you keep sending in $1 super chats. You could just send in like a 5 or a 10 if you like. Or Venmos. It's going to be a lot easier for me to count how many Jose Santanas are in there. Jose, just condense this bad boy. Send a 10. You've sent $10 in ones already. You're like an 8-year-old paying in singles at the mall. Here's my mowing the lawn money. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we definitely caught up on supers. Jose, do the math for me. Are you up to 10 so I don't have to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, we saw invest guys. So we'll check out what all 3 teams have done so far in the draft. Raiders pick is in. Denver's on the clock. Who do you want the Broncos to take? We're going to learn all about the latest in the last selection for Denver in the 2025 NFL Draft. Atlanta picks in 3 spots. So who do you want the Falcons to take? The Browns are done. Complete. Finito. I got another Venmo. It's gonna be Jose Santana. It's a $3. We're at 10 now. I don't give a shit. These are 7th rounders. Imagine if I was so passionate about Faion Hicks for the Broncos. He was gone after 2 years. Zion Logue didn't even make the team last year for Atlanta. He was a 6th-round pick. I can't pretend like any of these guys are going to... Oh, Quinn Ewers got passed for Cam Miller, North Dakota State. At this point, if you're Quinn, you just don't even want to get drafted. You want to have, your pick of all the teams. You want to be a preferred undrafted free agent. But with that, we have the Broncos pick, and then it is the 7th round and the final round of the 2025 NFL Draft. Denver's pick should be in any moment now. Here's Denver's first 4 picks in the draft, and you can see what they've done so far on day 3. We'll show you what they've done so far on day 3. Traded back for this one, and then they have one more. Oh, I lied. They have one more. They have a 7th. I forgot when they traded back they got a 7th. My mistake. I wouldn't hate Isaiah Bond, but the character concerns with the arrest, that could just be a non-starter. He's gonna go somewhere, but that could be a non-starter for teams in the draft. All it takes is one, though. Our Browns channel, by the way, up to 455 in supers. 500 would be a great ring to it to close out day 3 of the draft. It would go a long way with my boss to show him, hey, in the future, can we go live? This is the first time I've been live for day 3 of the NFL Draft. I've been working here since July of 2021. But it's because of the support you guys show that I get the studio space and the resources to go live. For Falcons is $50 away from 400. Broncos is 70 away from 300. Oh, wow, okay. Pick is in. I'm going to close my eyes. Let's see if I can guess it. Am I closing out? Is this like a close my eyes or one of those, I'm just resting my eyes? I'm not asleep. I'm just resting my eyes. All right. Who did Denver take? And then Atlanta's right after them. So start letting me know, Falcons fans, what position, what player you want to take. Is it in? Do you know it? What's the pick? No. Oh. All right, back to eyes closed. It goes Denver, Dallas, Atlanta, and no Cleveland. They're done for the whole night. Just be a name I recognize. That'd be way more fun. Sleepy Petey. I'm going to open my eyes in a minute. I'm tired. I look like an idiot right now. Do we know the pick yet for Denver? I got Nick and Jose. I got your Venmo, sorry. Oh, okay. Round 7, baby. Close my eyes. Pick is in. They get Travis Hunter.
Oh my God, you're not gonna
Busted my balls. They got a punter? You know what? I don't mind it because they did not have a good. First, they lost their punter. They lost Riley Dixon. Who do they get to replace him? Oh, they got someone that used to punt in New Orleans. No, in Miami. He used to punt in Miami with Darren Rizzi. I don't hate this because you needed a new punter anyway. Someone help me out. It's my job to know this. But who was the punter? I will say, this is the cherry on top for what's been a very mid-at-best draft for Denver. Now it feels like they're just toying with Broncos fans going, you thought you didn't like the earlier picks? How about this? A punter. Jeremy Crashaw out of Florida. I don't know a single thing about him. And I don't plan to. Like, not until he gets on the field. A punter. They are doing everything in their power to piss off their fans. Wait for what? I'm saying wait for Atlanta to do what? Oh, we're not doing it until after. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, actually, you know what? You know what? You're right. What we'll do is we'll do the grades for all three after Atlanta, and that'll be before Mr. Irrelevant. Yep, bingo, precise. No, I was just gonna do it afterwards, like we did last night. It's fine though, as long as they don't trade back in. Pardon? I think there's gonna be time. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we got Jeremy. They take a fucking punter. Lock in. Denver has one more pick in round 7. They have one more pick in round 7. I might need you to go change the camera. I think I have to stand. I can't sit anymore. But let's wait for the Falcons pick. They are next up in. So welcome Jeremy Crashaw. Who is the punter? Did anyone ever give me a name? I forgot. This is just a real kick in the nuts. I'll be honest, there are some people who are going to defend the pick and every pick their team makes. This is going to be a tough one to continue to defend. And it's not that it's like a horrible pick. It's round 6. Who cares? But like when 2 kickers and a punter went before Quinn Ewers and Tez Johnson. Yeah. 2 kickers and a punter went before Quinn Ewers. Maybe he should have gone back for another year. All right. Let's see who the Cowboys take. They take a defensive tackle out of UCLA. And then Atlanta. Do you want to do the camera thing right now? Oh, we're waiting for the Falcons pick. Denver's got one more pick in round 7. I pray to God they trade it out. Isaiah Bond would be kind of cool for Atlanta here. From that neck of the woods. Went from Alabama to Texas. All right. I'm going to dismount here. I've been sitting on this throne. Oh, that feels so good. You gotta come over here and help move this stuff back. Before you do that, because I can't stand up straight. I'm sandwiched in between. All right. Oh. Sorry, everyone. Now we just crop me up a little bit. Zoom out a touch first. I'll bring this down. Yeah. That's good right there. All right, we're back. Oh, the Falcons take Wisconsin tackle Jack Nelson. I know nothing about Jack Nelson other than he went to Wisconsin and he plays offensive tackle. What I can tell you is I like the positional pick. I felt that I wouldn't say were like on thin ice, but it's never a bad idea to reinvest in cornerstone positions like wide receiver, cornerback, offensive tackle, edge, quarterback. So I like this pick for the Falcons purely because his name sounds like a Mauler, Jack Nelson. Went to Wisconsin, so you're getting a big farm boy. And I don't mind getting a little bit more depth at offensive tackle because you had Storm Norton there, but there was really no one that I felt overly confident in having to play for multiple weeks. So why not bring in a little bit extra competition? All right, so here's what we're gonna do, Mr. Barkus. Let's do a Falcons draft grades. Don't lead off with Jack Nelson. Okay. Yeah. And then we'll break down all of Atlanta's picks. What I don't know is what is a House of Atlas? Oh. Yeah, you're not wrong. Levi, I got your Venmo. Sweet. So with Atlanta officially done in the NFL draft, we're going to do all 5 picks with grades for them. Yeah. Pardon? Just going pick by pick of we'll show all their picks and then we'll go in order of their draft selections and showing all the stats we have on them. Yeah. Yep. So we'll introduce all the picks at once. Pardon? Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, you can do that for sure. Here. I'm going to slack you. Can you build an L3 of PD's grade? And for the whole team? Yeah. All right. I'll send it to TV. Would that be easier? Would I want? Yeah. What I want the L3 to say? Okay. So Falcons draft grade coming up. Then we're gonna do Browns. Then after Broncos pick in round 7, we'll do Denver's overall draft grade. Okay. Whew. Here we go. So here's kind of the rundown here. We're going to do a breakdown of the Falcons draft picks. If you don't know, I'm live right now on Browns, Broncos, and Falcons. 3 channels that I cover for Chat Sports. After I go through my Falcons draft grades, I'm going to go through my draft grades for the Browns, at which point Denver will have made their pick in round 7, hopefully. And then I'll do my Broncos draft grades for the entirety of the NFL draft for all 3 of those teams. After that, we're going to do a duck race for our jersey giveaway. Venmo at Matthew Petey, $1 to get entered. Or you can super chat $5 to get entered. And then Mr. Irrelevant, and then we sign off. How does that sound to everyone? Yep, I appreciate everyone kind of being, easygoing with the quirkiness of me hosting 3 different channels at once, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles here. Yeah, perfect. Love it, love it. So we'll introduce those picks and then do that one next. And then we'll spend most of it on the top 3 guys. No, well, I want to show the overall draft grade first, after this. And then we'll go player by player. Sound good? Yep, exactly. All right. So, Falcons 2025 NFL draft grades coming up right now. The 2025 NFL draft is in the books for the Atlanta Falcons, so it is time for one of the silliest things we do every single year, which is grade every single team draft before these players even play a snap for them. But Atlanta made 5 selections, 2 in round 1, 1 in round 3, a 4th, and a 7th. They did not bring a lot of cash to the table. Despite having some of the fewest picks in the entire NFL draft, really handicapping them, I'm going to give the Falcons an A grade. I feel that Atlanta found 3 starters with their first 3 picks. If you find 3 starters, I don't really care what you do after that. But the fact is, after that, they still made, I think, some really good selections. So I'm not trying to be biased here. I'm just trying to give you my honest opinion, which is I think Atlanta kicked ass in this draft. Starting off with Jalen Walker, who they did not think would be there at 15. Raheem and Terry were blown away that the Swiss Army knife chess piece from Athens was available when they were on the clock. It was a no-brainer. He was one of the best pure prospects in this class. He only had 6.5 sacks last year, but when you factor in that he had the 7th most pass rush snaps for Georgia's defense, it's hard not to get excited about that. He is a versatile piece on defense. I expect Walker to begin at inside linebacker and just be like a roided up version of Caden Ellis, where you can get him going on pass rush plays. You can use him in blitz packages, but he's going to be there on early downs to stop the run. He can help out in coverage. 1-year starter for the Bulldogs, but I loved this pick for Atlanta. I think Jalen Walker, within 2 or 3 years, is going to be the best player on Atlanta's defense. Huge fan of that selection. But then you move on after Jalen Walker at pick 15, and the Falcons, they didn't stop in round 1, right? They continue to try and find some more good players like their original pick, I think. At least what they had in mind, because Walker wasn't supposed to be available, and that is James Pierce Jr., defensive end, outside linebacker from Tennessee. Atlanta wants speed on defense, even offense as well, and Pierce brings that. His linear speed is off the charts. He ran a sub-4.5 40-yard dash. Your outside linebacker is not going to have any issue running down running backs because he's going to be faster than most of them. Now, last year for the Vols, he only had 7.5 sacks compared to 10 sacks the year before that in Tennessee in 2023. But I feel that the production drip drop is a little bit of a result of him not getting as much snaps because early in the year, Tennessee was blowing out opponents. That's usually when players kind of pad their stats against, some of the lesser opponents. But Pierce, I still feel like, is going to be a starting quality player in the NFL. I won't go as far to say, hey, the Falcons just got a perennial Pro Bowler. No, I think Atlanta just got someone who might have a similar career path to, like, say, Leonard Floyd. And I think the two kind of have some similarities as well from a frame perspective. But that's a guy who I think can get you 8 to 11 sacks. And for Atlanta, that is music to their ears because they haven't had a player get more than 7 sacks in nearly a decade. Think about that for a second. So when you look at those top 2 picks right there, right, that's the moneymakers for this draft. Those are the beats you put up front to go, wow, I need to stop right now and buy that beat. How would you grade those picks? A, B, C, D, or F? I give those picks right there, let's say an A-. You did give up a future first-round pick with the Rams to secure James Pierce in round 1 this year. So Atlanta goes into next year's draft without a first and without their 5th-round draft pick, which they used to trade up and get Xavier Watts, who we'll look at in a moment. But I view Pierce as a day 1 starter opposite of Leonard Floyd. I think Jalen Walker steps right in next to Caden Ellis, and you've got 2 extremely athletic and versatile and fast players on your defense. Now let's look at Xavier Watts, and then they went with another safety, Billy Bowman. Before we do a deeper dive on those 2 selections right there, I do want to give a quick shout out to our friends over at House of Atlas. After years of just trying to get some kind of facial hair going, I decided, you know what, let's just go with the clean-shaven look, and I wanted a razor that matched that lifestyle. And House of Atlas, a new shaving company, was awesome to gift us a new razor, and honestly, it blew me away. This new razor company that just hit the market has blade heads that are 5 U.S.-made stainless steel blades that glide right through my facial hair. Their aftershave is awesome, too. It doesn't burn like old-school aftershave. And now, for a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you're going to love it as much as I did. Moving on here, Atlanta made 2 more selections until their final pick in round 7. Notre Dame safety Xavier Watts. He was a consensus All-American just 2 years ago. Here's what you got to know about him. He's not the most physically gifted player. That's why he didn't go as early as like Nicky Manwari or Malachi Starks. What he does have, though, is great IQ, great instincts, and great ball skills. 6 interceptions in 2024. Keep in mind, he had 7 the season before that. 13 over the last 2 years. In that time span, no one in FBS had more than 10 interceptions. He is a ball hawk. We've all been focused on Atlanta's lack of a pass rush. We'll give credit to Terry Fontenot here. He goes out and gets a ball hawk safety that I think they were hoping they were going to get more out of from Justin Simmons. And now you've got Jesse Bates, who's a takeaway machine, with Xavier Watts and A.J. Terrell. I think Watts is going to compete from day 1 with Jordan Fuller for that starting gig. May not be a week 1 starter, but he'll be a week 18 starter. That much I'll promise you. James Pierce, Jalen Walker, Xavier Watts, by Thanksgiving, you're stuffing your face with turkey, and those 3 guys are starting for Atlanta as true rookies. Then later on, they went with Billy Bowman to open up day 3 of the draft. A little bit of, I wouldn't say confusing pick, but surprise pick to a degree since you just took one safety who is not the most athletically gifted guy, so I don't think you can move him around. And Bowman is not very far off, right? Like, he also is not this incredible athlete. He's a little bit on the smaller end, but he's got good ball skills. I think there's a lot of similarities between Bowman and Watts. So you took two safeties that overlap in a lot of areas. They don't make a very nice Venn diagram. Here's what Dane Brugler had to say. Bowman falls short in the size and strength categories, but he is among the best safeties in this class in terms of football IQ. Movement skills and competitive urgency. His disruptiveness, versatility on the back end will force teams to consider how much they are willing to compromise on desired side. Sorry, reading became hard for a second for me. So, two safeties in rounds 3 and 4, and I think that Atlanta just has a new safety quadrant between Jesse Bates, Xavier Watts, Billy Bowman, and Walker, who they signed in free agency, the guy that came over from Carolina, who played with Raheem Morris in LA. I like this pick as well. It's one of those traditional best player available. Like, I think a lot of people thought this guy could go round 3. And there you are halfway through round 4. And sure, you may not need a safety, but if you love taking the best player on the board going, we'll figure out the rest later, here's your selection. So the only way this backfires is both these safeties kind of step on each other's toes. We'll see if either one of them can offer a ton in special teams, but with Bowman not being a great tackler and Watts not being super fast, there's some skepticism on my end about that possibility. And then to round out the draft, they go with Jack Nelson, an offensive tackle out of Wisconsin. Here's what I can tell you about him. He's 6'7", 318 pounds. Good luck getting past that guy right there. Plus, he looks like a classic Midwestern farmer from, middle of nowhere, Wisconsin. He was a 4-year starter for the Badgers. Played a little bit of right guard. Last 3 years, left tackle for them. I've heard everything I need to hear. I think offensive tackle is a spot that you can never have enough quality depth at. There is nothing more frustrating or infuriating than when you see a tackle get injured halfway through the game, and what happens after that? You can't run the ball anymore. What happened when Drew Dahlman went down? The running game went down, and then went back up when he returned. But you don't want Michael Penix running for his life because McGarry or Matthews is missing a little bit of time. So I like the idea of, hey, in round 7, let's just water the plant of offensive tackle because all we've got going really at that spot is Storm Norton. Like, these are fine tackles, but I feel like in round 7, why not just take a flyer, take a chance on if a player that hits at a cornerstone position. Someone that started 3 years at left tackle in the Big Ten, yeah, I'm going to be more optimistic about that pick than your average 7th-round pick. So even though Atlanta only had 5 picks in this draft, I think they made the most of those 5 picks. Quality over quantity for Terry Fontenot. He dug himself into a hole for next year. No 1st, no 5th. But for this year, I think he looked at this as an opportunity to go, I might not be picking next year, so I'm going to go down swinging this year. And I'm going to make sure I address the defensive issues. And he got a middle-of-the-field linebacker, a pass-rushing edge rusher, and a ball hawk safety. I'm in. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. I want to get to 35,250 subscribers before the day is up. If you haven't yet, please help me out. Scroll on down and click that subscribe button. All right. Denver does not pick for another 12 or so spots. So let's do our Browns draft grades. And then we'll catch up on Supers kind of after this. I want to power through a little bit. Okay. Panthers picked up the 5th-year option on Ike Mekwonu. All right. You got the Browns one ready? We're at pick 226 in the NFL draft, by the way. There are 257 picks. So we have 30 more to go. If you do an average of 2 minutes a pick, that's an hour. I think it's going to be more like an average of 3 minutes a pick. So we still have a little ways to go. I could see the Chiefs, Ryan, taking Quinn Ewers as Mr. Irrelevant. Kansas City lost Carson Wentz. Actually, they didn't lose him. Carson Wentz has not signed anywhere. Oh, they did get Gardner Minshew. You're right. But you take Quinn Ewers there, and he could be your backup for the next 5 years. You know what I mean? Whereas Minshew could be the backup for just 1 year. All right. You got the grade part in too? The 2025 NFL Draft is in the books for the Cleveland Browns, and I want to give you my way too early draft grades for the Browns. It is a tradition unlike any other where we completely rule and define the entire draft class before they take a snap. The Browns made 7 picks in this draft, the last one being possibly the most notable one, Shedeur Sanders from Colorado. So I'm going to give you my grade for the Browns' entire draft, and then we'll kind of just rehash all the picks they made from round 1 after trading back with the Jags to get Mason Graham to round 5 when they traded up to get Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to give the Browns an A grade. And you know what? They should get an A grade. They picked 5, 33, and 36. You pick 3 times in the top 40. There's only 32 teams in the NFL, and you picked 3 times within the first 36 picks. No one had more ammunition to work with than the Browns. And I felt like with those 3 picks, they got 3 quality long-term starters. Then you sprinkle in just even the potential upside of Shedeur Sanders for round 5. Yeah, it's hard not to be excited about that potential right there. Now, I want to go in a rough chronological order. So let's start with the very first move the Browns made, which was agreeing to a trade with Jacksonville, which reportedly happened 17 days before the NFL draft even started, where they went from 2 to 5, and they fleeced Jacksonville from just a trade value standpoint. They got, after swapping some day 3 picks with the Jags, their second and a future first. That is a massive overpay by all the trade value charts to go from 5 to 2. I thought if you went from 5 to 2, you would just get pick 36. Did not think a future first would be possible. So on one hand, it's a bit, bittersweet moving back and getting all those picks but not getting Travis Hunter. On the other hand, you get all those picks and you get a very good player in Mason Graham, who is going to be a menace, a force, a problem for a long, long time on the interior of that defensive line. He is not some pass rush demon, though. 3.5 sacks last year for the Wolverines, 34 pressures. But he is the unsung hero. And he is the unsung hero that does get a song. If that's even a thing, like he's that good of an unsung hero, he is going to pop up on people's radars. I'm not going to lie. Initially, I was a little upset that they didn't go with Ashton Genty, which I thought would have been just a little bit more of a fun pick. And when round 1's there, the Browns are making their first pick since Greg Newsome in round 1, you kind of want to splash, right? Instead, they go defensive tackle with their first pick in back-to-back drafts. But sleeping on it, I've definitely warmed up to the pick a whole lot more because Mason Graham is going to dominate the interior of that defensive line. He's going to make it impossible for teams to just willy-nilly double-team Myles Garrett because then you don't have anyone double-teaming Mason Graham. He's got incredible leverage. He's got good burst. He may not have elite, generational length and size for a defensive tackle. So maybe in other drafts, he doesn't go 5, he goes 10. But still, in the AFC North, we know how important it is to win at the line of scrimmage. Let the guys out west playing candy-ass football like the Cardinals and the Rams get all the fast guys on the field. For Cleveland playing Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and Cincinnati, have you noticed all those 3 teams have had great defensive tackles? Cam Hayward, Geno Atkins, Haloti Ngata. I can go on and on here. Time for the Browns to start inflicting their strength and willpower at the point of attack. I think the goal for Cleveland is by 2026 or by the end of 2025, you've got Myles Garrett, Mason Graham, Mike Hall, and Isaiah McGuire or Alex Wright running point up front for that defensive line, and you've got a good foundation to dominate at the point of attack. So how would you grade the Mason Graham pick? I'm going to give it an A-. I don't think at 5 you got a generational player, but I think at 5 you got someone who's going to be a 10-year starter for you. So if you wanted just to get the near surefire thing and not maybe the gamble like Travis Hunter, who I would say is probably a bigger gamble than Graham, knowing that no one's ever done what he wants to do, and I'm not sure if logistically it's possible to be done. So sure, you play a little bit safe with Graham. It's not going to be someone that gets a bunch of jersey sales, butts in seats, who gets touchdowns and interceptions in the same game, but he's going to make sure that on 3rd and 3 that defense gets off the field. So after that, the Browns then, with the first pick in round 2, went with a little bit of an off-guard pick, and that was UCLA linebacker Carson Schwesinger. I eventually spit it out. Carson Schwesinger. I promise that's it. So I want to talk about Schwesinger and Quinshon Judkins coming to Cleveland in round 2. But first things first, I do have to give a quick shout out to our sponsor today, which is House of Atlas. It's a brand new razor company that just hit the market. They gave me one of their razors to try out, and it's honestly the nicest looking razor I've ever owned. But more importantly, it shaves my face great thanks to 5 high-quality blades. First of all, the Atlas razor looks sick. It has a sleek design. It's easy to hold and maneuver with a nice weight to it as well. It's one of the best-looking razors I've ever seen. And now for a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first purchase. They are now offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you'll love it as much as I did. So then, with pick 33, it's Carson Schwesinger, I promise. 6'2", 242 pounds. His story is really cool. No star recruit coming out. Makes his way onto the UCLA roster. Ends up being a 1-year starter for them in 2024, and he just leads the Big Ten in tackles, and he shows that he may not stand out in one specific area, but he definitely does not hold you back in any one specific area. This, I think, is a pick of we need to find a linebacker and stop rotating through all these veterans, and we don't know if JOK is ever going to put the pads on again. So at 33, let's go get the best linebacker available. Let's go get a tackling machine who rarely misses tackles, who shows, good athleticism. I don't think he's going to be passed off as one of the best athletes we've seen in the draft for a linebacker, but you are getting a no-nonsense, just stable and important piece that can hopefully be the green dot for this defense, because that's just been a revolving door, right? You had a little bit of success with Anthony Walker. He can't quite stay healthy. JOK dealing with multiple injuries right now, or just in his career, but a neck injury at the moment. Jordan Hicks, he's got 1 year left on his deal. Devin Bush, I thought played well filling in for the last third of the season, but I think Schwesinger is maybe not a pick where they need him for 2025, but they're going to love him from 2026 to 2033. And that's really far from now, but I like the mentality for Cleveland there. Next up, it is Quinshon Judkins. I think this pick and the Dillon Sampson pick is Kevin Stefanski's attempt to get back to what he had 3 or 4 years ago with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Judkins is more of the thunder in a thunder-lightning combo. 220 pounds, he's physical. He's going to run people over, but he's got good burst. He's got good speed in the open field as well. He's got a lot of tread on his tires. He played a lot of football between Ole Miss before splitting carries with Ohio State. But I feel like this is a good sleeper pick. People are going to overlook him because his production last year wasn't as good as some other backs like Caleb Johnson or Omarion Hampton. Meanwhile, I feel like Cleveland just got a running back who can have that big of a workload. He wanted to go to Ohio State to win a national championship, and he accomplished that mission. Meanwhile, at the beginning stages of round 3, the Browns took maybe my favorite pick of the draft with Harold Fannin from Bowling Green. It's not a typo. He had 1,555 yards as a tight end in the MAC Conference, Mid-Atlantic Conference. That's unbelievable. Mid-American Conference, sorry. 10 touchdowns, 117 receptions. Here's the short and sweet version of what you get out of Fannin. Yards after catch, yards after contact, monster. He runs people over for a living. He may not be your traditional tight end. He may not be one of the best run blocking guys in line. He may not have the Kyle Pitts unicorn type athleticism. I'll tell you what he has. He's got this nastiness to his game that makes him impossible to take down on the first try. I love this pick. I'm just more mad at myself for not being in on it earlier. But the more I watch, the more I read, the more excited I get for Fannin working with Njoku. Then things went downhill. This is just a bad pick. Dillon Gabriel, round 3, 94. If Gabriel stinks, it's not going to derail the draft, right? Your draft should not be defined by what you do in round 3 at 94. But you took a 5'11", small-handed Hawaiian quarterback to play in Cleveland. Someone should have said, hey, take a step back and let that sink in. We really think this is someone that could be a long-term starter for us? It's okay if you like him and you want to take a shot on him. Do that in round 4 or 5 like you did with Shedeur. Pick 94, well, that's not going to be the defining pick of a draft class. You can still get some quality, whether rotational players or potential starters at that spot. Instead, it feels like another Siaka Ika, Anthony Schwartz pick. That's just not going to work out. Then midway through round 4, this is where the Kareem Hunt portion of this new Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt tandem come in. Tennessee's Dillon Sampson. A little bit smaller and lighter than Judkins. 5'8", 200 pounds. He is not a scat back. Usually when you see that height and weight, you think, oh, a little gadget guy, right? A little side toy. No. He was extremely productive for Tennessee in his 1 year as their starter. Nearly 1,500 yards and 22 touchdowns. You can read about what Dane Brugler had to say about Sampson. As a Tennessee grad and someone that watched every Volunteers game last year, you see 22 touchdowns and your first initial reaction might be, oh, it's a goal line merchant, but that's not going to carry over to the NFL. No, this guy was rattling off touchdowns from all over the field. And yeah, a lot of them did come near the goal line, but a lot of those touchdowns were exercising great patience and vision. And I think that Kevin Stefanski wants to get back to what he did from 2020 to 2021. And that means multiple tight ends, multiple running backs. Insert Judkins, Sampson, and Fannin. Love that pick. And then, best for last, Shedeur Sanders. By best, I mean most notable. Let me address this first. Did I want the Browns to draft Shedeur Sanders? No. I'm not going to try and pretend like I never said those things. In my defense, that was always under the context of take him in round 1 at pick 2. So for those of you out there that are like, see, I told you they should have got Shedeur Sanders, you meant at pick number 2 or pick 33. I didn't want them to go with the quarterback that early, and I'm proud of Andrew Berry for not doing that. But at pick 144, yeah, even me, someone that's not a Shedeur stan, not a Shedeur believer, does not think he's going to be a long-term starter in the NFL, can see the upside and go, what do you have to lose? The guy that you could have gotten that would have been a special teams linebacker or a potential starting quarterback? I'll roll the dice on someone who could be a potential starting quarterback for this team. So Shedeur Sanders, one of the biggest stories of the NFL draft, ends up in Cleveland after all. Everyone's happy. People like me who didn't want to go quarterback early are happy. We get Mason Graham. People that wanted Shedeur and wouldn't stop tweeting about it for 3 months are happy. You get Sanders at the end. And now we have Shedeur, Dillon Gabriel, Joe Flacco, and Kenny Pickett all battling for week 1 starting quarterback job. I think Flacco's going to win that job. I don't think Flacco's going to be the week 1 starter all the way to the week 18 starter. I think the Browns, by the way, quietly like Kenny Pickett more than you and I probably do. So I wouldn't even cross him off as a potential week 1 starter. But I think Sanders and Gabriel are going to be 2 guys that sit on the bench a little bit early in their career and just, I won't even say develop, because both of them played a lot of football in college. I mean, Dillon Gabriel is a 6-year college vet, right? I think he played 3 years at UCF. Yeah, 2 years at Oklahoma, 1 year at Oregon. And then Shedeur played 4 years of college football. 2 at Jackson State, 2 at Colorado. But I think that Shedeur is viewed as maybe, at least from a fan's perspective, more likely to start before Gabriel. But clearly the Browns valued Gabriel more than Shedeur. But once more, I give the Browns an A. I think you got starters with picks 1, 2, and 3. Mason Graham, Carson Schwesinger, Quinshon Judkins. You pick up a great tandem with Dillon Sampson. Harold Fannin, if David Njoku does not come back after his contract year is over with, could be your new big threat tight end. And you got Shedeur Sanders at round 5. It's all, the risk is so low. You're not gambling anything here. And if it pays off, great. I would love to be wrong about my pre-draft evaluation. I'd rather be wrong and have the Browns be successful than be right and say, see, I told you so, as everyone leaves the Brown Stadium and they lost because Shedeur Sanders threw a pick. I went the first option. Now, before we sign off, if you have not yet, please scroll on down and subscribe to the channel. Holy smokes. We got a $100 super chat from Jerry. Has Denver made their pick yet? No, they have like 7 more picks to go. Hey, who took Quinn Ewers? Time Man says Dolphins took him at 231. Let's recap. Jerry, let's hear it for the Denver Broncos' #1 defense this year. #1 pass rush, and that secondary got better with Jade Barron, and it was already a good secondary. Tej Johnson just went to the Buccaneers. Tej Johnson to the Bucs. He will not be a Bronco at 240 whatever. Curtis Rourke went to the 49ers out of Indiana. So we'll recap some of the picks that have gone on over the last 15 minutes or so. Yep. Jerry, thank you so much for your super chat, though. Really, that was awesome. Everyone spam Jerry in the chat. Curtis Rourke to the 49ers. Quinn Ewers to the Dolphins. So Ewers gets drafted. It is Tua, Zach Wilson, and Quinn Ewers. I wonder if Quinn's sitting there thinking, I might have made a mistake. He's crying, which, yeah, that's normal. But round 7, I don't think is what he expected. I don't think he expected, like, Dillon Gabriel to go before him. Okay. We've got Denver's pick coming up in a little bit, and then we're going to do some duck races. So if you want... If you would like to be added to the duck race, $1 Venmo and we're going to add you to this raffle for a jersey of a rookie that your team picked. So if you want to get a Jade Barron jersey, you want to get a Shedeur jersey, a Mason Graham jersey, a Jalen Walker, James Pierce jersey, $1 Venmo, and we'll add you to a raffle for your team's rookie jersey. That's my Venmo right there. Yeah, I'm going to start putting together the Venmo guys. For Browns, include the ones that I sent you earlier, too. Oh. Jorge Floyd. The Broncos duck race is after Denver's pick, which is in like 7 spots. Then I'm going to do draft grades for Denver. And then right after that, we're doing duck races. Oh, sorry, we missed a super chat on Browns. Sorry about that. Yep, we got one on Browns. The Thunder have swept the Memphis Grizzlies. PD, for real, who is your favorite NFL team? If you won't say at least out of the 3 you host. How many times do you think I've been asked this the last 3 days? I understand where you're coming from, too. I can understand where
so many times
your curiosity comes in from. Okay. So I get this question every time, and every time I get the same answer, and every time people ask the same question over again. But the answer's not changing, which is when I started working at Chat Sports, it's actually a good time you ask this question because I always had an affinity towards the NFL draft, and I always thought it was so cool that you get drafted and you just move to that city, and now you're a part of that team. And you can never really experience that unless you get drafted to the NFL or any other league, which was never going to happen for me. But when I started at Chat Sports, I felt like I got drafted, right? I got assigned to a team, and I was like, that's really cool. So I started working covering the Browns and then the Broncos, and then, I don't know, like a year and a half later, I volunteered to help out with the Falcons channel with the Falcons guy left, and I've been doing all 3 ever since. So I enjoy covering all 3. Really, I really do. That's the honest answer. I would say it to you. If the cameras are off, it wouldn't change. I'm sorry that this is not the juicy response you wanted, but you can sleep at night knowing that's just the truth. Okay. Lav S. PD was a Saints fan. I was never a Saints fan. I've got a few more Venmos, so I'm just going to catch up on Venmos really quickly. William, do you have a realistic record prediction for the Falcons roster as it is right now? 9-8. You got more or less a rookie quarterback starting for you next year in Michael Penix. 9-8, above 500 season is not this over-ambitious thing or underachieving thing, rather. Okay. Waiting on Denver's pick. William. Okay. Gordon, Miranda, you're going to get in there now? Chandler is for dogs. So I have to assume Browns for Chandler. Papa T. Megan's for Broncos. Levi Adams. Any idea what Levi Adams' fandom is? Oh, I think he commented. Levi, Jalen Walker. That's where he talk it out. Levi Adams. All right. Casey Peacock. There we go, Casey. I see Papa T with a super chat. Duck race is coming up in just a little bit here. We're just waiting on Sean Maxwell. Do I have a team for you? Sean, can you let me know, please, in the chat? Got Brendan Harris. Jose Santana a million times. Okay. Levi, what was yours? Levi Broncos. And then Jay. Jay is Broncos as well. And then Logan. Logan Stark is ATL. Broncos are on the clock. The duck race is going to be about 20 minutes. 20 minutes for the duck race. Been busy and just tuned in. What have I missed for the Broncos so far? You know, that's a great time to send that super chat in because we're about to do a full breakdown on all of Denver's 2025 draft picks. Who's the one person that super chatted that I didn't know the team for? That was it was like Maxwell or something. Yeah, Sean Maxwell. Sean Maxwell, what team are you for? Sean Maxwell. Sean Maxwell, if you've already answered, answer again, please. We have a few other super chats to read really quick if we can peek at so we don't fall behind anymore. Duck race is going to be in 20 minutes, everyone. 20 minutes until the duck race. Pat, we did the round 1 giveaway. I don't remember who won that, but if you were the winner, just email me, Matthew@chatsports.com. Don't worry about it. We have Papa T from Browns and then someone on Broncos as well. Let's focus on this right now. No. Oh, there it is. We know it's the Tennessee Browns. Yeah, by the way, so many people are people think I'm like this diehard, like all Tennessee sports too. I'm like, I just went to college there. I'm not even from Tennessee. All right, Broncos pick is in. No, we're done. Been busy and just tuned in. What have I missed for the Broncos so far? Kind of a mid-draft with a punter in round 6. But Denver's round 7 pick is in. This is the last pick of the draft for Denver, Atlanta, and Cleveland. And after that, we are going to, Pat Wooey, just scroll back to round 1 and see. I'm sorry. I'm just too dialed in right now with this. I can't think back then. Gabriel, I got a vacation coming up in a month when I go on my honeymoon. Sean Maxwell, please make yourself known. What team, Sean? Crockett, thank you so much. Denver's pick is in. Oh, what's a duck race? We're doing a okay. Relax on the all caps, dude. Take some of the bite out of that. We're doing a jersey raffle for a rookie jersey for the Broncos. $1 Venmo at Matthew Petey or $5 super chat to enter. Ditch the sass, mister. Come on, Sean. Where are you at, dude? I don't know what team you are. I got to guess now. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. He's Denver. He sent another super chat saying what team he was for the first one. And I never clicked on the second one. All right, well, Sean, you're off the hook now. I was going to guess Denver, too. All right, Denver's pick is in. Denver takes a tight end to wrap up the draft, Caleb Lawner out of Utah. So we're going to do a full breakdown on all the picks Denver made, including this very final pick. 6'7" tight end, 4.69 40-yard dash. And he is 256 pounds. But he only had 4 grabs, and all 4 grabs were touchdowns in 2024. How weird is that? 4 receptions, 54 yards, 4 touchdowns. Played football and basketball at Utah. I'm in. You sold me. Got an athlete. Got an athlete. All right, let's talk about Denver's draft now. It is the Broncos' turn. Oh, headset. Okay. Are we ready? All right. Not at all. But I will want to pull up some notes on this guy because it sounds super cool. 6'7". That's a big dude.
Something I don't know about you, but something that I would love to do would to give one of these prospects the call that they're getting drafted.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Denver makes their final pick in the NFL draft for 2025, and we're going to break down all the picks and my grade for Denver's draft as a whole. You may not like it, but you can probably already guess what I'm going to give them. Okay. Here we go. You ready? Let's recap all of Denver's picks for 2025, and then I'm going to give a way too early premature grade, despite these guys not even playing a snap for the team. But let's be honest, everyone's searching for grades after the draft is over. So the Broncos got started with a bit of a, off-the-wall pick, Jahdae Barron, cornerback, and then running back, receiver, edge follow suit. And then to round out day 3 of the NFL draft, when people were already a little bit upset with the – actually, we'll start over. Sorry, technical issues. I hate this guy. Is that Steve Irwin's, son? He's got a snake around him. That scares the bejesus out of me. All right, take 2. Sorry, everyone. Try to get this plane off the ground and then just had to go back to the gate. Come on, round 7. He may not be in the system at all or something. Yeah. Is there an L3 for it? All right, sorry, everyone. Yeah, that's all we need in the 2. All right, sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. All right, take 2, everyone. Sorry about that. I'll let you get ready first. All right. Let's recap Denver's 2025 NFL draft, and we'll give a grade as well for all the picks Denver made. And this is a draft class that not all of Broncos country is really in love with. Started off with a surprise pick in round 1, Shedeur Sanders, a very good, versatile corner. Denver got a good football player. Don't lose sight of that, even though it wasn't a running back and it wasn't a big position of need, given you've got PS2, Riley Moss, Jaquan McMillan. Don't lose sight of good teams are built with good players. Barron, Jim Thorpe Award winner, best DB in college football last year, good player. More on that in a little bit. Then, this is where things kind of started going downhill for me. R.J. Harvey, Pat Bryant. I like Savion Jones. And then to open up day 3 of the NFL draft, Q Robinson from Alabama. And at this point, I felt like Sean Payton was just toying with us. Because when people were already kind of pissed about the draft class thus far, he goes punter from Florida in round 6, which in his defense, they kind of needed a new punter anyway. And then to round it out, if you thought that was like the quirkiest pick, he takes a Utah basketball player, Caleb Lohner from Utah, who had 4 grabs last year. He's a 6'8 6'8 basketball player who played both sports for the Utes. Maybe he can be the next Mo Alley Cox or Antonio Gates. But my grade for all of Denver's picks put together, C-. Listen, no one likes the guy who's negative after the draft. I get that. I'm not trying to pass it off as I know more than Sean and George Payton do. But my opinion on this draft is it was not a very good draft class for Denver. They went into this draft with a big need at running back. I don't think R.J. Harvey really satisfies that need. The only pick I truthfully liked was Shedeur Sanders. And I wasn't even all that in love with the selection at the time just because I don't really know, and I still don't exactly know where he fits in. He's going to be a nickel corner in the NFL. He's not going to be an outside guy. Riley Moss's job is not at jeopardy here. But what was wrong with McMillan? You had a good thing going there. Could Barron be better? Yes. I could believe that. But is he so much better that it's worth letting Omari and Hampton go to the Chargers and then you get a running back at pick 60, like the 7th running back taken in the draft? That I disagree with, right? I would say I'd rather have Hampton at 20 and then a corner at 60. I would have reversed those 2 picks right there. So it's a C- for me. Barron, like I said earlier, he's very talented. He's got great ball skills. I love how he can play all over the field. He's a little bit on the smaller end, but I feel like he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in that secondary with Talanoa Hufanga and Pat Surtain for years to come. So it's a good round 1 pick. It's a best player available type pick. The C- is not stemming from Barron. In fact, Barron is what's keeping it above a D. It starts really at Harvey. And some people like this pick. Some people don't like this pick. I'm part of the latter. Back-to-back seasons of great productivity for the Knights. Started off at Virginia, transfers to UCF. Played a lot of college football. He's 24, 6-year senior. Suffered a knee injury halfway through his collegiate career. He's on the smaller end. He's 5'8", 200-ish pounds, or a little under 200 even. He's got some good violence to his game, though. Despite his size, he runs bigger than that. 1,500 yards, 22 touchdowns. Him and Dillon Sampson, I think, led the country in rushing touchdowns last year. Here's what Brugler had to say about Harvey as a prospect. Ultimately, I think what we saw from Sean Payton here is, hey, I want to go get my guy. I want to go get the guy that I think can do this job. I've got 2 running backs already in McLaughlin and Estime. I'm not looking for a new bell cow back. I'm looking for someone who can fill in the blanks for me. And Harvey does that. And if that's the case and Denver's run game works in the committee and it works well, no complaints on my end. I feel that there's a very real chance that we're going to look back at this draft and go, wow, you passed on Hampton? You passed on Caleb Johnson? You passed on Travion Henderson? Bold decisions right there. Now, before we get on to the rest of the picks Denver made, make sure you subscribe. I would love to get to 35,000 subscribers before the NFL draft is over with, or really before the night is done. So if you haven't yet, scroll on down and click that subscribe button. So after Harvey, if you thought that was like a questionable pick, I'm really at a loss with this one. Like Pat Bryant, Some people have said, oh, he's got good body control. He's better than what you'd indicate for an Illinois receiver. Good size. He can win some jump balls. He was Luke Altmaier's go-to guy, 984 yards and 10 touchdowns for the Fighting Illini. I mean, that's unheard of for what usually Illinois offensive football looks like. This seemed like a big reach, right? This seemed like we love him. We can't envision a world without him. We're going to make sure we get him, even if it happens to be in the mid-70s, when most people thought he was a round 5 guy. Could have gotten him maybe in round 4, but instead, Denver, they make a bold pick here. These last 2 selections that we talked about, Harvey and Bryant, those are risky picks. Those are guys that most people don't view as 60th overall and 74th overall. And Sean Payton has done a great job as this team's head coach, but no coach or GM bats 1,000 when it comes to the draft. If I was critical of Patriots draft picks, you'd say you don't know more than Bill Belichick, and I don't know more than Bill Belichick. But I know that N'Keal Harry was a bad first-round pick, and I could have told you that right when it happened. Then Savion Jones, who we'll talk about in more detail in just a moment. But first things first, a quick shout-out to our sponsor today, House of Atlas. It's a new sponsor, a brand-new razor company that just hit the market. They actually gave me one of their new razors to try out, and it's honestly the nicest-looking razor I've ever owned. The coolest part about it is the precision trim edge that's revealed by flipping back the serum strip for edges and detailing. And the premium razor kits come with magnetic storage hook that you can attach to your bathroom mirror or medicine cabinet for easy storage. And they've got an awesome deal for all of you watching right now. For a limited time, they are offering 15% off your first order when you purchase any razor kit and the before and after set, which includes the Precision Shave Cream and Calming Aftershave. Use code CHAT at houseofatlas.com. That's HOUSEOFATLAS.com with promo code CHAT for 15% off your new razor kit and before and after set. Stop wasting money and time on shaving products that don't look good, aren't effective, and cost way too much. Visit houseofatlas.com today. Trust me, you're going to love it as much as I did. So moving on to the last pick in day 2 of the draft for Denver, LSU defensive end Savion Jones. This is probably my second favorite pick of the draft, coming in at 101. First thing you got to look at is the size. 6'5", 283. You are getting a great athlete. The production wasn't quite there for him at LSU. Played 4 years, started a lot of games there, but you are getting someone who's got a good mold to themselves, right? Who's got good strength, who's got good initial burst. He goes to 101 because he's probably not one of the best athletes in this class for a defensive lineman. He's not Shamir Stewart coming out of A&M. But at 6'5", 283 with that kind of strength and speed, yeah, you can see why a team like Denver at 101 goes, we don't really care how much power we currently have with our pass rush. Let the rich get richer here. You can look at the scouting report on him. That's R.J. Harvey. We'll look at the Savion Jones scouting report in a second. Or some technical issues here. The reason why I also like this Jones selection for Denver is you've got 2 of your pass rushers who are entering contract years. And Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers. I think Jones is going to be a true defensive end in a 3-4 defense. So now you got a little bit of rotation going on at that spot, and you have a potential replacement for 2026 if you more than likely let John Franklin Myers walk. I'm sure Denver's going to work to keep Zach Allen here, but just in case things were to go sideways, you never quite know. I really like adding a little bit more depth at a cornerstone piece. Here's what Brugger had to say on the LSU Tiger. Needs to continue schooling with his hands and pad level, but he plays long, strong, and persistent as a downhill force player against both pass and run. He was someone that I was looking at going into day 3 of the draft of, hey, what would be a best player available type pick? Because rarely, all mock drafts are always built around team needs. They're never just best player available selections. And that was something that I was keeping an eye on for Jones. And I was happy to see him be the pick for Denver late in round 3 after a trade up. Then we move on to day 3 of the NFL draft, which Denver made a total of 3 selections in rounds 4, 6, and 7. Robinson started 5 games at Alabama. He's an outside linebacker. You've got 4 outside linebackers. Bonito, Cooper, Ellis, Tillman, maybe even Shedeur Sanders. He's a special teamer. Round 4, good athlete, but I don't see this one. I just don't really see his fit. You took a defensive end pick earlier. You already had the number 1 pass rush in football. Maybe focus your attention elsewhere a little bit, right? I think people are going to laugh at this one the most. I actually don't really mind it. Could you have got him as a UDFA? Sure, possibly. But Riley Dixon left in free agency. You needed to find a new punter for 2025. If he was the best punter in this class, then yeah, why not flip the field even more? And then finally, you got a Utah football and basketball player, 6'8", red zone target. He had 4 grabs for 4 touchdowns. And he's from right down the road from where Chat Sports is in Flower Mound, Texas. So, Caleb, welcome to Broncos country. You and Devon Vele can be roommates. But I like that pick because it's round 7, so at least keep things interesting. And you took a guy who could be the next, like I said, Mo Alley Cox, Antonio Gates, someone who played college basketball and gives a stab at the NFL. We'll see how he is when it comes to going NFL game speed. That's probably going to be a culture shock for him. But at 6'7", hard to miss in the red zone for Bo Nix. I give it a C-. Jahdae Barron to me is like a B to B+ pick. He's a very good player. He should not have been there at 20. I don't like Harvey. I don't like the Harvey pick. I don't like the Bryant pick. I don't like the Q Robinson pick. There's more I dislike than I like for Denver. C- for me. All right. That's going to do it for us on our grades for the Denver Broncos 2025 NFL draft class. But if you think I'm an idiot, that's fine. Let me know what your grade is. I'm sure some of you are going to give them an A, and you're going to give them an A no matter who they picked. But let me know what your grade is for Denver's draft down below in the comment section. Really appreciate everyone for tuning in. All right. Duckies. Patriots somehow got the Mr. Irrelevant pick. The Chiefs had it, I thought. They must have traded it. All right. Well, you're putting together. Yeah, let all 3 things go and put the Venmo thing on while you start to put together the names in the Duck Race website. I know. So while you're doing all that, I'm going to Slack you the Venmo names or TV. What's the consensus grade for Denver's draft class? Yep, there's Rebecca at the A. Just don't really see it. Want to be wrong. Jay Amato, you're in. Then I've got Levi Afala. I think he was Broncos. Yep. And then Nick for sure is Broncos. Nick Agrippino. That's Italian as hell. Okay, after Nick, who else is next for Broncos? Sean Maxwell, I learned for sure. Okay, Sean Maxwell. Yep. And then Dolphus, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Dolphus is in. Megan Hale, I think. Yep. Okay. That's all the Broncos Venmos. Okay. All right, now Browns for Venmo. All right, Christopher Stofira. Jorge, you are in the duck race. Christopher Stofira's in. Then there was Chandler, I think was a dog. Yeah. I gotta assume Chandler is a Browns fan. Otherwise, Chandler, you're screwed. Speak now, Chandler, or forever hold your breath if you're not a Browns fan. All right. Oh, we're getting very close to Mr. Irrelevant. I've sent you all the Venmos. Sean, I got you for Denver, I promise. I put you in there. I see your name right now. Duckies are coming soon. We've got how many more picks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 more picks in the 2025 NFL Draft. So close. So close. Brandon H. I'm not forgetting about you. Didn't Brandon H. and the other guy had a competition earlier in Super Chats? They were like going back and forth, I thought. Yeah, you did. You and Connor, I think. So, with that being said, you got like 2 minutes to either Super Chat $5 to be added or Venmo $1 to Matthew Petey to be added to a jersey raffle. It'll be a rookie jersey from your team's draft. Oh. It is, nearly hour 7 or 8. I don't know what it is at this point here, but shout out to everyone who's been with us. Who's been here the longest? Who has been here from the beginning? Let me know in the chat right now how long you've been here. Purple Hearts. You're the real heroes. Time Man for sure. Archangel, welcome to the chat. Kathy, absolutely. Jose Santana, Brett. Logan, I've been dead silent, but I've been watching since pick 15. Logan, happy to see you utilize the chat function. I've always wondered how many people watch on their TVs and, like, verbally, like it's Dora, yell out their responses, but they have no idea that I know they exist. SH, been here since minute one. Someone that's watching on their TV, get their phone out, go to the chat, and say, I'm that TV guy. I just want to know who you are. I know there are people that watch on TV that don't comment, of course, then. Q, I got your Venmo. Archangel, I know that. Lewis, since the draft started. Definitely cool guy. Ryan, on and off while at work. Joseph Castillo, day one. Sean, I'm that TV guy and still comment. I love you, Sean. Jorge Floyd, I've watched all streams but been in this one almost all day. You're incredible. You're a 10 out of 10 human being. Yep, good call. And there was an earlier one from Frank, too. Reed is running 3 different duck races at once. What would be the name of someone who's in charge of, like, being a cowboy for ducks? You know what I mean? The lion tamer? Duck wrangler? What's the guy who's like, what do you do for a living? I manage ducks. What do you mean? I walk them from one pond to the next. Yeah. You want to quickly just put this on rotation up here? Just go back to the beginning of round 7, I'd say. That's right there, yep. '49ers are on the clock at 2:52. We only have 5 more picks left in the draft. Percentage-wise, where are you at, you think? Oh, okay, sweet. We're about 5 minutes from the Ducks getting underway. Aaron Gutierrez, also a TV viewer, been checking in the last 3 days. Rise up, this draft is fire. I love the TV crew. All right. Oh, add Q folks one more time for Falcons. Or I could add them on TV and you can copy and paste it. Jose PD, I got a good question for you. Who was the last Ohio State player that Atlanta picked? Zach Harrison. They didn't take anyone last year from Ohio State. Zach Harrison 2 years ago. You pick. Whatever you got going right there. It's indifferent to me. Devin Key, I'm that TV guy. It's been cool hanging out with you. Still don't like the last draft pick. The TV people are they're real. And they have no voice. Last call. And you actually, Reed might even hate you. Reed's going to root against your Duck. $5 super chat to be added to a rookie jersey raffle for your team. Devin, thank you so much. Okay, the Ducks are leaving the paddock. They're waddling. Right, you know when you watch the Kentucky Derby and the horse has like the horse next to it to like guide it kind of? We've got ducks guiding ducks. I still don't really understand what that other horse's job is. I know it's to keep the racing horse like calm. I don't get how riding side by side another horse like that makes him calm. that seems a little unnecessary. We've got 4 more picks. Four more picks in the 2025 NFL Draft. Joe Shane, bad outfit for night 1 of the draft. Bad mojo. All right, here we go. We're so close, the Duckies. Duckies in. Oh, they're really close. The first stream that we are doing the duck race for is the Falcon stream. So Browns and Broncos fans, don't worry. You're not up to bat yet. This is just for Atlanta. Here are all the Falcons Duckies. We're going to show you all the names so you know you're on there because it can get very confusing once they're in the water. I see Q folks there because he's super chatted and also the feature with the top 2. They're perfect. Yep, you got Venmo in. Does everyone see their name? I believe so. All right. I agree. Darian Lewis. I got no Venmo from Darian Lewis. I'm looking for super chats too. Yeah, got me $5 super chat. I'm looking for Darius. I don't see him. Darian Lewis. No, there's no Darian Lewis. Not the time. You're just wasting everyone else's time. Okay. Here we go. Put them in the water. This is for a Falcons rookie jersey. Send the Duckies. At the end of the race, Reed will put my email at the very bottom of the screen. And I just need you to email me your size and address and a screenshot of your YouTube account so I know that you are who you say you are. Texans are on the clock right now at pick 55. Actually, YouTube TV wants to know if I'm still watching. Oh, yeah. Halfway through, Jose Santana's got a lot of ducks, so does William. They're going to be the betting favorite to win. They're the 1 and 2 seed in this. Zach's got a fighting chance right now. The British duck right in the middle, 10 seconds. Can Zach hold on? A multiple of Jose Santana's are making some noise. And Jose Santana! Jose, you had a very good chance with all of your donations and all of your contributions. Happy for you. Email me, Jose, and we'll get you that Falcons jersey of your choice for this rookie class. Okay. Next is either Browns or Broncos. Browns is next. Broncos will be last. All right. Here we go. Browns getting ready for just a moment. I love the GGs in the chat. Yeah, Jose, are you going to do Jalen Walker or James Pierce? What do you mean? I don't know. I thought you meant like that TV. Correct, from Venmo only. Browns is next. Broncos is last. Chargers pick is in. And then after the Chargers, it is Mr. Irrelevant. And that's the NFL draft. And then I get to sit, which I said a lot today. And I learned to hate sitting. And now I miss it. I'm ready. Browns duck race. These are all the names. Is anyone there? Is anyone not there that sent a $5 super chat in? I'm looking at the chat. I'm going to give the chat 30 seconds. Maybe one more time, read a little drive-by of all the names. And while you're in there, can you add Ty Man? He's been with us running bots all day. All draft. Okay. Here we go. Oh, Ed Cool Guy, too. That's my last charity handout. He's also been here since day one. And then Kathy. And then I promise I'm done. And then I promise I'm done. All right, here we go. Those are my 3 ride or dies. Yes. Patriots pick is in for Mr. Irrelevant. As soon as it's in, Reed will throw it at the bottom of the screen so you guys can see it. But the Ducks are off. Winner, email me, Matthew at Chat Sports. One-third of the way through. Ray Bidding has a slight lead. Mr. Irrelevant pick is in. It is Kobe Minor, cornerback out of Memphis. Mr. Irrelevant, right there. 20 seconds left. Ten seconds. Ray Bidding. Oh my God, Ray just blew a tire. An Iron Eagle. Finishes first and second. Iron Eagle. Email me. We just put my email up a moment ago. Matthew at chatsports.com. Let me know which jersey you want and size, and we'll get that jersey out to you, Iron Eagle. Broncos is next. Who is this lady? CEO of something. Iron Eagle Judkins, baby. All right, by the way, I should have mentioned this earlier. When it comes to the rookie jerseys, there has to be a little bit of patience until they pick their jersey number. So just wait. It could take a little bit longer than you maybe anticipate or expect. So it's not going to be very quick. All right, next up is Broncos. Spit it out, lady. What? All right, here we go, Denver. It is your time to shine. Miami Mac. Hey, we have no more pick. Are you fucking with me, Miami Mac? The draft's over. This was the. He's like, hey, we have no more picks, right? That's the last pick. No, I'm a little irritable right now. You busted my balls, Mac? Yeah, actually, they felt bad for the Browns. They invented round 8. Here are all the names we have for Denver. Does everyone see their name? Go to the bottom. I want to make sure I got all the Venmos. Dolphins. You see Levi. I think Levi was Falcons anyway. It was definitely Falcons, yeah. There's two Levi's. All right, I think I got everyone. Yep. One more scan down. I'm giving the chat like 5 more seconds. I'm looking at the chat. Okay. After this duck race, we'll go through all the super chats that we didn't get to, and then we'll sign off. But here we go. Send the duckies. And you want to get the super chats ready? There are a couple on Broncos, I believe. Reaper, the Falcons in the 7th took an offensive tackle from Wisconsin. This is for a Broncos rookie jersey raffle. John, it was either Venmo or $5 super chat. $10 seconds. Who's it going to be? Who's making moves in the middle right there? Who is that? Who's 21? Oh my God, 21! Fravel Edits! At the last second, a photo finish. Okay. Fravel Edits, email me your jersey choice, your size, your address. And those are the duck races. All right. We had some Broncos ones for sure. No. Not the best picks, but trust the process. Go Broncos. Just in time, I love the mentality. Fluffy Man, do you think RJ is basically a Walmart version of Genty? No. Genty's his own version. I know what you're kind of going for here, but I don't see that. Yeah, we did. Atlanta, what's the last one there? Yeah, we'll throw it on screen. But yeah. And then this one too, Andre Holiday. So after the Steelers got Will Howard, are we keeping Cousins as a backup? I think Atlanta is just praying that some team gets the heebie-jeebies with their quarterback room in July and makes a panic trade kind of, or an injury happens in August. Otherwise, we're going to find out just how serious the Falcons were about keeping him as a backup. Andre, thank you so much for your super chat. All right. I think that's all the super chats. So, that is it. That's going to wrap up our 2025 NFL Draft live coverage. We've been live since before the start of round 1. Today, 8 hours. In total, between all 3 days, it's going to come close to about 20 hours, I'd say. 6 hours the other 2 days, 12 in total. It's about 20 hours of NFL draft coverage live between Reed Barkus and myself, Matthew Peterson. Thank you to everyone who decided to park it here for all 3 rounds. I love every single one of you. I wish I could give you a big hug right now. And I look forward to seeing you in the future And appreciate all of your support for the channel. And don't go anywhere because we have lots of draft content still coming out, including those draft grades, which you got a sneak peek at in a few minutes.